like, I wish were like really attractive in the 60s. Like, they're so much more naturally beautiful than like a lot of the ones you get today. They look like who are those women? They're not that good. They're good looking, but the Kardashians, those types, they look so fucking plasticky.
And surgical enhancements, and I'm just like, dude, and Ozempic pills, like Wegovy pills. I'm sorry, Wegovy pills. Like I can't. You're like and then
Jackie O was handsome as hell.
But that's the thing though. Is like you could imagine you wake up next to like Marilyn Monroe, or like who's it? Like there's like who's that? God damn, I forgot her fucking name. It doesn't matter. There's a bunch of Raquel Welch was.
Oh yeah.
But but there's also a history. FDR died in his lover's arms. Like his mistress's arms. It's not the first president to have a lover.
Yeah, no, but his wife also had a lover too, and she was like the first.
Yes, she had a lover.
Like lesbian first lady.
My dad was saying. Like back at the time when he was president, when Clinton was president, that I guess there was like a lot of rumors on in D.C. that Hillary Clinton, switched. She was a switch hitter as well.
Well, like Hillary was on the Nixon. When she started out, she was like her first foray into politics was actually on the Nixon. And she was removed, and it was reported that she was willing to just like make up shit, and she was sent down, and then she was looking for a pathway, and she basically saw it and zeroed in on Bill Clinton and was targeting him. She was not really looked favorably upon Democrats, and in fact, they even said that woman would eat her own young to get ahead.
It was Huma Abedin, whatever that chick. That she was switch hitting with Pepe.
I was always wondering why she was with that fucking dork Anthony Weiner.
Yeah, that guy was.
Because he was chasing the kids. He was chasing kids.
It's unfortunate. Like if Anthony Weiner would come on. He's clearly a liberal, but you would listen to him. I believe he'd come on Fox News. He'd come on other networks, and you would hear him argue about topics. He's a really sharp guy. You just,
I don't know. The left has some weird.
Self-destructed, he completely self.
The left is so weird with who they champion behind. Who's the creepy porn lawyer? Like, you remember when what's her name?
The one that what's it? Italian.
Yeah, the next president, they were printing up like T-shirts and flyers. He's like, I'm going Trump, and then all of a sudden it was like,
Remember
you guys were sending the money.
Remember that creepo?
There you go.
Dude, that guy had like a little lair where he locked the doors where the girls would come in. I don't know if you guys ever read that story about that dude. It's one of the creepiest stories I've ever read, actually.
They created the morning show kind of about him,
It was totally around him, yeah.
But I never, was it a book that you read?
I don't know. I just remember reading some pretty
Matt Lauer.
I'm just gonna stay in my side.
Predator.
So Matt Lauer, he was like you could tell he was like a handsome guy, dark hair.
He lost his hair. He once had dark hair.
Yeah, now it's all
Maybe I'm thinking of another person. I don't know.
No, this guy, like, he had a layer where he was, like, this is what you see in movies where the women would come in, like, literally the bed would fold down, he would turn the lights off. And like, no, I'm not even kidding. It was like,
I think it's funny still.
What's that?
I still think it's funny.
What the fuck? But I think he got off or something. That's the other thing. I thought I was forward to see if he got a circuit or anything, but it was something like he got, yeah, something weird like
was like all of your primary backed candidates that you thought were going to be great and they were anti-Trump and anti-Republican turned out to be like, yeah, hey, by the way, we're going to do what we want to.
Because everybody's like, I've been hearing people talk about her. I personally am not into celebrity gossip. I never listen to this shit. But I heard some of you guys, and I have heard people mention Ellen DeGeneres before. Was there something that she actually did, or is it just like rumors?
Yeah, Brad, what were you going on about? I was confused.
She
about
was
that the other day.
trafficking those children that used to come on her show. Remember, it used to be so many.
Is that official?
Like, yeah, but
No, Jesse, I did not know this. What was this?
Yeah, I want to know.
The story is she's in the Epstein files. She's one of the redacted names. It's a lot. That's why they don't want that shit to come out. It has nothing to do with Trump. Everyone's like, oh, they don't want it to come out because of Trump. Why the fuck would they protect Trump? Like, they wouldn't. So
well, there's apparently there
protecting-
are things against him. Doesn't mean they're like real or anything or credible.
listen, you guys could say it's not credible. I don't care anymore. I'm tired of people asking for shit to be released, and when it's released, you're like, that's not real. Okay, well, I don't give a fuck anymore. You believe what you want.
This new
People act like they read any of the 3.5 million pages. I'm tired of it.
files, it's over.
I think the Viking did read 3.5 million pages. That's
No, I'm on page 3,000.
Really?
Yeah, I'm reading. I'm going through.
All you gotta do is pull up fucking AI assistant.
Nope, I'm gonna read it myself.
But
Well, if you guys take your time, what I was doing was like when I'm bored on here at night, I go on the PDF, type in different things, and it'll tell you like this appears 1,309 times, and you just go through them. It's a lot of emails though and correspondence. Also, there's a lot of redacted names of people that work for J.P. Morgan, Chase Bank. The Little St. James Island sued them because they said that Chase Bank was supposed to red flag Jeffrey Epstein's bank account because they knew he was sex trafficking, and they still allowed him to sex traffic and never closed his account. So all the bankers' names, all the financiers, all their names are redacted. Like, you could say that this stuff is incredible. It's very
Why would it
incredible.
matter? He's a
no one
wealthy man
gives a
that,
fuck.
that bumps shoulders with everybody. So like,
Well, I heard
why would he care? Does he talk to people?
I heard Abraham Lincoln.
South Florida, right? So his account red flag. It's a, and you could, someone could correct me if I'm. Account.
It's the federal law on that with drug trafficking and or human trafficking. Like even I know a lawyer that went to jail, lost his license because he took money from a client for fees that came, and he got caught.
I didn't know a lawyer could get in trouble for that.
You
Holy
get
shit.
in trouble. You can't take money that's the source of the money.
Even if I lie and to tell him.
You don't have
I mean,
to know.
okay, let me ask you a question, Abby. Hold on, let me ask you a question, Abby. So let's say I'm a prolific drug trafficker. Everybody knows it deep down, and I give my defense attorney like cash. I don't know, a couple $100,000. Would I? And he asked me like, "Oh, where'd you get this?" And he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it." So I didn't tell him that was illegal.
Should've
Did
known.
he get in trouble?
Yeah, I mean,
Should've known.
Should have known. I mean, there's I forget when that law came into place. Someone can Google it. It's in the last 30 years, maybe longer. So 30 to that came in. That can't. I mean, and then if there's all the indicators that you should have known that that's the source of funds that was from drugs.
cartels in Mexico, they all own like legitimate businesses. Like they're not private. They have to launder their money and shit.
Have the money laundering part of the business down, right? So they're
They got
getting cash out the backyard.
They got a $20 million laundromat.
Yeah, or a beauty salon, you know.
Anyone that's Nepal's any criminal group that's making a lot of these great lengths to try to clean them money.
Shut the fuck up.
Right.
Don't care. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
I
up.
mean, so that's completely true because we have that. I mean, we have that in Vegas. If I tell you what you go through, because you get people come in with cash all the time, and we just had a big case in at one of the properties. The guy lost his license. I don't think he's doing any jail time. It was the president of the property, but it's very controlled because for that exact reason of the source of the funds.
Oh, Abby.
And
You guys ever seen Ozark?
Abby, did you ever watch?
Yeah, they
Abby,
couldn't
did
spend
you
the
watch
money.
that video that I sent you in the back channel about the guy from Nevada?
But when it goes to
The Marine.
oh god,
Yeah, it was the Marine that had the $90,000.
Yeah, I did see that. I
And
did
he had to
see
wait
that.
like almost a year or something to get the money back.
so they have
That was wild.
Okay.
So they contact just real quick. They contact the DEA, and the DEA is the one that actually seizes it, and then they give 80% of the proceeds
Locals.
back to the local state agency.
yeah, a lot of cops
Good old
use
Nevada.
a lot of when it comes to the forfeiture of what and the bar is really low for what they consider. Is this did you make this money illegally? There's a lot of stories about people that will save up money and they'll get caught traveling with like 10, 20 grand, and the cops will take it and good luck getting it back. Usually doesn't happen.
So wait, what's the
I did hear though that like if you are, especially like with the mafia, like the Italian mafia, like if you were ever listed as like an associate or somebody who was involved with them whatsoever, like New Jersey and Nevada would immediately put you, like all their names are on the exclusion list. Like they're not allowed to anywhere near a fucking casino.
You can't, but more in New Jersey than it's hard to get on the list here. But Jersey for sure. In Jersey also, like there's all these restaurants you're not allowed to go to. There's restaurants in Jersey you can't go to, even in Manhattan, that are frequented by them. They're very, very strict about it. But yeah, I mean that's the whole tracking of when you get a license. You have to. They just do a heavy investigation on all that you've been associated with, and if they can track money transactions or a relationship with people that that have been flagged, then yeah, you're not doing business.
What decade was it when that? I forget his. Is it? I don't know if it's Bugsy Siegel. Is that one of the Jewish guys that was working
the
with
movie
Italians
Casino
that was running
that
the
took
casino
place. So
there?
that's Lefty
Yeah.
Rosenthal. And that was when is it? The 70s. I'm gonna say it was when
Girl,
Casino
that
took
shit
place.
still goes on right now.
So back then, it was like the casinos. How much involvement did they have in casinos back
It
then?
was a mob.
Or-
mob?
Well,
It was a
Donald
mob.
Trump called this out in
Massive,
the early 90s.
massive.
He said the Italian mob was acting like Indians so that they could run casinos tax free.
Yeah, Pepe, they still run it. They're just legitimate.
They're still doing it.
Yeah, they were like it was also used as like a money laundering operation.
Literally,
for the
yeah.
mob.
Huge, but now it's opposite. I mean, you can't go near it, and it's highly
Yeah,
regulated.
Vegas isn't
No, I know
mob
it is
control anymore. They're like they buried them out in
They're out.
the desert.
They're out. But if you talk to people that grew up, I mean, this is an absolute true statement. I'd say 8 out of 10 people that you talk to that grew up here wish that the mob still controlled things.
Why?
They liked it better.
It's safer?
Because it just ran better. The city ran better. The casinos ran better. The performers liked it more. I mean, it's just different. Now it's corporate and
Disney
very
World.
controlled.
It's like I remember somebody talking about. We had the room on it, like Leaving Las Vegas was the title of it, and it was all these old timers were saying the changes that went on there, and they're like, all the high class is gone from there. They're not coming in. You don't have, some of these old timers were like saying, hey,
You talking about
can't-
free?
Well, not him, but a bunch of other guys that were older like him that were talking about Vegas back in the day. They weren't even mob connected. They were just saying it was a great place to work. The casinos took care of their staff really well. You made good money. You didn't have problems. You could afford a home. You could raise your family. They always took care of absolutely everything, and the crime was really low. Like crime didn't happen out there. Well, I mean, the mafia crime was like internal, but like people weren't getting robbed on the street, and
You would get fucking murdered.
correct. The mob was coming for you. But the state actually drove out the mafia. They thought they could be the big time gangsters, and they won. And now you've got fucking amusement park rides.
But it also speaks to the sleaziness of it, and this is something that like a lot of people speak to. The Mormons are, in a way, they at least have a very good facade of being these really nice, wholesome people, which a lot of them are. But I mean, they were like corrupt, shitty fucking people. I mean, they were the ones that were allowing all.
If I can find some of them to come in rooms with us, like you just talk to these people that lived through it, and they all say the same thing. They miss those days. Weird. They don't shun them up, but a lot of it changed also when Bobby Kennedy did those hearings here. When he was the Attorney General, it kind of started trying to unravel the mob that was here in the 60s.
Wasn't his family all fucking mobsters? Like,
And they ran booze, right?
yeah, but it's the Irish. So basically, it's him wanting to. Never mind.
His issue was more of the unions, not so much the mob. I mean, they were part of it, but because they owned the unions, his issue was that his brother wanted to target the unions. And losing Cuba, that was a major fucking faux pas because the mob wanted to have casinos there. They were about to make Cuba into another Vegas. And it would have been beautiful, but they didn't fucking achieve that. And then, the union busting, that's how the mafia was able to move so much, move money, move cash, move goods. It kept a lot of guys in work. Like, granted, there was a lot of bullshit with it, but overall, he attacked the unions. That cost him. You can't go after in office.
I say this, I've said it in rooms before, there is a great museum here, Mob Museum. It's the whole history of them. And it's located in the courthouse that Bobby Kennedy had those hearings in the old part of the city. And it just tracks, it tracks everything that happened here, but you name the city you're from in America and you can learn about the mob from your city. And like, it tracks mobsters throughout North America.
Arizona was only a retirement place for mobsters. So like you had big name ones, like really big name ones that lived here.
Capone was in Palm Springs. Did he go to Arizona also?
Not that I know of. Like Joseph Bernard.
Yeah, that's
Then there's several others, but it's but the only time you had heard about like mafia killings was basically tied to Vegas, and the perk was never like we didn't really have much of that.
We have athletes. The athletes are big players.
They're just
and we have, we have from Middle East. We still, but the big wells are coming from Asia.
Can you hear me, Abby? So, what perks did the big whales have?
Everything.
What is
Everything.
Yeah,
Like comes to or the limo that picks you up to put.
At the top of the hotel, and all like the whatever your special fetishes are in terms of food, sitting there. The vodka lockers, love those. Like the Russians used to come over and drop, and I don't know if they're still there because I've been back. I'm going back, but the vodka lockers, like real fuck. I don't know how they smuggled it in, but there's like real vodka, like real Russian, not that Polish shit, not that Finland, and definitely not that French shit that they call vodka. But real vodka, and it's like it'll knock your ass.
So we have certain, obviously the big suites and the high roller suites at the hotels, and then there are actually hotels that are just for high rollers that we have that you couldn't go into. I mean, unless you are a big player, you can't stay at. And they're pretty opulent. And then whatever you want to eat, whatever shows you want. I mean, you just kind of, you name it. But the idea is to keep them at the tables as long as possible.
What about if you're like a super celebrity, like whoever? Let's say you're the most famous singer in the world.
Okay, like Barbara Streisand kind of thing, like that. Like someone like
yeah,
that.
okay. If she comes
She
in,
stays
you guys,
probably.
you guys comp-
Yeah, she doesn't pay for anything, and she'll be. I mean, because she's performing. I mean, if she's not performing.
No, she's not performing.
Yeah, well then if she's not gambling, she's going to pay. She's going to pay for suites. I mean, they're getting comped if they're performing, or if they play,
Yeah.
and it's an algorithm.
They're gonna pay
that-
expenses.
Yeah, but it's a formula as to how much they're going to be comped versus based on what the hours of play, the amount of play. I mean, there's a whole
I guess
formula.
the only reason I was asking is maybe. I don't know how it works in Vegas. You guys get all the celebrities, but if you're a celebrity, and especially when it comes to certain places like nightclubs. I haven't been to one of those in like 20 some years, but like if you're a celebrity, they want to see famous people at their place. It gives it more like it makes it look more. I don't know.
You mean like atmosphere people?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that we just had a big party. There's a private club that opened up at Wynn. So they had a big party, the founders party of it, which that particular membership was something. And it was full of celebrities, A-listers. So they'll bring the A-listers in and comp them because it's fair for a party. But if you're just like Streisand and you have this itch to go to Vegas, I don't think so. It's going to be more if you're an invited guest. If you're like like when Fontainebleau just did their big opening, they had tons of A-listers there. They just, they're comped. Everyone was pretty much comped for that, and they got hotel rooms and, the dine around and all the stuff, and then the show because they're invited guests. And you see that on New Year's Eve, or like for a big fight, like a Mayweather fight, you'll see all these athletes that'll be invited guests. They're not all playing, but they're exactly.
But not all of them get comp. They'll still pay. They'll get discounts or something along those lines. But I mean, I'm trying to think like if anybody really like outside of what Abby says, like I mean, fucking I know I've sat down and drank with stars and gambled next to stars, and they weren't getting comped on shit. Like people that made a lot more money than I was, and they were losing at the tables, but they still comped. They were like, hey, you want a suite?
Like the Arizona where you are, Pepe, who's here a lot is Barkley. And yeah, a lot. And you'll always see him in fights and stuff. Yeah, he lives.
Out of all of the years, I've seen all of the other.
Yeah, he definitely lives here.
I've never seen it. And the reason I'm saying that's also significant, when you're somebody that fucking big, you tend to stand out in the crowd.
Yeah, we think so, but I mean, I don't know where he frequents and still, but he comes up here and he plays though. And he gets taken care of, and they have the best seats for fights. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I met him back in the '90s.
How'd you?
At a Phillies game. He was in the stands. I don't think his wife is point for the white woman.
Mo, her name is Mo. She's from Philly.
I met Charles Barkley and Wayman Tinsdale at the same time.
Were you sleeping?
And they were jamming.
So they had a.
And then you woke up and realized it was all a freaking dream.
Oh, I met him while he was playing for the Sixers.
Amazing.
Wayman Tinsdale was like the nastiest guy when it came to basketball, but he was the nicest guy as a musician.
Did somebody bring up old school Wayman Tisdale?
No, I didn't hear that.
I thought when you heard basketball and the first person I'm gonna think about. Who was he speaking about? Sacramento, that's where he really made his name at, but Gadgets, where he played at Gadgets, it's Mitch Richmond played at Kansas State.
Yeah, Stoudemire
Which Stoudemire
was on
got
Clubhouse with us. Amari
which one?
One.
Mark?
Yeah, he used to be in rooms with us all the time.
Here in Israel.
I used to see him at U of A all the time with his retard cousin or uncle.
Was he in the Israel rooms? Or he'd just be on there?
He'd be in like social spaces. He used to be in rooms a lot. I mean, I'm gonna say the second year of Clubhouse, third year, often in.
So what happened?
Was he a BHI?
Kind of. We never could figure it out.
Probably not.
But
So
he's
no.
not. But
So
he
he's
almost
actually
sounded
not.
like it,
No,
right?
because
What,
I've
what's
heard him
it?
speak
All right, so
before. Shut the fuck up, Rob.
He's Jewish. Man, shut your faggot ass up.
God damn.
Cause you don't know. You obviously
But
don't
I
know.
could hear him speak, and it was on video. It's not.
Suck my dick.
Shut up. But he would no, and he kind of, I don't know, there was something about it. I forget what he was saying, but it seemed like maybe that was how he was introduced to it. You know, I don't know.
He's
Orthodox.
Yeah, he's an Orthodox Jew.
He completed an Orthodox conversion. He's Jewish.
That's cool. I don't really.
He's not.
I'm not trying to gatekeep whether or not. I'm not a fucking Jew. I'm not trying to gatekeep. I'm not trying to gatekeep who's a Jew or not. It's not.
No, but calling
none of my
him
concern.
it's just kind of racist. It's like, why
Stop arguing with Master.
Why would you?
I never even say that.
Why would it be BHI?
I'm pretty sure I could just go fucking.
Stop arguing with Master.
History of him being like somewhat aligned with them. I mean, you don't think that there's black people converted to Judaism that initially maybe they were drawn to it through BHI shit?
My understanding is that when he actually had a trip to Israel, and
He was talking from Israel in the video that I saw.
Yeah, no, I'm saying the initial conversion, he got to Israel, and the religion of Judaism itself just it sparked something within him. Now, do I know that he has any BHI kind of rhetoric in him? Nah, I ain't never heard
It's
this.
further than
I
Master.
hear more. Alright, man. I'm gonna just ignore that shit. Cause there's always some weirdos on this app, dog.
Israeli citizen.
That's fine. I mean, he's also a celebrity, so it's probably easy for him. I feel like I have so even though like converts being allowed to make Aliyah there, they do make it so you have to go to. There's only like a handful of these Orthodox rabbis that you have to get a conversion from, and it's going to be like a really it's going to be very difficult, I guess, from what I've heard. But they'll allow you. But you do notice that, like, when it comes to celebrities that quote unquote converted, like Madonna, people like that, they kind of, because of their celebrity status, it seems like they're just kind of easy on them.
Convert. She didn't convert. She didn't convert.
No, but she was sucking Tupac's dick for a long time.
Yeah, he's been, before he moved over to Israel, he was already, converting. But it's, there's stuff he said in the rooms that we couldn't figure it out. Because sometimes he would talk and it felt like he was more BHI. So it's a bit confusing with him. Do you remember talking to him? Were you ever in those rooms with him?
I don't think I've ever.
Who are we talking to?
Did he only go by his real name?
I'm trying to remember what his name was. I have to ask someone. Is Norm in here? Norm would remember.
I didn't know what, if I talked to him, I wouldn't have known it was him. But I'm only speaking about, what I've heard him say, like, on video while he's in Israel.
He definitely got into the religion before he went.
Can you hear me, Abby?
Yeah. Were you in rooms with him?
No. The part that amazed me is that we just had like a 10-minute conversation about someone that everybody said they really don't speak to. But yet we talked about it as if like we all knew the guy. It's quite interesting. I just find it really funny. It's interesting.
Mr. Edward, I would agree with you on the point that I feel the same way about Jesus. Because we're talking about a guy that, I love. And, none of us actually know the guy.
That means you didn't accept him as your person.
Thought that was so poetic as the bottle clinked.
I appreciate it.
It is nice that Doc spoke down to Edward like Edward spoke down to everyone else.
Mr. Edwards speaks.
Hold on, Doc. Hold on. First of all, I didn't speak down to anyone. I don't know how you think I spoke down to anyone. I just made a comment from my observation.
Yeah, we all know it.
You believe? Hold on. You don't know what I said. This is the conversation.
Literally just laid it out what you said.
Excuse me. You have that in your head. You don't know what I mean. You're not in my head.
I'm just pulling it out of my ass after what you said.
You are. Because you know why? Because your name is not Edward.
This person, but y'all took the bound for 20 minutes.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, little young man, all you're doing is coming off my mic and you're disrespecting a man that needs rubbing. Like, you're being
We should all accept when he talks down and speaks down to us like children.
But I do, so Abby, since you've been to Israel, isn't there like a real group of like in Dimona, isn't there like a real group of mainly American people that are BHI that have moved there?
Yeah, completely. It's a community near Dimona. There may be some in Jerusalem also, but definitely in Dimona there is.
How were they allowed to immigrate there? I'm just curious with their. I don't.
Anyone, and Pepe, you could immigrate tomorrow there. I mean, there's tons of Christians and there's tons of Baha'i and Muslims. It's a country that has lots of religions in it. Anyone can immigrate as long as you don't want to tear down the nation and you're a security risk. You can live there. I mean, there's tons of Christians.
So these are not citizens. Okay.
You know what? No, of course they're citizens.
Wait, did the Knesset rule in 1997?
God damn, Rich, stop! I'm trying to ask you something.
They believe in Jesus.
Rich, shut up.
Crazy.
Oh my God.
You're trying to find something else. Rich, shut the fuck up so I can. I'm trying to find something else specifically. So
there's 20% of the country are Muslim. I mean,
no, I know, but when it comes to America, I thought Israel.
Yes, you can move there and apply for citizenship like anybody else. You can. There's lots of people that.
An idol worshiper and still move there.
I mean, that's crazy. Of course you can. It's a sorry, I'm driving it.
You can worship
Yeah, you
false
totally
idols
do.
like Jesus.
I mean, there's a big Baha'i temple, the Baha'i community there. There's a huge Druze community. And I mean, it's a democracy with lots of different religions that live there as citizens. That actually in the Knesset,
I really
as
like
well as
reading
judges
shit.
on the Supreme
Bad.
Court and ambassadors to other countries that are not Jewish. I mean, you know,
Well, I know that.
and to become a citizen, you apply for citizenship. I couldn't tell you the process. I've not gone through a citizenship process, but I don't think it's the same as the U.S. where you have to take the test and all that we put citizens or should be putting our citizens through.
Well, no, I've heard that it's for an American. Like, for example, I'm obviously not. It'll obviously be easier for me because I'm not Muslim and I wouldn't have like the terrorist ties. But I heard you can move there and you can, for the most part, live there so long as you can afford. Like, I heard even like for an American, I knew one guy, he owed somebody a debt. I don't know who it was to. It was either a person, the government, somebody, and they barred him from leaving Israel.
I mean, I don't know about that, but Pepe, do you know that a sad, horrible story of the two people that were assassinated in Washington that worked for
I thought one was a Jew and one wasn't.
Right, and the one that wasn't, I mean, they were Israeli citizens. You can be an Israeli citizen. I mean, it's a crazy thing.
Well, no, I know you don't have to be Jewish to be a citizen. I know you don't have to be Jewish to be a
You don't have
citizen,
to be
but
born there. It's just like coming to any other democracy. You just move there and apply.
I thought they're trying to make sure, like demographically, they stay majority Jewish.
No, not with citizens. No. If you want to move there, it's a beautiful place. It's just expensive in Tel Aviv, but
Yeah, I can't afford
it's
that
a fun
shit.
country, right? But anyone can be.
Who
As
the
long as
fuck
you're not
wants to live in that shithole?
It's really beautiful, but it's if you're a threat, if you want to take down the country and the government, then they have every right to.
Yeah, you want to go to Constantinople or Istanbul? It's still a shithole.
Same way that Marco Rubio can stop someone coming into America. I mean, it's they have that.
When nobody disagreeing like with that
They're
part.
gonna check your social media and they're gonna
I mean,
see all your Nazi propaganda.
I'm not a Nazi, so that's fine.
Dude, he's a pussy. He won't even fight me.
Bree,
Okay.
one second, Bree. Thank you for talking about Israel. My wife and I have been there 3 times. It's actually beautiful, like you said. Tel Aviv. I actually have 3 of my family friends, very close friends that I've known over 20 years, who've all moved to Israel with their children, and they actually live there right now. So we actually get firsthand information from Israel. I don't know. Do you have, Abby, the alert system when rockets are actually coming over?
Oh God, yeah, I do, and I had to finally turn off the sound because when it starts going crazy, it'll wake me in the middle of the night. It's a lot.
Yeah, my wife and I have to do the same, but we always are communicating on WhatsApp with our friend that's there. He used to live here in Beverly Hills in California, but him and his wife and actually their young kids right before COVID moved to Israel. And we have 2 other friends that's there. I don't know. I'll hit you on the back channel and see one of my friends right now who actually has a news station in Israel from the U.S., but he lives now in Israel and he reports what's happening live on the ground.
Wow.
So a lot of people, it's kind of interesting because they don't know. In the group that you're talking about, my wife and I actually had lunch with them one time between Jordan and Israel before we crossed over to Jordan. We actually sat with a group of people that actually migrated from the U.S. and there's all types of people, not just people of color. I mean, every ethnic group that actually migrated and lived there now in Israel. So,
Well, Jews are like every color. I think we got that part.
yeah. But we're talking about ethnic.
Contingency also that have moved there.
Are you allowed to be a redneck Jew?
Abby, shut up. So wait, so I'm just curious. I don't know this. I've heard reference to Indian and Chinese Jews.
Yeah,
Apparently, they're real with old communities.
I'll send you a link about it, Pepe. It's the area is the northern part of China, and they go back hundreds and hundreds of years to they came how they originally got there. I'm not sure if they came down from Siberia into China, but it's God, I can't believe I'm blanking on the name of the region. But you can go visit it. It's there's a lot of history and
Like Mount Zion?
No, you fucking
no, it's the
moron.
northern
You're too
part
drunk.
of China. It's the northern part of China.
Oh, China.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, Abby, there's a book. I'm sorry, Abby. Go ahead.
No. I'm driving. Otherwise, I would go.
There's a book called Trace, Abby, that deals with the table of nations, both from Genesis chapter 10 all the way to Matthew 2. And if you look at those two tables of nations, it actually traces all the way back to the Chinese dynasty and everything else, and when the Jews were scattered all the way back before Christ. You can actually see
After Babel. Yeah.
Greek. Come on. One of the areas that I like to do is listen to history from people that actually studied and wrote it down. People who've actually translated from oral tradition all the way till now, which is pretty powerful stuff. So.
You mean kind of like Christianity and Islam? How our shit was just it was like written down way even after the times of Jesus and or oral tradition and put down in writing.
So how much of that is actually written down in writing?
I'll tell you what's interesting is probably how to get citizenship in a place like the Emirates is probably very hard.
It's impossible. Even if you marry an Emirati, you don't get citizenship. Even with their kids, I don't even know that they get it. In other words, being born there with one parent that's a citizen, they basically make it impossible to become a citizen. And I think Qatar actually just stripped the citizenship of couple 100,000 people a couple months ago. Another very wealthy country that there's not very many of them that are there, but they ended up stripping a bunch of people from citizenship. And I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of favor compared to what we have. Like if you think about it, like they have, you go to Dubai or Qatar, or I'm guessing Oman, even probably, I've never been to Saudi Arabia, obviously, and I'm pretty sure it's probably very safe there. And
very safe, very safe.
And the thing is, though, is that you don't. Citizenship is near impossible to get. You're welcome as a foreigner to work there, but you're definitely going to behave. They have zero tolerance for any bullshit or problems that you have. They'll quickly, if it's serious enough, they'll put you in prison. Otherwise, they're kicking you right the fuck out of the country. They just have no tolerance for it.
Our country will let you come and still let you out.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like it's obviously very fake and they're not being empathetic out of it's not true empathy, I guess you can say. Like how I remember in 2019 the Democrats were asked a question at when they had their debate for the primary for the Democratic Party, like, would you provide health care for illegal immigrants? And all of them stood up and said yes. And I was like, God, this is so retarded. To me, like when they answered a question like that, like immediately all said yes. Maybe I'm the one who's retarded. I don't think these are true believers. Like this is all strategy for them. and they know that
Wait, what
it's
are
not
you saying?
sustainable.
So like health care for all illegal immigrants? As opposed
Yeah.
to, who? Are you talking about the Democrats?
Yeah, the Democrats in the 2019
Yeah, they were grifting from.
DNC debate when they were asked the question, would you offer health care for?
Yeah, they were going off of based off of the fucking messages that Trump was racist, xenophobic, et cetera, et cetera. So they were trying to draw that contrast, and it was a stupid move because they didn't realize how off-putting it was for Americans. Like they just did not like that shit. Like saying, "Wait, you want to give us our Medicaid and Medicare tax dollars? Don't deserve to go to this." And then California went ahead and did it anyway. And now California's got a major problem because the excess layers of risk that California, CalMedPay was trying to get bank on to help cover all those pools, they're pulling back and they're saying, no, we're not going to offer you coverage. So now they're upside down on their policies, which means they're paying about 140%, meaning they're losing like massive money. They're not even breaking even. They're like, they're owing money and they're just spending taxpayer money like water to cover the insurance plans because you can't keep it up. You just, every year the risks keep going up and up and up. And all the hospital systems are like, oh, you're illegal? Oh, don't worry about it. We're going to charge max rates. They're through their fucking roof.
I mean, this is where, like, I'm very pessimistic about this, but, like, they start talking about how, we need transgenders in sports. Oh, gender inclusive bathrooms. But then you look at, like, the reading and proficiency in math and other subjects, like how they've just completely hit the fucking shitter over the last, 10 years. And it's just like, oh, but you want to worry about this stupid shit. Or if I'm being like very pessimistic, there's a demographic change that is occurring, and that could have more to do with it. I don't know, but it is. But at the end of the day, it's silly that they don't put the most emphasis on like why are the kids failing in school? Like, why do you care about any of this stupid shit regarding transgenders in sports and like this is and people don't even care about this shit. Like everyday people don't care about this shit.
Yeah, well, it's a telltale because I remember that point vividly where the guy asked him, he said, by a show of hands, who would give health care to undocumented migrants? And all of them raised their hand. And I said, holy shit. And then these are the same people that turn around and saying that we're not giving health care to the undocumented migrants. It's like, well, you just raised your hand.
It's crazy. I mean, liberals for the most part, well, and especially leftists, liberals were always the ones that were against illegal immigration. You're undercutting the American worker. You guys having, anchor babies in the United States. Why would we incentivize them to come here illegally? All of this shit. All that would be considered far right and Nazi-esque today were the fucking sentiment of the Democrat Party. You look at, if you go either to the left, like especially if you're looking at people like Bernie Sanders, for example, he was absolutely fucking clear. Like, no, you do not let in a bunch of, not only do you not let in a bunch of illegal immigrants, you sure as fuck don't end up allowing a bunch of legal immigrants that compete with the American worker. Now, I think the leftists, their idea of what's good for an economy and solely focusing on the worker is where it also becomes pretty retarded. But I feel like it's a delicate balance. I do think that we did have more reverence for the everyday working man in America, and then being able to live the American dream. At least have a house and a car and shit. And that's slipped away too much. And from what I would say is greed and people not really giving a fuck about. Everybody's trying to chip away if they can at the poor and the middle class. I mean, there's so much disgusting shit.
Coming down the escalator and being all golden was the fact that Minnesota managed to hang on during a contentious period where it might have swung red and it was really close, but it stayed blue But the only reason it stayed blue is because of the mass importation of a large contingent of people. Guess who?
Racist, you can't say that. Oh
And
my
so
god.
when they did, but they California was shifting, and I look at where he was doing it, and people didn't even bother to talk about this. But you looked where Biden was bundling people up on planes, and where he was dropping them off. He was trying to build up districts and trying to get them
Of
to
course.
have these more people because the census counts.
Exactly. More congressional
Yep.
districts. And
You want it?
I will say, this is something that people, this is, a lot of people will falsely attribute the California turning blue to the Hispanic population. It's actually the most radical shift that occurred in California was amongst the whites. It used to be a state where, yes, you had overwhelmingly that whites would absolutely vote Democrat. But after Silicon Valley and a lot of the shifts that happened in the Bay Area, and there was just a shift amongst the whites that was quite stark. And you notice that in California, I think the Hispanics were even the Hispanic men in particular were even like on par, or even in some districts overtook the white vote in voting for Trump. You had this weird surge of a lot of leftists that moved to California, and then them kind of like converting a whole chunk of that fucking population. It's just California's weird. You look at Oregon, and I think people sometimes oversimplify this. I do believe that they're trying to import foreign voters or people that will change the census, because obviously these are people who want to stay here. These are people that a lot of them are on benefits. They want to keep them. So yeah, they're going to vote for Democrats for that reason. But
Drug legal. So now you have like fucking zombies walking around, and they're all drooling from their massive drug overdoses, and they're spiking. And now you have another woman there where hospitals are like, hey, we're taking a big hit, and we need more money. But of course, you can only stretch a dollar so far in Oregon. So guess what? The rural people have to give up care because they have to concentrate in the areas where a lot of the
totally. Like when it comes to the rural medical care, but what the fuck is Oregon's? These are a bunch of fucking lefties. They're batshit crazy. Like as Tom Likas would say, if you know who he is, it's home of the other white meat. It's just a big fat white woman, and these people are aggressive and crazy left. I mean, look at it. If you were to look in 2019, 2020, but particularly Portland, where the political violence was happening, and there's no black community really in Portland. This was all just far left, white people wanting to wreak absolute fucking havoc and chaos, and they did the same thing in Seattle with their Chaz bullshit. These, for whatever reason, the Pacific Northwest is just like a fucking cancer to America. I don't know what it is with these fucking people.
It's because it's a breeding ground from California. California has to influence it up there. So you've got Colorado, Oregon, Washington. They've been trying to keep Nevada or turn Nevada blue, and then you have they're trying to go down. Like, look at New Mexico. New Mexico is a shithole state. Like, if anybody's... Yeah, but I mean, it's always been progressive, though. You know that? It's like...
Long ago, but...
Yeah, but he couldn't do shit.
But they have like an old... It's kind of similar to like what you would get on the East Coast. You have like these... They have a democratic machine there. New Jersey. It's like New Jersey, and so it is pretty hard to overthrow. But it is like comparing it to Phoenix, for example. We have our ghetto parts, but I remember going through Albuquerque, and it's like, wow, 80% of your city looks like our ghetto part, and then you have a few nice areas. And what's really weird is New Mexico is not a country, is not a state that has I believe it's a minority majority state. The majority of the people there are of Mexican descent, and of course you have a lot of Native Americans, which do a lot worse by every metric than the other people. But these people, not a lot of Mexicans moved to New Mexico. These are actually people who are the descendants of people that were there for 200 to 400 years. And a lot of people don't know that. They're not like the Californian Mexicans. But they've always been kind of poor and behind and ghetto, for lack of a better term. I mean, look at El Paso, which is right next to Las Cruces, New Mexico. El Paso is one of the safest, and that's nearly 100% Mexican. And it is one of the safest fucking places in Texas. Really low crime. Economically, they don't do that well, but it's for whatever reason they don't have the corruption and the crime and the bullshit you have to deal with in Albuquerque.
No, I drove through Albuquerque. I drove through New Mexico. I can tell you, out of all the places I wandered, I'm going to tell people this. Make sure you know what hotel or motel you're staying in. It's got some beautiful white sands. I recommend it. Go. It's not what you think it'll be, but it's still beautiful. But, I mean, there's beauty there. But I would tell you firsthand, you bring a gun. I don't care. You don't fly into New Mexico. You drive into it, and then you bring your gun. Because there's a lot of weird things, including the natives too, like the indigenous people, like Native Americans. They ain't that friendly. Like, and you do not want to be broken down on the side of the road out there.
No, friendly.
I don't think you're ever worried about that.
I've spent weeks every summer, like on the Navajo reservation.
Dude, when they're tweaking out, like half of them are on meth.
Oh yeah, there's that problem. I get you.
No. Because when you drive through and they see that out-of-state plate, man, they're those tweakers or whatever you do, those meth heads are coming up out of it. Like, you're just like, what the
you
fuck?
didn't worry about that in Washington or Oregon or California. Like, literally, you didn't worry about that.
Yes, we do. Like, I've been to Portland. I went to Portland a bunch of times so far. I work fucking every time I have to go downtown and deal with Portland. It's
Did
like,
you worry
fuck.
about that in Seattle? Did you worry about that?
You know what's really weird is you look at places like Portland, kind of like, and what's really weird is
oh wait, this is Victoria again.
Yeah. But what's really weird is that, like, Portland, I don't like rainy weather, so there's no way in hell I would ever move to Portland or Seattle. But, like, I remember, like, being in Portland, it's like, wow, this place is beautiful. Like, at least the habitat.
Hello, everybody. My name is Santi. I am.
No, you can't. Sorry.
Okay.
Wait, who the fuck are you?
To the audience.
Yeah, but her and him, like, I mean, shit. Either one of you, like, who are you?
But no, you can look up the crime statistics when it comes to, like, Albuquerque. I think it was either number 1 or number 2 when it comes to carjacking. So I could have had a house for free. All I had to do was move there but I work remotely. I could have done it. But, well, no, and this isn't a nice, like, whiter area of Albuquerque, but I just know Albuquerque. It's just like, what am I going to do in Albuquerque?
Like the Billy the Kid Trail, and that's about it.
And it's just like, am I going to hang out? It's like, oh, like, if I'm on a date, what are there? A bunch of, like, I love Mexican women, very good-looking women, but, you know, I guess maybe some Mexican women that already have kids. No thanks.
Well, there's
I'm just not.
And you know they all want to leave New Mexico.
Listen, we're gonna talk. Professor King is gonna walk us through the implications of the Iran war. Speak.
Yeah, we're not doing. We're having a casual conversation. We don't need to do this stuff.
Without a gun, but I've never felt the need to own a gun my entire life. So.
Well, I need to get my CCW reinstated. It lapsed, but I would definitely.
You know what I found funny was when I was there and I was driving through, And I mean, it was fucking hot. And I got stopped twice by Border Patrol, and I'm like, they're looking at me, and now I'm like kind of like toasted, like I'm fucking burnt toast looking because you know whatever, like the Badger sunscreen didn't like really work, SPF 4000, and I'm like shit, you know, and they're like, are you American? And I'm like, here's my plate, and they're like, go ahead, and the dog hit on my the back of my Jeep, and I was like, shit, right? That's where the rounds were. Like I kept a case of rounds back there, and I was like, and the cop just kind of looked in through the you know the back there, and I was like, you know, nothing, and I kind of was just moved on my way. But man, like no, they've got like tweakers and jumpers and runners and coyotes running through there, and I don't mean the four-legged kind. Like there's just a lot.
You have to be careful. You have to be
Public
careful.
service announcement: use neutrogena sunscreen.
Yeah.
100.
Okay,
Well,
so
I mean, that's
when it comes,
it's just that.
yeah, but here's the thing though. This is something you need to, because you might not know if you're not like haven't been living around here recently, in like at the border. A lot of the couriers, whether it's the people transporting guns to the border, generally they don't take them across, or when it's the people that are transporting the illegals once they cross the border illegally and drive them up, you know, into one of the cities. They're mostly American now. They're mostly white. They recruit most of these people.
Ubers.
They basically recruit people largely online. And look, if you're strapped for cash and somebody says, hey, you know, I got 2 bodies for you to pick up. That's gonna be $2,000 each. You just pick them up at the border, drive them to Phoenix to this location. You know, you make $4,000 in 6 hours. I mean, that's pretty good. And so that's why it is something that despite you know, looking like a Viking or something like that, they're still, you know,
Yeah.
they're gonna stop you.
As far as like New Mexico's like sun sensitivity, I'm pale as fuck, and like I mean I barely go out in the sun, and you know I only wore it 50 SPF when I was in New
You
Mexico.
go in the winter or the summer?
I was driving back. It was in August. So
Okay, summer.
Go hike the trails and hike White Sands.
let's watch.
Bird, I'm amazing.
If you do that, like, definitely wear sunscreen.
No, I live in Phoenix.
Whether it's 50 or 100.
No, but I live in Phoenix. I don't use sunscreen.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing. You know, it's just, I mean, like Albuquerque is really not that bad. I mean, Arizona is way worse. So,
No, it's not. No, it's not.
yeah, it is.
Like,
No, it is not.
Yeah, it is. Arizona, it's like
I
110
will
degrees.
say, like,
Oh, you're talking about. Oh, I thought you were talking about Prime, and I'm like, dude, bullshit.
No,
but
I'm
when it comes to
no, sunscreen.
Yes.
yeah, the sun, like the heat. I don't know. So there's a lot of things people get misconceptions. People often confuse heat with the UV index, which you can actually be an incredible. Believe it or not, the places where you get the most UV rays are generally going to be at a high altitude.
See, like, you're missing his point.
No, I'm not
He's
missing-
talking
I'm
about
not-
sunscreen.
Yes, sunscreen. Okay, but if you look at where New Mexico and Arizona
He was
are.
literally just talking about sunscreen.
Yes, yeah, exactly. But this is you're interrupting me, so I can't make my point.
Victoria, you're
So-
interrupting.
So, New Mexico and Arizona both sit at the same height above the equator. Okay, we are both basically going to get rather similar levels of UV rays. Now, one is going to be a colder or cooler climate, like New Mexico, especially Albuquerque. This is about at a much higher elevation than Phoenix. However, being at a higher elevation oftentimes means that you'll get more UV radiation than if you were at a lower elevation. So it can actually be 60 degrees out. And you can look this up. There's mountains in Colorado, okay, that get higher UV radiation than what you see in Arizona. It's.
I mean, I was down
that makes
there,
sense.
like, in that heat, like, my alternator blew, so, like, even getting fucking parts down there was a pain in the ass. Right. But, I mean, and then at that time, it was, there was a, what is it, the Hermit's Fire, or Gulf Hermit's Fire, or something like that, was coming in, and everybody was freaking out about it, and then there was, like, just, a fucking ton of wildfire, and the heat was just, like, I don't know how you guys do it. Like, I'm gonna die. I'm dying in Texas now. That triple-digit heat is just something
When you live in Houston?
Like, I can do. Right now, I live in Houston.
Well, Houston sucks dick. I mean, I'd rather live in Phoenix. Like, it gets 120 degrees here, but there will not be a beat of fire. Like, let's just say, like, you're at the gym. Imagine you're at the gym. You worked up a sweat. Within a couple of minutes of walking outside, that sweat and your dripping clothes are like dry.
Yeah, I came coming down from Minnesota. Like, I always wanted to see White Sands. It was like on my like bucket list, and I was like, God damn it, I'm just gonna drive down. And I thought, you know what, it can't be that bad. There's people there. I've got sunscreen. I packed for it. Other people up north were telling me, yeah, whoever just said bullshit was right. I fucking died. I was like, oh fuck! I had to stop my trip, turn around, hike back to the car. I barely made it without any like water. Like, I ran out of water. Went back into fucking shithole town number 1. Bought like every finding case of fucking water. Packed up the Jeep. It was like, and I still barely had any water after I was done hiking it. I couldn't.
That's just because you're not from here. Like, it's super intuitive once you've lived here long enough. But dude, I was living in Alaska, coming from Arizona, like 10 years ago, and I remember I was driving my girlfriend into work into Anchorage. It was like 20 minutes outside, and then I was like, yelling at me. He's like, are you fucking crazy? You can't wear it. What if something happened, car? Do you understand that you can die in the fucking cold? You can't just wear a fucking t-shirt. And I was just like, oh, I didn't even think about that. Like, oh shit.
I think when people are exposed to it, maybe they're understanding. But I think Vikings basically PSA about just wear fucking sunscreen.
It isn't until you sweat it off.
Particularly.
Where to? Oh, okay.
And I'm like, damn, these people are generous.
No,
they
see,
get everybody.
people not trying to die.
So then I, stopped at first restaurant. Would you like a bottle of water? And I was like, oh no, nothing. And then I went to the, what's it called? Butte, B-U-T-T-E. That was the name of the area. Yeah. And I stayed like the Marriott there, and I called myself, I think I had like a Honda Accord. And I went in, changed clothes, and came back out to get in the car. And the car was so hot on the inside.
What's the worst?
It was only like 5 minutes too, and then from that point on, that's when I realized like I better start accepting these bottled waters because this heat is ridiculous. And then finally, I did a few meetings, and then at like 10 o'clock at night, it was around 10 or 11 o'clock. I remember looking at my phone, and it was 1:08 at like 11 o'clock at night. And I was like, God damn.
It sucks. There's no respite from the heat, like in the summer. So like. It's still hot. It will be hot. It can be weeks in a row where it's just like 116, 118, 117. And then it's like 120. It's like, oh my God, this fucking sucks. And then, at night, it will stay still above 100. I had, and like, this is where like maybe people don't appreciate luxuries like air conditioning. My AC even out in my condo in August.
Oh my God.
And I was like, this fucking sucks. Like, you think you can bear it out, but then it's like, no, you can't. And then I got a personal, like a room, it's like an AC unit for a room, but it was only like big enough to like cover a small area of the living room. And I just had to sit in front of that motherfucker the whole time. It was. Yeah.
I took it off of my Jeep and I'll fold it off. I'm going to tell you, I will never drive through New Mexico. I will not drive through Arizona with the top off. I was dying, and because I never ran my AC before, I mean, fuck, I lived up north, so either it was cold or I just kept the top off and just put a tarp over it and didn't really care about the rain. Fuck. I'm going there too. There's a special balloon going on. The first time we have a super balloon going on in Death Valley, it's going to be awesome. But I mean, when I went through there, I never turned the AC on, so when I went to turn it on, it didn't fucking work. It blew air. It just didn't work, and I took it. When I got finally back, the guy was like, "Yeah, if you never turned it on, we'd probably have to charge it and see if there's a leak in it because you gotta operate it." I was like, "I know, I'm just an asshat." And sure enough, it charged, and then I had AC. I was like, "Fuck, I could have used this down south, man."
Yeah, dude, it's just summers are something different. But I'll just say, like, you get like 3 months that are like uncomfortable, but then we have 9 months of like very little rain. And of course, the rain we do get, when it does rain, it tends to be in the summer because we get monsoon storms. And so you get like really like violent thunderstorms at night. And that's about it.
Right? Is that
No, the Arizona.
Okay. Sorry.
So like basically when the hot air at night, it like expands upwards, and then you have, it ends up basically forcing the clouds that are high up to it will be pretty violent. But just imagine it's Christmas and you can wear shorts and a t-shirt and that's that. Maybe you have to put on a sweatshirt. But you can do everything outside. When I was living in Alaska, what fucking sucked is that you got like 8 months where you couldn't do shit outside. Like it was a struggle not to like walk because the snow would melt. As I never experienced this shit before. The snow would fucking melt. Then it turns to fucking ice. Then the snow goes on top of it. That kind of melts. Then it's more ice. And then you just have all of this, like, people, you slip and fall all over the fucking place. You can't do anything outside.
That's the issue.
I think it's interesting because you're actually like bringing up like how do people experience the world and like their daily lives. And
Wait, what do you mean you can't do it? Anything outside though? Like we got sleds, dog sleds, ski mobiles. We got ski.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Situation room is stacked.
Alright, everybody check out my photo. Just released this subject.
Can you please not be an asshole?
It's not in my nature. It's not in my nature.
Wait, no, you say
it's not in your nature not to be an asshole.
So, but you say that like you there's things to do outside, but the reality is like especially during the week, you have to like go.
You're like
and
an
you go home.
You need to get
You don't have a lot of time.
Sorry, like, can you guys just like?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You can speak, princess. Go ahead.
I'm not a princess.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. Go ahead. Or pussycat, whichever one you prefer.
Or a cougar.
This is just really bitchy.
Why is it bitchy? What do you want me to call you?
Can you guide?
You could call me my name, which is E.
Your name's E. That you were born as E. Okay.
They look to the baby, they're like, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, I give up.
Bye-bye.
Like, can you just ignore him, please? Like, I just say
The only thing that I wanted to mention is weather has a direct impact on people's lives. And if you were to look at, like,
cool.
other...
Just let her finish.
Yeah, let her finish, guys.
if we were to look at like other countries, the United States is in a far better situation. But part of that is because of regulation that we incorporated. So we have Clean Water and Air Act.
We do?
We have, yes.
Talk about Flint, Michigan.
Okay, Cole, I don't want to have to move you to the audience. We gotta let the host speak in here,
Yeah,
so
mute
stop.
up, man. Like, you're not a bully.
Hoes and bros get to speak. Stop.
You fake bully.
Hoes and bros. Fuck.
Our new motto is Toast Before Bros.
Okay,
That's not gonna happen.
I'm just gonna mute up because I don't want to be a.
Is there a crisis in the situation room?
It doesn't matter whether or not you want to be a bro, you're a bro. It doesn't matter or not you want to be a hoe, you're a hoe. If you're female, you're a hoe, and if you're a male, you're a bro. That's if you don't like our verbs, then to be sensitive about it.
If
what we're
that's
being called.
really like your, if
not a
that's
big
what
deal.
you think, no, I'm not a fucking hoe because I'm just a woman.
You did say that Trump was hitting on you and that he can grab women by the pussy, so I mean, I'm just assuming.
You know, like.
He said, "I have a Cheeto stuck down my throat," and then he pulled your pants down and he told you to pee in his mouth, right?
Are you?
Guys.
No, that didn't happen, and that's not what I
I
shared.
thought if you had that much clearance, you couldn't talk about what you did with Trump.
But I am curious. You're saying yes, we have. Everybody's different. Everybody's different, and they have different circumstances depending on where they live, whether or not it's in a country or another country. Absolutely, I 100% agree. My whole thing would be: imagine that happened for hundreds of thousands of years, and I said hundreds or thousands.
So did
Not
Trump
hundreds of
fire
thousands.
you?
But hold on, shut up.
Do you know?
I'm not bitch because
But hold
of
on.
violence.
So
Pepe, do you really know if she's been a victim of sexual assault, though?
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, do you think that can actually be, like, sensitive if she was an actual victim of sexual assault?
I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I'm talking about an unrealistic scenario where, like, why would he ask her to pee in his mouth because he has a Cheeto stuck in his throat? That's not really. It's kind of sexual. But it's kind of just like
Can
weird.
this guy just like shut the fuck up because that
Which guy?
didn't happen? Pepe?
I thought you were supposed to talk about what you did in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
room.
All right, let you go.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, who's talking right now?
HI or HH.
Just wait.
If you're trying to make this about Jews or Israel or we're not doing that.
No, it's not. It's not about this. I was just asking you about.
No. Well, you can wait until after she's done. We gotta wait.
Go ahead, E. Go ahead.
I was literally talking about the fact that it's easy for us to identify with weather situations across the globe. That's it.
Yeah, I love the weather. I love the Arizona weather is great.
What in the fuck?
Who would have ever thought that Eskimos live the way they do because they're in the fucking Arctic, and who would have ever thought that Hawaiians get to fucking surf and dive for fish because they live on a fucking ocean? That's so weird. I would have never thought of it.
I also mentioned that the Clean Water and Air Act is something that the United States actually like dominates. If you were to look at the global situation.
No, that's correct. No, that's correct. Because we don't have a bunch of street shitting Jeeps from India pooping in our and yeah, they don't poop in our water. They're not putting their industrial waste in our water either.
Applied more globally. That's.
How do you do that to third worlds? How do you do that to third worlders? They can't. They're like people who don't like when a good chunk of their population doesn't have fucking plumbing. When they don't have any way to transport shit or people except for like fossil fuels.
I mean, it sounds like a good case for colonization.
If you want to apply, yeah, and I actually don't know if colonization was a bad thing.
Oh, now you want to be a Nazi when it comes to being green and all of that shit. That's nice.
I don't know if colonization was bad when we look at, like, if we were to examine it from, like, just an analytical perspective.
No, it was good. Largely, it was largely
colonization was
It
good
was
for
good
Hong
for the
Kong, for example.
Aboriginals. Oh yeah. Good for the South Africans.
See, the South Africans are living better than they have ever lived before.
Yeah.
First of all, most of the black South Africans. So there a few things happened. Okay, so you can look at the Dutch that went there. They had the Khoi, what is it? They call them Khoisan. They basically grouped them together. These are hunter-gatherers, loincloth spear chuckers, loincloth wearing spear chuckers. These were just like super primitive people. Now the Dutch came, they ended up developing parts of South Africa, and then they get into a brutal war with the English. The English were pretty fucked up to them. The English, they come into power, and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna get these niggas, and we're gonna have them work for us for very cheap. Yeah, that's right, but you ain't gonna sleep with us, you ain't gonna be near us, okay? Come on, niggas, left and right, come here, work for us. And then he did that. A lot of black people come in from all over Africa to work. They were shitty wages and all of that stuff. Now, with that being said, the rest of the continent was so fucking horrible that they decided they were going to fucking move to this place called South Africa, where they'll live under apartheid, but it will be so much better than where they fucking live, currently in Africa. Now, I'm not saying it's a moral thing for the British to do, because the morals. Well, first of all, the British are a bunch of faggots. I just want to get that off.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. And so they did what they did, and they love bringing in cheap foreign labor. That's one of the biggest problems with the Brits. It's what they're dealing with in their country right now, and it's a very classist country where you have a large underclass, and basically their upper class is so they fucking hate their underclass.
System was
They side with
fundamentally
foreigners over
problematic.
So you're saying, wait, hold on, Pepe.
If you're looking at the quote unquote colonization, if you were to actually try to bring up a society, then you would make sure that you have experts in that society that would be held accountable.
Sure, but the problem is though is that you. But the problem is though is if you try to what you're asking for. No, what you're asking for is that, let's say we become super colonizers, and we're like, you know what, India, you've lost your way, we're gonna take over. Now, what you have, the biggest problem is that you're gonna have a third world country that has limited means. They cannot go green.
I misspoke before, and I said that maybe colonization wasn't the worst problem. And the only reason that I mentioned it was because I'm thinking about countries, I don't know, let me look at Hong Kong. Before the 98 handover, Hong Kong, 97 handover, sorry. Hong Kong would have been in a better position.
Yeah, but if you're but then that was a hub.
Different position.
But that was a hub of that was an economic hub of fucking.
No,
yes, it was. It was an economic fucking hub of the Mandarin speaking people, and so they literally let the cream of the crop from the rest of China come in.
You don't fucking speak Chinese.
I don't. Neither do you.
Anything.
Can I ask a question of E? Can I ask a question of you, E?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe you can ask.
Okay, maybe, or can I?
Edward, I'm going to correct you. Wait, this is something that my English teacher used to correct us on.
May I?
Exactly. Thank you.
Got it. May I? E? May I ask a question, E, of you, please?
Yes, you may.
Okay, I'm in agreement with you, because I believe that there's two sides to every coin.
negative side would be the distribution of the infrastructure that occurred in different countries. So if we look at Hong Kong or definitely in, sorry?
Okay.
But coming off the goddamn mic.
So yeah. So it's Edward. So I agree with you because there's infrastructure that have taken place because of the colonialism in different parts of the world.
And also like the export infrastructure that developed the ability for the internet, that also occurred because of that. So
yeah, well, you know that we started out in America with the first 13 colonies, and that was pretty much the infrastructure of the 13 colonies. But we became the United States for a reason, right? Because we divorced Prince George III, the King George III of the United Kingdom, and that's why we became the United States, and we're no longer called a kingdom. So I do agree with you. Sometimes we only listen to the quote-unquote bad parts of colonialism, but I do agree with you, E, that there were parts of colonialism that actually countries got infrastructure, got opportunities, got actually a whole lot of different things because other people who had these skill sets came into other countries and developed them. So I just wanted to find out from you, and thank you for sharing that.
yeah, it isn't like I don't want to advocate for colonialism, but I do strongly think that Hong Kong would be in a better position today if we didn't like if there was
So it's pretty.
it's very like frustrating.
Yeah, to be fair, the Chinese
Hong Kong has never
the Chinese cannot. Okay, people like to talk about how fascistic, the colonizers, such as the British, every metric, far more fascistic than the United States.
Yeah, Pepe, I agree with what you were saying. Hold on, E, 1 second, E, I never said that Hong Kong was held by the United States. That's not what I said.
No,
what I said,
you didn't.
okay, what I'm saying to you is this. Right now, in the world, there are several forms of government, okay? Our government is a republic, and I'd like to ask you this question. Could you please share with me, we have 195 countries, okay? Where has the United States government colonized someplace in any of those 194 other countries?
Well, if you look at our properties owned where people cannot vote, Puerto Rico comes to mind.
You said
Guam.
colonize Puerto Rico? No, I said colonize. Okay.
Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory,
Okay.
and they don't have the ability to vote.
No, hold on. I'm sorry, E, I'm sorry. I just don't understand. Please explain to me the colonization. You said it's a U.S. territory, and they can't vote, but please explain to me.
Sir, I
what
have
did we colonize?
literally identified two territories, Guam and Puerto Rico. Both of
American
those.
Samoa.
Yeah. Thank you.
So,
Well,
Three little islands.
no, hold on, guys. I just wanted to know from E, because telling me they were colonized by America because they're U.S. territory.
Because they're military
What?
assets. Idiot. Like, I'm sorry.
Hold on. I know. Yes.
It changed hands multiple times. But a lot of these islands.
Do you want to tell me U.S. Guam is not a
Jesus, you just said Puerto Rico, you dumb twit.
served in the fucking military?
Yeah, I did. I actually served in uniform for the government. You lied and said you were in the Situation Room with 3 fucking presidents, and then you were a medical doctor. So spare me your fucking litany of fucking autism that you're going to expound on the stage.
Okay, so I was trying to do something for you, photo to help you, but then you decided to just disparage by calling me a name. I didn't call you a name. I just tried to get clarity. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and let Tuna go ahead, and I'm not going to save you any longer. You're on your own.
It doesn't matter. I don't need saving at this point.
Okay, so quite often colonization is mixed up with something worse, which is outsourcing. When you have a look at what East India Company did,
you're crazy.
On behalf of Britain. No, seriously. Take the Bengal famine. So this was at a point where the East India Company had been brought in by the Imperials, basically to do stuff cheaper than the Imperials could do it, and they didn't want to apply the manpower, so they brought in subcontractors. A lot of the looting and the plunder and just general exploitation of Bengal at that time, that was done by the subcontractors that we brought in. I would say that worse than colonization is in fact subcontracting. Just thought I'd drop that point in.
Which is what they did to the South.
Oh, gotcha. And just before we get too away from the weather point, you guys have made me feel so stupid. I thought it was an oppressive thing for the police to go and sit next to anyone that had a car breakdown out here. It's not. It's to make sure they don't die in a car. And it's only just occurred to me with the
See, when I look through history, the only place that the U.S. colonized was Liberia. That was a colony that was set up in the 1830s. Was it 1828 or 1830s? And it was headed by the American Colonization Society, but each state or city had their own colonization society, and it was set up like businesses. So when you look at 1830s, 1840s, 1850s map of the coast of Liberia, you see places like Greenville and Louisiana and Kentucky and Virginia and Maryland, and all these places. So that's the only one that I'm fine.
But wasn't that a private organization, not actually a U.S. government agency, that the American Colonization Society, that was a for-profit slaving company, wasn't it? So we can't really blame the U.S. for something that a subcontractor did.
Again, I think you can make a case for both sides. It just how you
blame the British for what the East India did.
Well, I mean, you have to look at it too like this. Like, to be fair to the black people that were slaves, and a lot of people, when they look at the South, they like to blame all of the white man. It's only white people that could afford slaves. Most white people were just scraping by. They had a huge underclass, and the aristocracy that kind of resembles what you would see in the UK in modern times or throughout times, it was very prevalent. Or in fact, the most prevalent in the South, where they had a very large white underclass. Now they treated the underclass of whites as they were absolute shit, but I mean they obviously treated blacks like horribly. And you did get the blacks that they went to Liberia. And to be fair, what else did they fucking know? I mean, it's just like, oh yeah, we got some niggas over here. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna make them slaves. We run this shit now, and it's just they're basically trying to put themselves in Mass's position. I mean,
when they got over there too.
I'm sorry, Sword. What were you saying, Sword?
No, I was just saying they got in the fight when they got over there too, because some people who was from there, they wasn't having that shit. So they got on the boat and they had to fight.
Yeah, exactly. question for you. You continue to think that you're like protecting people of color. So I'm asking.
I'm not protecting people of color.
No, well, hold on. Let me just finish. Because you keep talking as if though you understood. How many black people in the United States were free, and how many of them owned?
You're in the matrix.
I believe you asked me how many black people were free and how many owned slaves, and which year?
I think he was in the matrix. Maybe, unfortunately, the infrastructure around him probably wasn't great.
Am I still in the matrix?
No.
Yeah, you're good. Am I still in the matrix?
No, we can hear you. You asked me.
Am I still in the
what
matrix?
Percentage of? No, you're not. Can you hear us?
That was a cheap shot.
I guess he didn't have great infrastructure around him.
Oh yeah, Pepe. I still want to double down and say I don't think colonization was a great thing for Africa. I think to this day resources are being raped. South Africa people got put in townships. You had King Leopold who murdered 18 million.
King Leopold was a piece of shit. I mean,
Congolese. And still to this day, you know, you have European nations playing chess, propping up certain factions and certain militias, giving them guns, making certain tribes jealous of the other tribe, pushing them to kill each other, giving one tribe AK-47s while the other tribe, you know, doesn't have anything. Like, it's just a sick game that Europe has played with Africa. And shame on you for saying that it was a good thing for Africa.
Can you agree, though, that colonization may be like distinct based on different cuts or different territories?
No, I think the people of South Africa would have been fine.
No, I'm not talking about Africa.
Where are you talking about? Australia? Like where?
Hong Kong, Macau.
Wait, can you ask the question again? Look up the answer to Mr. Edwards' question. Between 1790 and 1860, the rate of slaves that were freed actually peaked in 1810 and 1820. So they were freeing more slaves in the middle of slavery. It started off with 8%, and then capping off at 11%, with a big glut of 13% year on year of freeing slaves.
So I did just look this up. So I did not know this off the top of my head, but it showed about 10% of the people, blacks in the U.S. before slavery was outlawed, were free, and so you had. Says here you had 319,000 free blacks, and you had 3,776 free black individuals that owned slaves, and so that 3,000 move a couple decimal points, 3 that's about 1 to 1, so it'd be about 1% of blacks owned slaves.
Right, and then do they ever talk about, why don't we, if we get a slave movie every year, why don't we get what happened or the lifestyle or the culture on those black-owned plantations? Like, were there rape farms? Were they raping little kids like the white people? Like, what was going on?
I mean, slavery movies are quite often not debate and can't be held historically accurate. Most of them are just pity porn, trying to be dramatic. They're not.
Most of the slaves in the South were like the top 5, maybe 10%, 5 to 8% of the wealthy. They were the ones that owned the slaves, but they leased them out. So, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there was a lot of cruel punishment and absolutely, like there were slave revolts, etc. We had those documented, and we're aware of what some of those events turned into because we have the journals at the time. But the onset, Hollywood has really been taking a lot of liberal licenses with it because, again, for most of these wealthy people, their main source of income was slavery by leasing out slaves to work in the smaller, poor people fields. Like, basically, hey, we need to have this industrial complex, and they sure as hell were not going to have individuals that just were starving, couldn't lift anything, go out and work some field just to be nobody would lease
What
them.
is the
They had to get paid.
relevance of like?
So why are you interrupting anything? Like, why are you even talking now?
What is the fucking relevant argument or discussion?
What the
You're
fuck
going on
are
a
you saying?
diatribe,
What
and
the
I
fuck
have no
are you
idea
saying?
why you're.
I don't know why you're talking.
Why is it
you're
even
even opening your
relevant?
mouth? Like, are you gonna
Why
go back
is
and file that lawsuit against Trump for like hitting on you in the Situation Room?
The
Or is that what you're gonna?
Brad, I wanted to interrupt in 3 words at a time, just to take a little bit longer.
No, I'm sorry. I was half paying attention, but Pepe, you were talking about slavery, and again, it just when you.
Tuna was mentioning something.
So again, you just like love interrupting. Are you like that? Are you off meds again? Like, you disappeared for a while, so I'm assuming your medication was titrated just right. Yeah. I miss the days when we had sane women on here.
I mean, okay, so you had 1% of black, which it kind of makes sense. Because, like, in order to be a person that could own slaves, you have to be able to afford them. The free blacks, I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing because of the atmosphere of our country at that time, like, not many of them were wealthy. Yes, I understand there were some that were super fucking wealthy. But other than that, yeah, like what could you do with a slave if you could not afford to like feed them or put them to work? I don't know.
They seem to be concentrated in New Orleans and Mississippi, and some of them, I'm not saying they were the absolute worst, seem to have been the black owners. In particular, there's one horrific story. Yeah, black female, a slave owner. She was one of the absolute. Like, they even made a horror movie with her, and the history. They took a lot of liberal things, but she was really brutal. And then there was this like narrative that was popping up about how, like, oh, they were just buying family members, and I was like, no, that wasn't what was going on. Like, this woman was cruel. She would lock them up in fucking cages and torture them for her amusement. Had like a whole porn factory going on where women could come in and just like sleep with them. It was fucking torture. So yeah, slavery was fucking horrific. But man, it was like you had some that were really just fucking disgusting, and then you had some that were. It was like, I don't know. They just treated them like they were, prize stallions. They weren't going to starve them, beat them, or anything like that.
And that's the thing is a lot of people because it's okay. I'm against slavery. I don't think it's moral. And I'm not an Anglo. I'm not going to try to downplay it, but if you refuse to look at slavery as being anything than the utmost brute and can experience, you're just racist and you suck. But the reality is that these are people that the children had to be raised. The slaves, they had to be cared for and until their death. And by the way, you got arrested if you mistreated your fucking slaves. Like, this is, I understand, wasn't always the case. There's corruption and stuff, but you couldn't abuse your fucking slaves. And a lot of the people that owned them, they were not nearly as abusive as people make them out to be.
In fact, after the liberation, they had like a large number of slaves that were like, oh, okay, now what do I do? And journals again. Yeah. And they were like,
But you know,
and said, hey, people were like, I'm broke, I have no money. Actually, so I can't afford to feed you, I can't afford to can't afford you. That's so good. You're free. I can't. And so now they're just wandering around, and there was nothing prepared. But then again, I'm sure E was there because she was like in the.
Okay, fuck off. You're stupid. You're like, this is really like frustrating.
then why are you here?
Okay, no,
Because
guys,
I, like-
no ankle biting. Just let her go.
Because I actually give a fuck about how the United States perception is in the world, and that's the only reason I'm here. But I'm potentially just,
Yeah, but we don't own slaves
I don't-
anymore. They're like, what do you mean?
But do you know
I
why?
wish
You know what's really weird, though?
I understood that
Understood what? Do you understand? Slavery has been practiced by all of the fucking Arabs, basically the Muslims, which even
Literally every culture across the world.
The Native Americans, they were such a beautiful, peaceful people. We can look in Asia, everywhere. But
I'm
you know
not
who
talking about the
we
topic of
participated in the barbarism.
that isn't
But what ended up happening is that you were the first people that outlawed it throughout the fucking world. If you actually sent their sailors to die to stop the transfer of slaves, it was those same white people.
Do you know that? So I didn't come to the stage to talk about slavery.
But that's the conversation. And so, like, again, you act like this is one of my most frustrating things. People like you and other, like, liberal black people that think that somehow it's only the white people, but it was actually Africans that destroyed fucking entire fucking, like, territories in Africa. Killed, slaughtered, raped, murdered, burned, fucking wholesale villages and entire fucking communities, then turned around and sold them for trinkets, beads, and fucking mirrors and marshmallows. And then it's to like fucking 5 guys on a rowboat. And somehow or another, white people were like the overall, and they had a significant part. I'm not downplaying. But you do nothing for the fucking treatment what went on in Brazil, where the majority of the transatlantic slave trade actually went to. And oh, by the way, you want to talk about atrocities and horrors? Those Caribbean and South American and Central American. Holy shit, man. You would have rather been burnt alive than go there because that was no bueno. That was not fun. That had no reciprocity. They fucking worked until they died in the fields and then just were replaced. Like, it was not treated with conditions that were nice, and the Spanish were fucking incredibly fucking brutal. So, like, you guys have no smoke for any of these other ones. In fact, you go so far as to say they're indigenous in that area, but then you're like, oh, no, they can't be the ones responsible. But yet, you never actually blamed the whole fucking structure of the entire world at that time, because guess what? Slavery was going on everywhere in the fucking world. Literally everywhere. And you had the Maroons in Jamaica that fucking put up a fucking beautiful revolt from the mountains to fucking push people into the ocean. You had the Haitians that fucking fought for their own against the French to stop that shit. But you guys never actually claimed, hey, you know what? Would have been a good idea is maybe the Africans not butchering and slaughtering a whole bunch of people, then turning around and selling them to white people after they were doing it. You never talk about the Middle Eastern trades, and you never talk about the fact that they fucking white people and made them slaves over there. So, like, it was universally, and you never talk about the Asian ones of the Mongolian slaves. You never do that, or any of the Pacific Island.
And we're talking about what's going on this planet.
Some of us were not born until like 99, so
Was there ever a worldwide slave
don't give
trade?
shit.
Was there ever a worldwide slave trade?
Yes.
That was white?
Yes.
That was white?
Yes, in fact, you know, far more brutal. Sure. No. Shut the fuck up and let me. God damn. There was a far more brutal form of slavery. Okay, so there were actually more. Absolutely.
When and where?
So Berber. I'm answering your question. Somebody just said it. Barbary slavery. There were more Europeans that were taken into slavery by the Berbers than there were sub-Saharan African slaves that made it to the current continental United States. Now they operated in a much different way. First of all, and they did it mainly through raids. They would go to your coast. They would end up kidnapping a bunch of people. Shut the fuck up. No, this is
well true.
No, this is this is well documented. So the Berbers would go to islands all over and of course the main shoreland all over the Mediterranean. And what they would do is they would end up. So the first thing they did once they enslaved you as a male is they chopped off your nuts. You were not going to reproduce with anybody, and then when it came to the women, well, they were often put in sexual slavery and a lot of other stuff. Now, with the men, after they chopped off their nuts, they would be given a variety of duties. One of the worst duties they would be given is they'd be put in the galleys of one of their fucking ships, and they would be chained there. They'd be forced to shit, piss, sleep, eat, shut your fucking filthy mouth. Okay, so I'll move you back. I'll bring you back. I'm not the one who's been muting you, but I'll bring you back up once I'm done talking. It's like, holy shit. Now, you were forced to piss, shit, sleep, eat, everything where you were. Once you were too tired or sick to continue rowing in the galleys, they just threw you overboard. And I've never met a historian. Yeah, I'm sure there's some Afrocentric, CRT. Yeah, that will just say oh, it wasn't really that bad. But no, it was absolutely fucking horrible.
The Bronze Trade. It wasn't more people than what happened in the Americas. It was about one.
No, I said continental. I said the continental United States.
It was still a lot. It was 1 million, but as far as like the United States,
it was more. How many came into the continental United
4
States?
4 million.
No.
Yes.
No, it was under 1 million.
No, hell no.
Continental United States. Current continental United States. Now, talking about that's bullshit.
He's talking about the 13 colonies. How many made it to the colonies?
No, it was just over. I believe it was. No, that's the whole Americas. No. I said the current United States. The current United States.
4 million.
No.
That's not true, brother.
It was under 1 million. Now, if we were to, I believe it might have been.
I don't even believe that number.
398,000.
Yeah, 398,000.
I don't even believe that number because when I look specific, like I dive into the archives in South Carolina, and I'm from Georgia, so that's where I started. There was no direct trade route directly into the port of Savannah because Savannah didn't become an international port until like 1833. So the route that would have been taken would have been you would have came into Charleston and then Brazil.
85% of the slave trade went to Brazil.
We know that.
15% went to the islands, and 5% went to America.
Yes, you're making my fucking point. You're making my fucking point. The vast majority of people, shut the fuck up, Holly, let me finish. The vast majority of people or slaves from sub-Saharan Africa that were brought over to the Americas were brought over by the Spanish and the Portuguese and not into the United States. No, but that is a fact.
There was 85% of Africans went to Brazil. 85 fucking percent. 85% went to Brazil. Think about this. How did the Portuguese and all the
that's the numbers because you had Jamaica.
Yeah.
You had. I don't think 85% went there because stopping roads. You had other islands, the Bahamas, Bermuda. You had Jamaica, which was a massive one. You had fucking Haiti, which was a massive.
I don't have to Google it because it was to the guy myself who actually put the numbers out there.
Okay.
I ain't gotta Google it. I talked to him.
Out of 100%, how much went to Brazil versus America? Google it.
And you know
It's
what?
gonna
The
shock
one
you.
challenge, I understand what you're saying, brother. I'm telling you, I swore, talk to the guy who was out here. And one of the things that he had a hard time putting together was the people that came from Africa, were they actually Africans? Because when you go through slavery, you got to start with the wars and shit that was taking place in Europe. So when you say, the Portuguese did this, you had Portuguese going against Portuguese for religious reasons. You had Spanish going against Spanish for religious reasons. You had British going against British for religious reasons. So they were enslaving themselves as well. So it was slavery every goddamn where. Africans was enslaving Africans, Indians was enslaving Indians, and then you had these partnerships and alliances that will take place, and then now you have different people of different nations fighting together based upon whatever their interests are.
Right. You're talking about the silent part of history when it came to the spreading of, I would say, nations, tribalism, and when it all got mixed up and erased at the same time.
Correct. So, like as an example, when we was talking about South Africa earlier, South Africa has an interesting history because you had the Portuguese that went around the coast and they started marrying. So you had Portuguese of a specific stock went around the coast and they tried to fight, and they also did a good job of marrying into these tribes. This went from, I guess, what we would consider Sierra Leone all the way around to damn Ethiopia, including Madagascar. And then after that, you had the French came, and then you had the British came, and then as things was kicking off in Brazil, one story that's told is the 3 million, people that came from Africa over to Brazil, but they were also at the same time simultaneously taking the indigenous people out of Brazil over to Africa.
And you had them people, trade, not the transatlantic triangle, where it went in a triangle back and forth.
Correct, because that's the rotation of that ocean gyre on the south. So South Africa has without, I don't want to put none on those people, but it's quite easy to say that a South African is a mulatto at best, because there were so many people that mixed in down there, that's just.
Let me ask you this question: when colonization ended, where did it stop? Now I want you to think about what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you believe that basically Rome and Alexander the Great, whatever you want to put on Caucasians or Anglo-Saxons, whatever, the white man, when they spread, did what they did, integrated to every culture. When did it stop? Am I right to say it stopped once history started? Let me ask you this: once I would say, what's his name, Columbus. Once you actually heard that, is that not when it started? And is that not when it has been changed? Because Columbus was not the first part here. Because we have evidence that they were been here. When Columbus came, or what they did during that time, is it the first time it has, how do you say, traded, mixed in history, got passed down? Or am I right to say the Vikings? Or also part of the history?
Allow me to help you out on this one, because you're sort of going all over the map. Okay, so when it comes to slave trade bans, William Wilberforce eventually brought through the Abolition of Slave Trade Act in 1807. The following year, in the US, they banned the domestic trade continued, but the importation of slaves ended in the U.S. in 1808. In Haiti in 1804 after a revolution. In 1833, the British Empire had full emancipation. In France, I think it was 1848. There are two people to have a look at when it comes to the abolitionist movement. So that's William Wilberforce and Thomas Folwell Buxton. It was really Wilberforce that was the driving force for bringing about abolitionist legislation, but there was movements in both the evangelical and Protestant Christian movements.
Let me ask you this: is it true that the Catholic Church had a lot to do with the slave trade?
Yeah, they okayed it. As somebody who's raised Catholic, I mean, I have.
Thank you.
So I'm somebody.
All that as universal.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And so yes, and is that part of the reason why the Portuguese and the Spanish ran amok? And there's a lot of other historical context, but including like them being literally under a caliphate for several, in fact, many centuries.
Y'all hear what he just said? I bet you a lot of people didn't know that the Catholic Church listen, the Catholic Church signed something that the universal world agreed on, that they were allowed to do what they did at a certain time, and they had a lot to do with it.
But that didn't have nothing to do with the British, though.
No, but I'm saying the Catholic Church had more pull than the British and everybody else in the
No, they didn't. No. The British had more pull. No. The British had more fucking pull, okay, than the Spaniards or the Portuguese. No, stop. The British are Protestants that did not like the Vatican or care about Catholics. And so you're
till this day.
No.
Literally, I think what you're maybe getting wrong is I don't think you realize why colonization happened. You have these countries with deep blue sailing capabilities, such as the Dutch, the French, the Spanish, and Portuguese, and they were doing a race across the whole world who could take the most land. And then what did they do on this land? They fucking slaughtered each other. Why? Because they were taking the most land that they could for their crown. It was literally, that's what it was about. It was not, I don't even know what the fuck your point is. Like, they were incompetent.
What were the different crowns if there was a kingdom going against king? What was the different crowns?
Well, if you would have used
Portugal, Spain, France, England.
Modern names, it would be Portugal, Spain, and stuff like that, France. But if you go back into King of Navarre,
the Catholic Church amongst all
there was two Muslims.
Yeah, they were.
What did the Catholic Church influence in all of that?
Only among Catholic countries. The Dutch and the English were not fucking Catholic, dude.
Where did the Crusades taking over the world?
Crusades happened way before the fucking colonizing.
But listen. Islam and the Crusades are the domination system. If you look at
but they fought each other though.
We're talking about colonization, dude. You're focusing on the Crusades now. Wait, first of all, stick to your main fucking point. Why was it that there were slaves that were brought to the Americas? Who was bringing them? Why were they bringing them? Okay, now you're trying to like switch over to some irrelevant bullshit topic.
So Pepe, what he's aiming at, what he's in the Matrix, what he's aiming at is Nicholas V and Pope Alexander VI.
Right.
All right. So this was in the 1400s, and there was a period at that point where Catholic monarchs were issued the right to colonize and enslave non-Christians. At the time, it was Saracens, pagans, and unbelievers. This was off of the back of the Spanish Inquisition and all of the power base that came immediately after the bubonic plague. There were a lot less people, which made the church way more monarchistic. And so that period of history where you had two popes that were actually trying to raise funds by the subjugation of indigenous people, I think the rights, it was called like the Satiric Bulls or something like that.
Was Islam involved in that?
With the Catholic Pope.
Was there coexistence between Islam and the popes during that time?
No, there's not. No, the Saracens were the early stages of what we would later call the Ottoman Empire. So
Barbarossa came from Turkey. He came from Turkey in 1504.
There was a
exactly.
Say it again.
But so what you're aiming at, right side, is a period in the 15. You're trying to conflate two different things from two very different places in history.
Catholic Empire since the Roman time,
you gotta realize,
the Islam war.
If you look at the Anglo world, they were amongst the first to abolish slavery. The Protestants are not the same as fucking Catholics. I don't know how to get this to your fucking brain. The Protestants, especially at that time, amazing. So the Protestants at that time hated Catholics.
Actually,
yeah.
Crusaders or the Catholics.
I get what you're saying.
Crusaders killed the goddamn Protestants when they fucking found them. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like even if you were, you breaking up, right side.
Yeah.
When
no,
they
there's a difference.
When they expanded, did the Islam or Muhammad ever go to war with the Catholic or Christians during the dark?
Yes.
Where and when?
Yeah,
we said during the Dark Ages.
Parts of history, like the people that could have met.
Can I make a point?
Yeah.
Right, sir. Like Emperor Constantine around like the 5th century, like 450. Like 450 AD. Like made what the Bible is today. Muhammad, and like peace be upon him, if you believe in him. That was 200 years later. And you're talking about the bro, dude, in the Dark Ages, that was 1600. We went through some hard paganistic bullshit because of religion. And if you really want to add it all together, bro, please tell me how it fucking makes sense, because I'm still trying to figure it out.
I mean, in fairness, the Quran was written in the 630s. And that's when it was canonized. So that was 200 years. When was the Council of Nicaea? Hold on, I'm gonna have to look that up.
Well, it was 325.
Yeah. But my point still standing. By spanning centuries of history and trying to conflate different events over different centuries, these people weren't alive to fight one another. Life expectancy was about 40 at that point. So the idea that these people from this century and those people from that century could have fought or collaborated, they couldn't.
Dude, John, I agree with you. I can't believe I've been talking to Kitover the whole time. Holy crap.
No,
But you're completely right, John Kitover.
No, I'm not Zachary.
He's being
This is just a troll. So yeah, we seem to have gone into a conversational cul-de-sac. Aren't tits great?
So
The Catholic
Oh,
Church.
bro, I must be my pickup truck. I can do the roundabout, you know what I'm saying?
Did Islam and the Catholic Church coexist during the Dark Ages?
No.
Yes or no? So how did Islam spread to be the majority religion?
They slaughtered
to this
everybody.
day?
They forced them into their religion. Or made.
But not here. Hold on. Where the Catholic Church slaughtered, like they took over all America.
Wait, hold on a second. So you're doing this thing where you want to immediately deflect. Oh, because these Catholics did this.
What about us?
Okay, so in the whole reason you would do that is you're trying to deny the culpability of the Muslims.
No, you're assuming something. I'm making a different point.
worldwide slavery?
I'm saying that the fact that Islam has taken everything of the Middle East and invading to Africa and its surrounding areas, right? The whole of America, as far as Spanish America, like Mid America, South America, is Catholic. Let's be honest. When have they ever went to war amongst when it comes to geography? Can you tell me?
Catholics have been doing this forever.
Or
I'm just curious. Can you tell me? Hold on. Can you give me any example of where the Vatican today upholds slavery or is?
I wasn't talking about slavery. I was talking about Catholicism and Islam spreading.
Well, you had Islam that spread from North Africa all the way
Islam is the number one spreading religion in this world to this day.
You're gonna have to listen to people answering the question.
Well, I'm trying to answer your question, so I don't know what question is on the floor right now.
There's not enough weed and
You'll just change the goalposts and deflect. He just wants to fight.
I don't want to fight. I just want to know if I'm making a point or not.
That's why it's so argument.
Yeah, all right.
I want to know if I'm right or wrong to say,
So
am
to
I
answer
making
your
a
question
truthful
in good
historical
faith.
point?
Right side, how tore up are you? Right side. How tore up are you?
Why are you trying to talk stupid when I'm talking facts?
I'm answering your question.
I'm asking you a real, legitimate.
Here's the answer.
Fucking question.
Are you?
So here's the
Oh,
answer.
you are scared about the truth.
And I hope we all have Jesus in our heart
Islam
right
leads
now.
to
I talked about Catholicism and Islam, and y'all talking about Jesus.
Calm down for 2 seconds. I'll answer the question. So, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, and the Gulf states.
That's what we're talking about, right?
Islam was concentrated. Yeah, I'm answering the question.
I talked about Saudi
Right side,
Arabia.
shut the fuck up. Let the faggot tuna finish.
Oh, he's a faggot. Yeah,
I mean, kind of, sort of. He's bi.
faggot.
You wish.
Faggot.
I mean, what is going on here?
Okay, look, I'm getting really thoroughly fucking annoyed, dude. Let him fucking finish.
Okay, so to answer your question, in the 7th century, it started off in Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf Peninsula. Then in the middle to late part, Islam spread to Syria, Jordan, Iraq, Egypt, Iran, and the neighboring countries around the Gulf Peninsula. Then in the 7th to the 8th century, in the Umayyad expansion, that's when you saw Islam expand to Tunisia, Morocco, southern Spain, like Andalusia, some parts of Portugal, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Central Asia. Then in the 8th and 9th century, Sudan, parts of India, getting as far as the Punjab region and modern-day Delhi, but that wasn't until the 12th and 13th centuries. And then West Africa was the 10th to the 13th century. There was a second movement of Islam going into the 14th to 17th century, where we saw Islam going to Indonesia, the Philippines, and then and reaching as far as China, and then sub-Saharan Africa and the Balkans in the 15th and 16th centuries. The major spread of Islam.
You know what's really funny is that the native Christians of Egypt. We can look at Alexandria when it comes to Libya. All of these places. We are Tunisia. Excuse me. They ended up basically colonizing Christian lands, turning them into Muslim lands rather hostily. And we have to pretend like, oh no, it's not rosy, but we can point towards slavery. When literally the last strongholds of slavery to this day are Muslims. I mean, it's not. We can look at where you actually have slaves, which is in Middle Eastern countries that are Muslim. But we can look at also. I mean, the Taliban just legalized slavery in Afghanistan just a few weeks ago, but we have to pretend like, oh yeah, the white Christians are so bad. But even to make
Iraq last December.
Okay, hold on, Britt. Let me finish.
To make your point,
I can't
if we look
make
at
a
the caste
statement
system,
without being interrupted.
if we look at the caste system in India, that literally includes a slave caste. But it was the colonizers that stopped the caste system being used. That's never brought up.
I loved how during the DEI trainings that the woke Google was going through, once they were going to do one on cast away, the employees like revolted. We're not doing this. No, fuck that. And they had to scrap it.
That's because their C-suite is all Indian.
Of course, it is bullshit. We have to pretend like, oh, you guys are so superior somehow. Like, no, bullshit.
Yeah, I think
People do them. You got like Indians literally practice shit that we consider absolutely barbaric. Yet we're gonna pretend like, oh no, this nice minority. And I get it. We have a brain drain where we get their smartest and brightest often, but they're to sit here like, how can you be anti-racist but then like not against the caste system?
Well, yeah, you had down in Chichen Itza in Mexico, they have some pretty good historians on the Mayan tribe or the Mayan indigenous community. And so when you have two different people from two different background and walks of life encounter one another, there's always going to be some observation on both sides to say, that's weird, or, why the fuck do they do that? Or then you'll also have some similarities, and that was one of the things that the Spanish encountered with the Mayans. So when the Mayans would have their, we would call football games, but when they had their ball games back then, whoever won, that person would be sacrificed to the gods, because they believe that, according to their belief system, they only want to send their best up to live amongst the gods. And the loser had to stay here and be a regular Joe Schmo. The Spanish looked at that and said, well, that's not, according to the Spanish belief system, Christianity and things of that nature, they didn't see that as righteous. So that was one of the issues that they had when it came to how they dealt with one another. It was, if someone is going to take someone's life, it's going to be God. Or it has to be some reason justified by God, God from their perspective. That was one.
And then another issue that they had was when it comes to, the storyline of the Bible and how Jesus was sacrificed on the cross and things of that nature. Well, when they were having deliberations with the Mayans were saying, oh, well, we got a story just like that. So when the Spanish was trying to convert the Mayans to Christianity, the Mayans was like, well,
what's the story for the Mayans?
Well, they had a god, I think it was Hanapu. That was what they called him. Huh?
I was just saying, I'm ignorant. I don't know anything about like what you're talking about. Please tell me.
Yeah, that's
Sword, Doc's pretending like he doesn't know anything and playing stupid, but he actually knows what you're talking about, but he wants you to explain the story so he can call you out and say that you're wrong.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll go ahead and skip that part.
Actually, I really don't know anything about it, so I'm not gonna call you out.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, I'll call you out if you want me to call you.
Are you watching the live stream or are you just screen recording? Okay.
No, I'm just being
me.
I'm being me. I mean, Tuna is like John Kitover. I really didn't know what he was talking about.
Why do you have to interrupt him? Doc wanted to
William.
let him continue.
Why you gotta interrupt Wallace?
So what did the Mayans? The Mayans have a similar belief that when they were being taught Christianity, they felt like, why should they switch? Continue.
Yeah, they had a similar. It's kind of like how people who practice the Hindu religion, they may say things like, "Oh well, we got the same story. It's just our God. We have our God names." Or like in the various religions that have conceptually the same story. That's basically what they experienced when the Spanish got down there, and they were kind of talking to the Mayans and trying to figure out what's what, trying to establish relationships and things of that nature. And as they tried to make their move to convert them to Christianity, the Mayans' position, they were like, well, why would we have to convert over to your religion? Here's the same story in our belief system. You call that guy Jesus, well, we got this guy here. You call this guy Paul, well, we got this guy here.
I feel you.
So yeah, that was one of the issues that they had when it came to how they, their relations, if you will, and it became a problem.
So there's another example of
that baby is gorgeous.
Decorti.
Is my nephew.
Decorti was he sounds adorable. Big up little man. So Decorti was a mariner for a tribe of the Maori, and when he started reading or was being converted to Christianity, he appointed himself as Jesus, founded a faith called Ringatu, and tried to disseminate that, seeing that the Bible was being used as a tool of conversion and subjugation amongst Maori. Interesting guy. He's someone not to be fucked with. When the British sent soldiers after Decorti and his men, they ate them and they sent the bones back, asking for
Oh, for real?
Alright, so Sword, the maze god, sometimes known as Hananapu. In Mayan mythology, he was one of the twin sons of the creator god, and his death and rebirth are pretty central to the maze cycle. It just pretty much says that he dies every year there.
Correct. Yeah, but you're talking about.
I got lost at eating people.
Yeah, but first of all, you're talking about. It was the Mayans, which were a much different group than the Aztecs that were getting slaughtered and sacrificed for the Aztec religions. Not vice versa. So. So yes, the Spanish came. The Mayans are like, yeah, we hate these assholes. These people suck. The Aztecs never put up a fight. So much for these Aztec warriors.
Wait,
They never.
Pepe, what side is your mom come from?
The Aztec.
Cool.
Well, like, but aren't they like Spanish when they took over like the Aztec area in Mexico? Like they became Mexicans because Spanish and Aztec, intricacy or some kind of.
But you drunk and have a conversation, dude. Like, Jesus.
I'm just trying to figure out.
You know what's really funny? I'm drunk right now. And I'm about to go to bed. But I realize you are so drunk and stupid that you need to shut your goddamn dirty drunk fucking mouth.
I'm asking questions.
No, honestly, they're stupid
Pepe,
questions.
it's honestly annoying just to hear his voice when he's drunk. It's the way he ends every fucking word and sentence.
Yeah, no.
It's just like,
You're going to the audience? Holy shit.
it's giving me a fucking headache.
Hey, Sword and Tuna, I appreciate your submissions tonight. Thank you for allowing me the privilege of listening to you guys because
Tuna left.
You got Tuna's still here. I see him on my screen. Did I miss him?
Yeah, he left.
Okay, sorry about that. But your submissions were pretty powerful. And Sword, I also thank you for just sharing different aspects. For me, I think that most people groups, no matter where they were from, were not always very kind. So I think that a lot of people miss out on the fact that no matter what people group, no matter what religious group, has been very harmful to not only them, but to others, whether it's their neighbor or their people. We travel, my wife and I, and we've been to 54 countries. In every country, there's been atrocities from people who actually started the country, lived there, whether it's indigenous slavery, regular slavery, selling, buying, just a pretty sad commentary on the human condition.
Yeah, but they only want to blame it on the white man. And that's what I think is ironic, is that, like, I don't pretend like white people are perfect. Somebody brought up, like, King Leopold. He was an absolutely horrible piece of shit. And look at how many European lives were lost, also while, he had the reign of power. He sucks. Like, I don't know what else to say. But, we're going to pretend like these same individuals don't exist that are black. We can go through all of the African dictators. We can go through even the black dictators that exist especially in a place like Haiti, which is a horrible place. We're the most violent and poor country in the Western Hemisphere.
This is one of the reasons why when you and I have a conversation, I always hold back. And the reason why is because I've been to Africa and I know the just atrocity of tribal on tribal war. Even in 2026, how many conflicts are on that continent? Okay, it's black on black. It has nothing to do with people ethnicity. It has a lot to do with the individual people. If we could stay away from the ethnic conversation, just talk about that man themselves, each individual person responsible for their own behavior, no matter who they are. It has nothing to do with the group that they find themselves in.
Pepe, do you remember when Joseph Kony armed all the kids and made them go
Hold on. Let him finish.
So Pepe, that's one of the reasons why, I don't highlight ethnicity or groups, because you cannot go into any country without the permission of that country, right? And we believe, this is my understanding and my background, is that when Portugal, Spain, Brazil, and the United Kingdom decided to go and operate in the transatlantic slave trade, there were also kings and queens that still exist today on the economics of that slave trade. Okay, there were African tribes that captured other tribes, and they actually sold them tons of goods. And if we're going to talk about supply chains, we need to blame all supply chains. I like what Sword talked about with the Barbarian pirates, the Muslims, and everyone else. I wish people would just really look at all the history. America, July 4th will be 250 years old. There's countries that's been around thousands of years. It fallen, it rose, and fallen, and rose. So we're a very young country. And for us to think that our history is like main history is just really sad to me sometimes. So, Pepe, that's why I stay away from the ethnic conversations.
I can understand that, but if I was black, I cannot think of really another. You might think of some other countries, and that's fine, but and they're probably, and if I'm just being realistic, they're going to be majority white countries.
You pretty much.
I cannot think of any country that black people would rather live in than in the United States, and that's whether they're from sub-Saharan Africa, that they're the descendants of slaves, Caribbeans, whoever. And we're such horrible people, but they are going to come to our countries.
But Pepe, think about what you just said. Why do you think that all people groups, including Black Americans, want to live in America?
The most opportunity, I mean, obviously.
That's the point. You see, Sorter understands this because I know he has that kind of mindset. He's a critical thinker. My grandfather was born in the soil. My father was born in the soil. They both decided to love their country, and they taught that to their children. So I'm proud of those two men who did not allow the ethnic color of their skin to stop them from being proud Americans and raising decent children and grandchildren. So I don't ever look at it in this. Yeah, we had a horrible beginning in some cases, but we all had a lot of good things that happened in America. I was born in the North, Pepe. Okay, my family did not come through the slave trade. My family came from Wales. My great-great-grandfather was an Englishman. Yeah, see, Sword? Yes, sir. You see, that's why I can't have the conversation, Sword, because so many people don't realize being from New England, I did not have that.
Yeah, but where's your black side come from?
Okay.
You obviously didn't get melanated from the white guy.
No, we didn't get melanated from the white guy. We actually came through Wales, and whatever the Welsh, the people that were in the United Kingdom at the time in England and all those areas, they also participated in what they call at the time sharecroppers and people like that. So when I went to England, that's the area that we actually visited. So what I always tell people is that, okay, everyone don't have the same. It's a big thing that most people miss out on.
Wait, you don't have anybody in your family that came through transatlantic child slavery? Because in the past, like 500 years, out of 13th great grandparents and federations, it's 262,000 grandparents is what you have. Unless
in my genealogy, I don't.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Listen,
you don't have any.
Hold on. No, stop. Could you do me a major favor, please? I know that you believe in your mind that you know other people. But
no, it's just that's a simple question. I wasn't saying
no, I'm not going to answer.
I was just saying out of the 250,000 people in the last 500 years, I was asking.
I got it. Okay, no.
So when did all of your ancestors marry? And
I'm not going to give you
respect all of them.
Finish my combo too. It's okay, man. I know. I got it, man.
Yeah. So they came over during slavery like 150 years ago, but
man.
That goes back to like fucking what, like 50,000 people, and you're like, none of them are from America. None of them came from translated child slavery. You trace all them back.
You know the history. You know the history.
No, I was just asking you a clarifying question.
And guys, it's okay. Can I finish my conversation, man?
He's like, my one grandparent came from Wales.
You going to
one grandparent? Yeah, that one grandparent came from Wales. whales, even though the last 500 years you have 250,000 ancestors.
Do you know where those numbers come from?
Yeah, it's 4 grandparents, 16 great grandparents, and
I'm
so
talking
on.
about the quarter million slaves.
Yes, 13. No, I'm talking about 13 great grandfathers, which is 15 generations.
No, I'm talking about
15 generations.
You said the quarter million slaves that came. Do you know?
No, I'm talking about 250,000 slaves. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, what you talking about?
Oh no, I'm saying in the last, that's on average about 500 years. In the last 500 years, you have each one of us, all individually, all have 250,000 grandparents when you go back 13th great grandparents, which is 15 generations. So if you trace back 15 generations and you look at your tree, it's you, that's your parents, that's your grandparents, that's your great grandparents, that's your great great grandparents. By the time you get back to 15 generations, it's 250,000 people. Do you understand?
Correct.
And then when you go one more grandparents back, it goes to over 1 million, and then 4 million, then 16 million. Every grandparent that you go back. That's what I'm talking about. But he's talking about, my one ancestor came from Wales, and that's what I was asking. Like, there's no other intermixing in the last 150 years, since I'm guessing, since they were sharecroppers in England, they were slaves. If they came over from England, which I think it was 1830s or something, slavery was abolished in the UK. So we're talking almost 200 years. In the last 200 years, nobody mixed with anybody from the Americas. Is that what he's saying?
Nah,
if he's saying that,
I don't think that's what
if he's saying that, if there's no other black people mixed in there, so that one black person that may have mixed, that was living in New York, let's say, that person who didn't come from Wales, and they did actually come from the South, or they were slaves up the Northeast, would have been slaves. That was my point. And I mean, unless he's like, yeah, my grandparents moved here.
But there was a ruling class of black people in Europe as well, though.
Yeah, no, I wasn't making that point. I was asking, my clarifying question was,
when you say where does the black side come from, if Wales had black royalty, then why would you ask that question?
Did you not hear me when he said that one ancestor that he's talking about that came from Wales?
You asked him where the black side comes from.
There's 249,000
black royal class.
Yeah, I know. There's 249,000. Okay, so you're saying that all of his ancestors who were in Wales, all the way back through 15 generations, all of them were royalties in Wales. That was my question.
No, what I'm saying is the answer to your question. When you asked him where does this black side come from, there was a black royal class in Wales.
Somebody like Wallace will come up on stage and say, I'm Scottish because my great 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 grandfather came from Scotland. Okay, but that's not the entire fucking story. There's 249,999.
So what question would you ask him then?
My question was where did all the blacks come from? Are they all from Wales? Are they all royalty? Were they all sharecroppers?
You gotta
If his family's been here for 170
you gotta add your question to the mix.
Black royalties.
The relevancy of it is your question.
They didn't mix with all fucking black royals from fucking Wales. That was my point. If his family's been, that's what I'm trying to get clarification.
That wasn't your question, though.
No, the question was, where did the black part come from? If he's saying that
we're back to square one.
Were they royalty? Were they slaves? How long have they been here? 170 years or 200 years? Or have they been here? Did his fucking grandparents move from Wales? If his grandparents moved from Wales, it lowers the likelihood that his family is intermixed with African Americans. And if they're intermixed with African Americans, if they're FBA, then they were probably slaves in America.
You're right.
Fuck.
You're right. My bad. I apologize. Something's wrong with my
But this is stupid. Brad will be like, I'm Irish. Okay. Well, that's just one part of the fucking picture. That's just your great 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 grandfather who came from Ireland. There's 249,000.
Why wouldn't you ask him?
But this is a problem people don't understand about family trees and genealogy.
Okay.
You have another 249,999 people that you're not accounting for. So somebody
but
comes
you're
up
not
and
accounting
says,
for the question you asked.
I'm English and I'm French and I'm German.
Why you keep talking and you're not accounting for the question you asked him?
Oh my God, I was just simply asking the man.
15 generations is a quarter million.
15 generations, $250,000. Yeah.
He's not accounting for the question. If Fred said, I got Irish ancestry, and then you turn and ask Brad, where does your white side come from? You gotta consider your question you asked.
Oh my God! It increases by a factor of 4 Wallace to every grandparent.
Retarded ass. Wait. I'm only what is it? Second generation American. Like my grandparents sailed over.
Yeah, and he was talking about that they were sharecroppers or
So,
something.
so Fred, if he asked you,
black,
where does your white side come
slaves,
from?
I guess, over there.
What would that mean to you?
My white side? Shit.
Yeah, it encompasses like all of fucking Europe is what it does.
No, it doesn't. That's wrong.
Yes, it does.
Because you just admitted.
Unless he's like fucking Conan O'Brien and he's 99.8% fucking Irish or something, and he's like, that just means you're inbred.
No, 1 second. Matt or Sword, could you guys please help me learn how to use the block button?
Oh, see, you gonna block 100,000 accounts, Edward?
No. I'm gonna block you.
Yeah, I have 100,000 accounts. Good luck.
No, I'm gonna just block you.
It doesn't matter if you block me, you're not a moderator, firstly, and I have 100,000 accounts.
I'm still gonna block you.
I will troll the fucking shit out of you for now on.
You can do whatever you like, man. Because you know what? You don't have a life.
Yeah.
Hey, Shub, if you read what Richard Hakluyt said about the Welsh, you'll realize what you're saying right now ain't lining up with someone who was living there in the 1500s. And his name again is Richard Hakluyt.
On that Welsh bit, I came in on that. If someone's claiming to be royalty from...
Sword said he might be.
Oh, we definitely weren't. I don't come from any royalty that I know of.
Sword said that Edward the black guy might be.
Farmers, and then we were warriors. Obviously we have a history of fighting. But I mean, shit.
Hold on, maybe wants to break down history, Viking guy.
The only royals from Wales since about the 1100s has been the Prince and Princess of Wales. Before then, it was a bunch of clans. But yes, and also warriors. My mother's family does trace its line down to chieftains in Wales and also to aristocrats in England. But as far as I know, I can't tell you any record of any black people in Wales. That's there have been a few black people who've married into some of the aristocratic families. The royal family, which includes the Prince and Princess of Wales, is pretty fucking white.
Hello, Kitover.
Well, I think you just answered.
Meghan Markle is really the darkest who has ever married into the royal family, and she's not exactly considered royalty, but she's really the darkest that has ever gotten a prince whose brother is the Prince of Wales.
Yeah, speaking of darkness, during the Irish famine, it was Haiti that shipped boatloads of rice over there. That's why there's a close connection between Ireland and Haiti. Yeah, just thought I'd throw that in there.
Thanks, John.
During the Irish famine?
Yeah, you can go look it up yourself. Don't listen to me.
No, the British, the reason that there were so many...
Haiti never sent our rice over during the famine. It came from the Middle East. It came from... I don't have to. I know the history.
No,
it doesn't have...
You didn't even go to college.
Neither did you, apparently. Haiti never sent anything over. They were a colony at the time, and they were
slaves. In the chat, if you Google it and check yourself.
John graduated from the Citadel. Thank you very much.
Put a one in the chat if you look.
Does Kitover really warrant any kind of belief here? I mean...
The British really had laws against fishing even in the own Irish seas, which is why you had a huge amount come up during the potato famine, because the potatoes were really their own staple. They actually weren't allowed to even fish in their own seas off of the coast of Ireland. Right, the British British Navy, they would be killed, or their houses would be turned to rubble. I highly doubt any imports of rice.
No, the Choctaw Nation actually sent things. They sent money. They sent $170 after the Trail of Tears to Ireland. They helped with that. Haiti did not. Haiti was in their midst of their revolution trying to fight, so they definitely did
killing all the women and children.
And then the Middle East, there was a sultan who sent an entire envoy full of food grains, but England seized those and then kept it and transported it to England. There was food in Ireland. We weren't starving because we couldn't grow shit. England and soldiers were just taking all of the food and left all the rotten potatoes.
You're entitled to your own opinion, but you cannot be entitled to your own facts.
And that's why a lot of.
You are correct. I believe there was an Ottoman soldier who did actually send things to Ireland. His gifts were confiscated by the British because there was nothing allowed.
Haiti saved your asses. All right, go look it up.
Haiti is
I know you don't want to
as lovely as an island. As lovely as a fine island is, did not send
It's a hard pill to swallow, but Haiti saved your ass. Go look it up. Why are you so afraid to look it up?
I actually just did look it up just because I wanted to be sure because there was no way. Yeah, it did. There's no evidence that Haiti sent rice over. Haiti didn't send shit anywhere. You're just retarded and you're just saying shit to be a troll. Listen, Kitover, with your fake voice and your 20 phones sitting in your Fruit of Loom underwear.
You're in the Epstein
Dude, I know you swallow.
What year did they send rice? What year are you talking about?
During the Irish famine. Go look up when.
What years were the Irish famine?
Well, you're Irish. You should know.
Tell me what years.
You said you've looked it up. You would know what period you looked up.
They didn't say shit, so tell me what year.
What period did you look up?
Fucking A. Jesus Christ.
I got you.
I can't, like, dude, like, I mean, there's some stupid people on here, but these guys that sound like fucking squeezing their balls and sound like Elmo.
Was the Irish famine?
I think
Dude, you don't.
I think approximately mid 1700s.
No, let him answer it, Bruno.
Looked it up.
Mid to late 1800s, and which
We were trying to get him to say the numbers because he doesn't know. He just throws shit out there. This is this is John Kitover who records and streams rooms and thinks he's funny and just makes like fucking dumb comments all the time and tries to pretend he's a transgender. But he might actually be. I don't know.
You don't know when the famine was.
He wasn't going to come to
just You said you looked it up?
No, I did that, but it's
you liar. You say you lied.
mid 1700s, probably late 1800s was the majority of, I think, when the Irish came to.
It was fucking 10 years. It was 1845 to 1855, you dipshit. You still don't even know when, not you, Meg, but this fucking twat. There's no fucking shit. No, dude, every Irish American knows it. Celebrate it. You know what? Here's a funny thing, Sword. Ireland, if you want to mute the fucking wannabe transgender, when the Choctaw Nation sent this money during COVID, they didn't forget this that. So during the COVID pandemic, when everything was shut down, fucking the Choctaw Nation, those that remained, were suffering really dire. They actually had like really hard economic ties. They didn't have like a lot of medicine because the reservations were forgotten about by the entire rest of the U.S. They didn't have supplies. So Ireland fulfilled its debt and sent millions of dollars to the Choctaw Nation and said, thank you for upon a time when our sons and daughters were suffering, you ponied up. We are suffering, but we will not forget your debt. And they paid that debt to the Choctaw Nation. And they did that in 2020.
Brad, that is super cool. I did not know that. That's really cool. That's classy.
I even gave from here because when they asked, a lot of us Irish Americans gave money and said, hey, we will not forget that debt. So kind of one of those badges of honors there, you know.
Much respect, man. Much respect.
So during the 1800s, Haiti was at its peak and it kicked the French the fuck out and had a lot of money, resources, and assets.
But when y'all don't talk about, like
and they shipped rice.
when Haiti got their revolution, nobody ever talks about the people that came from the mainland, both white and black, that went down there and helped them out. Why y'all never tell that story?
Or that white people also lived in Haiti and carried some of those names, and that they had trade routes with Cuba and New Orleans. But they don't deserve to know that side of the story. But what happened to the second famine in the 1840s, the potato famine?
Yeah, potato famine.
So we had to send potatoes over.
Hey, Brad, that's the reason why Lonzo don't like me. Is that why? Because I tell him his own history. Like, bro,
there's common knowledge. But Sword, John James Audubon, he came to Louisiana. We have a nature institute. We have a fucking zoo. I'm not cursing at you. It's just the shit irritates me when people do that. We got a zoo, aquarium, insectarium, a nature, a park, a nice ass little park in the nice side of town named after this man. Like, he was in love with Louisiana fauna and flora. He has all type of portraits of us. A white dude from Haiti, born in Haiti.
Yep. Haiti was beautiful. Like, there's a guy, John Franciscus. His brother was in Planet of the Apes, that movie. And he was a big time real estate developer and seller down through the Caribbean. And he loved Haiti. Haiti was his home to him. He said he figured himself as like Hemingway living amongst the Caribbean. And he loved Haiti nonstop. Wrote a book about Haiti. It was like how beautiful and how much it could bring, how much money and tourism and how great the people were. And it truly was. The woodworking down in Haiti was really fantastic when we went there. Like,
how do you, when you go to Ireland, Bano, and you go into the halls of power, there are testaments to what I'm saying, that the Irish people are forever grateful to Haiti for shipping rice. Type that in your Google
they
browser.
Never shipped rice in the family.
Yeah, type that.
Jesus Christ, you can't be that stupid. Well, your name is stupid, so maybe I'm wrong.
Triggered.
Pun intended.
Triggered.
Retarded people. You gotta medication in this country, man. We gotta get people back on meds and bring back a silence.
Ireland said they're forever grateful to Haiti. Go look it up.
You gotta get your Christians back to doing exorcisms, man. We gotta get you guys back.
Type it in your browser. You're not busy. You're in Clubhouse. Ireland states we are forever grateful to Haiti for the shipments of rice that they sent during our famine.
Said no one ever. There's no history book. Put the link. Thought so.
If Haiti even had been in that position, it would have been confiscated by the British ships before it even reached shore. So they would just absorb it into their own.
Correct.
Lives.
And then, once you post the famine, you still had, like, quote, the troubles arising, even though that's not the period of time that the troubles were. You couldn't wear yellow, because that was, like, a form of it. We couldn't wear certain clothing colors. Our true color was actually blue, but that got forbidden, so it went to green. Ireland has just been dicked around by England, which is why, like, you'll hear me go off on English people, like, sometimes really hard.
Oh yeah, no, that's nothing new. That the Irish have a pretty sworn hatred of the English, and pretty good reason why.
Oh, I put it in the chat for that fucking retard.
The best part was in World War II when England was asking for help from Ireland, and Ireland was like, no, we're going to stay neutral in it, and then they were cheering the fucking Germans on. They were bombing England, they were like rooting for them.
Well, see, one of my I'm a part of a history group, and to your point, Brad, one of my friends, actually out of Houston, one of the best researchers and historians that I've ever come across, Oliver Cromwell, is actually in his genealogy. One of Oliver Cromwell's daughters is like his 13th grandmother or some shit like that. So he has a bloodline that goes into England, if you will. He has another bloodline that goes into Wales. So a lot of the research and the approach that I take is kind of like how the world sees things. The world sees, families and bloodlines and stuff like that. So that's kind of the approach that I've learned to take when it comes to learning history.
That's fucking wild and awesome. That's really cool. Like you and Marshall would be like a drunk night together would be hysterical listening to you guys all. Like it would be actually epic. I would actually pay to attend it. I would buy the booze and the food. So you guys were fat drunk and then just started going on about history.
Well, see, the thing is, and we Marshall and I have been chatting in the back channel, but like they have, because they went to college and they've kind of went through the formal process of understanding the law versus me, just raw independent studies trying to figure this thing out. I have more for people like Abby, Marshall, and stuff like that. I have more like operational questions. So if you kind of remember some of the questions that I was asking earlier, like what happens after the hearing, those are more operational things that, I can just ask somebody rather than investing all the time. Eventually I'll get to it and learn it, but, there's a lot that I don't know operationally, but I try to merge history with the law. Because some things, that I believe I was told in school, some of this shit just don't make sense to me. So I decided, that I'll go back and read it on my own to see what I find. And if it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not. And I need to go figure out what actually happened. So when we were talking about slavery earlier, even the concept of the practice of slavery changed from the Roman times to, the British times. So, it was just, when we talk about slavery today, it's the context and how slavery was performed and the motive and the reasons why it changes over time, and it changes depending upon the nation. It's just not one blanket story to say, oh, slavery. It's like, there's a little bit more nuance to it than just, how some of my people kind of characterize it.
Yeah, I understand that. And it's so, like, slavery in the U.S. is so complicated because you have so much fiction that is tossed into it. Like, and I'm not taking away any heroes, but people will often cite Harriet Tubman is a prime case in point for me. We had a whole room on this discussion. And then not only that, we ended up having to back the proof was to say, hey, we had to pull from the congressional archives, like the Library of fucking Congress. We were pulling books there because I still carry a subscription to it. So we were downloading documents from there and saying, hey, look, here's the records. Here's all the books on it. And we were saying that, like, Harriet Tubman had to sue for a pension after the war. She wasn't paid as a spy. She did it voluntarily, and she did movements. And, history leaves off a lot of the men that were kind of, like, with her, especially her husband, who, like, was really much a instrumental source to be able to go back and forth. But, when people were like, oh, she was paid by the federal government to go ahead and do this, she didn't. She had to sue to get like a small fucking pension after the Civil War. And we had to break that down for people because they just didn't understand how it worked back then. It just, like, it was a different time and culture. And I really hate Hollywood and like stupid movies like Gone with the Wind for creating this perception of what life was like and all of these like fanciful romantic and issues that just really weren't true.
So during COVID, I got like really fucking bored when we were laid off, and I did the whole ancestry tree.
you're talking about Oliver Cromwell. So, and mine is Edward Boone, which is the brother Daniel Boone, Rebecca Palatine Montauk, Pocahontas, what's his name? Fucking the guy that kidnapped her. No, it wasn't. His name wasn't Smith. Huh? No, he's the guy that kidnapped her when she was 12, took her to England, and she got pregnant, and he brought her back to the Americas, and they...
John Rolfe.
John Rolfe, yeah, John Rolfe and Thomas Rolfe, yeah. So Thomas, his son, Thomas Rolfe, is one of my ancestors. Also, King James IV, Iron Belt of the House of Thistle. But there's like a couple million people that are related to King James IV. Same thing with like Pocahontas, there's like 100,000 people that are related to her in the United States and England. Through Thomas Rolfe.
Which James IV out of Scotland or James IV out of England?
Scotland, the Iron Belt of Thistle, yeah. Not the 8, the one that compiled the Bible. And then the other one was Sir Francis Drake's brother, Thomas Drake, which led the Spanish Armada out into the ocean and then destroyed their ships after they got like knocked down by the sea. Because I seen like Thomas Drake, and I'm like, that sounds like. I started looking him up, and then I realized I was like, oh shit, that's Sir Francis Drake's brother, and they were like merchants and stuff.
You heard me. Did they have any?
There's a couple million of them that were
slave traders there.
There's a couple million people in the United States, also in like all throughout Europe that are actually related to him. So it's not like it's the sole descendant.
Nah, yeah. Nah, that's what's up, man. I love.
Yeah, if you go to look up on YouTube, Sir Francis Drake, and you like look at the documentary about his life, there's like thousands of people in the chat that are like, I'm fucking related to him or his brother, and we're all like, oh shit, we're all related to him.
Well, see, I love like hearing people, do their genealogy, family tree, whatever you want to call it, because you find some interesting things, and you never know where it's going to take you. History is history. Whatever happened is whatever happened. But, the one thing I try to get my people to do is like, man, fuck it. Just go do your family tree. Go figure out, you got history, but then you got your story. Your story is like the small fingerprint that's within this big ass spider web of history. But, what's most important is, you being able to tell your story, because everybody know exactly where their ancestors come from. Why don't we?
Eight different Native American tribes and 7 different what do you call them? Jewish different groups, like German Jewish, Polish Jewish, Prussian Jewish, Belarusian Jewish, Turkish Jewish, Italian Jewish. And then I had one from Iran over during the Franco-Ottoman-Turkish alliance when the King of France was captured in a tower in Spain, which I didn't know the story about it. I knew the Franco-Ottoman-Turkish alliance, but I didn't know like the backstory. But he called upon the Ottomans, and then the Ottomans showed up. But he was named, he was from Salin village in Iranian Kurdistan, and I guess he showed up in Belgium. And then all it shows is like his next genealogy is like the name of his daughter, who ended up taking on her husband's name, which was a Belgian name. So I guess he met himself a little Belgian chick and ended up.
Bro, I heard this story about. Go ahead, Viking.
I was just gonna say, I love how everybody's connected some way to somebody famous. Mine comes from a regional area in Ulster, and we don't have it. Antrim and Derry is like where my family originated from, where they lived before that, and absolutely nobody famous until I guess. No, that's not true. There is somebody kind of famous, but he was a coroner that was helping to exhume the bodies, who gained some popularity during the Troubles for those Irish individuals that were absconded in the night and then disappeared during the IRA brigades. But outside of that, literally absolutely nobody. We were just like a small regional farming clan.
How many people did you search though? See, like for me,
all the way, dude, check, like all the way back. Like we know, like nobody was was like really monumentally famous. We were
I could go back.
farmers,
I could go back like
herders,
England and the UK and stuff, and France. I could go back to like the 1490s. But out of the 262,000 people just in those 15 generations, I could only find 2,200.
I might be related to Beyonce.
You might be it.
Because I got one of my ancestors that was a lead married to Knowles, who was a printer to I think this was in the 15 to 1600s, but he was a printer to whoever the royal family was at the.
Yeah, there was some like British poet or something in like the 1700s, and I found that. And my cousin graduated for like creative writing in English and stuff like that, and he works for like Scientific America. It's like a proofreader, and I sent it to him. I was like, dude, I thought you'd think this was.
Yeah, most of my family died in wars, not of their own doing, but mostly going all the way back. Talking about stats, they were in Northern Ireland, so they ended up having to constantly fight and be grabbed into wars. England invaded multiple times, so Derry's always been that kind of a backdoor into Ireland, and a really great farming community. Mostly sheep, some pigs, and a lot of vegetables, like mostly potatoes and turnips. Mostly turnips, and then the men always went off to war, fought, lived on a farm.
You know, one of the things that frustrates the shit out of me when I hear stupid fucking people like say the average life was like 42 years or something. You know, they do that calculation. They calculate all the babies who died at like childbirth or like within the first year or something, and they factor those in. And they're like, oh, well, they have like stillborn babies, so we gotta factor that in. But in actuality, when you're going through like these ancestry trees, you're like, wait a minute, this person was born in 1560 and died in 1640. And you're like, wait a minute, they're like 80 years old. And you start seeing a bunch of them like 80, 90, 70 years old. And then you realize like not everybody just fucking croaked at 42 years old like they try to claim, but they factor in like childhood mortality and stuff. That's how they get to that stupid act.
I saw this one story once where it was like this guy John Howland or something, came on the Mayflower, and he like fell overboard or whatever, and they ended up saving him. And then he becomes the leader of like the first colony, or the governor, and he's responsible. I think they trace like 2 million people can trace back to just him, from him and his wife. And it's like, it's crazy how fast it goes. Like this dude and I don't even know the dude, but some dude in my family did this trace back thing, and he sent it to everybody. So it's like a little like, it's like the old school like papers with like the fucking, you punch the little rectangle holes and you have a little fucking spine thing that he put it all together, whatever. But it was like the first people we could find were like it was like the 1840s or something. They had 13 children. Those 13 children had like 60 kids total. So those two people had like 60 grandkids. And then like after like 4 generations, there was like 300 people. And it was like, holy shit. And then you start really about it. It's like how fast it can go. You know what I mean? Like even my grandma right now has 22 great grandkids from only 14, I think, grandkids. Like it's
my grandmother had 7 kids. Well, my mother's grandparents, her parents had 7 kids. My dad's, they had 2 that survived, 5 that died. Like my grandfather talks about it. My one on the one side, he talked about it, but the ones that died, two from illnesses, and then the others from British soldiers. One stomping his sister's head in as she was a kid over in Ireland, and then they would fly over here. So like, I mean, they all have these like really horrific stories. But my one grandmother, you're right. Like all of a sudden, she was like, I have like 20 grandkids now because everybody ended up having like two, and then there was like a couple others that had more in there, and then you're like, holy shit! And then you realize how big we start to get, and then you're like,
yeah. And then if they're married into families, right? Like so, over they're getting. So it's like it was crazy. Like from like the I think it was like 1840 something, and then we were only at like 1910, and there was like 500 people. You're like, what the fuck?
No.
Like it's
what's weird is we have Like in my family now, if I looked, my line, not my kid's line, but my line, we have 4 black men married into the family. We have 3 black women. We have 5 Hispanics, myself included. And
count though.
In two generations, we are like fucking the United Nations. All of a sudden, we like literally have everybody under the sun now. Like we don't have any like preserving of the line.
One of the ones that Edward will actually enjoy is that. So most of my dad's side of the family didn't own slaves, but my mom's side fucking heavily. Well, on my mom's side, one of her ancestors was a famous architect who actually built one of the most famous slave plantations in Mobile.
Do we get Mama family races or they?
I guess they own slaves.
Somebody like the reason. I just want to one of the famous plantations in Louisiana. I'm actually tied to. So I'm not directly descendant of the people that owned it, but some of them married into my family. But I do have a great grandmother that was married to a prominent cotton plantation owner in central Mississippi. And they did some other stuff, but yeah, a lot of his descendants.
There was parishes in Louisiana where there was more black slave owners than there were white slave owners.
You know what's crazy? There's that one prominent girl. They did her genealogy. I forget her name, but they found out that she actually is descended from one of the people that landed on Plymouth Rock. And she was like, no, that can't be true.
The famous black chick that like tried to blow up a fucking federal building and shit, and then she never went to, or she did go to prison, or didn't go to prison. Yeah, I seen.
Yeah, and if you've never seen Plymouth Rock, you should Google it. It's literally a rock. I'm not kidding you. You expect this giant stone or mountain. It's not. It's a pebble.
Yeah, it's literally.
It's really tough.
Yeah, that was on Ancestry. They had like a video, and it was an African American guy who was a historian, and he was talking to the lady. I can't remember her name. She was big in like the 60s and shit, and she tried to like blow up a federal building and stuff, and she was like part of the Black Panther movement and all this shit, and then she like fucking hates white man and shit, and then he like goes through her ancestry, and he's like one of your ancestors was one of the white people who landed on Plymouth Rock, which makes you white, and she was just sitting there like staring at him, and he's like, does that change anything for
One of the unique things about me, my grandfather's family, 14th cousins to James Buchanan, the president. My grandfather and my uncle and my cousins and my aunts traced it back to the clan of Buchanan over in, I think, French Canadian, and then over into
So you were related to the cotton people in Louisiana, because there's a lot of Buchanans around the Lafayette and Broussard area. That's so a lot of them went to
It was Angela. Yeah, she was the one that's part white, the Plymouth Rock thing.
James Buchanan is from Pennsylvania, but he had no kids. So he was cousins to somewhere in the family line, 14th cousins to my grandfather. But my grandfather married a Bates, and that might be like to the
Bates. Oh wait, if you're related to Pate or Pate, oh shit, a bunch of them on the East Coast too. But
it was Harry Buchanan and Bates. But then they go back. I kind of looked it up myself through my grandfather. But my grandfather was one of 7 or something. I gotta look it up, but some of them died young.
So with the historian,
You could go.
Oh no, I was just gonna say the African American historian guy. That was the actual scene. I don't know if it's included in that video that's in the chat with Angela Davis, because she was going on her rant about how bad white people are and shit. But then he explains to her how her ancestor was one of the passengers on the Mayflower, and then he ends up showing her how a bunch of her ancestors were like slave masters and stuff and plantation owners. and then he explains how FBA people, people who came through transatlantic chattel slavery, they haven't tested one person so far through Ancestry DNA and or 23andMe that don't have white DNA. And it's mostly because the slave masters were having sex with their slaves.
Do you know why they did that?
Because sex is fun. I mean,
Well, because
actually there was some rape too.
Yeah, it was mostly.
One of the things is, if you think about this, one of the reasons why slaves in America are a lot different. We broke them of their family heritage, their names that they know. That's why a lot of the slaves had Johnson or Lincoln.
Wasn't it Jefferson that after his wife died, he ended up remarrying one of his slaves, and then he allowed all his slaves to go free, but he told them if they left the plantation, they would probably be captured and sold back into slavery, and then they ended up residing on his property until the day he died. But he had inherited the slaves through his in-laws. So his in-laws passed away. They inherited the slaves. He told them that he was against slavery, and that if they wanted to stay on the property, they could be free men on the property. Then his wife passed away, and then he ended up marrying one of the female slaves, and they ended up copulating, having children. And that was the one with like Oprah.
So how do we get to these black slave owners in Louisiana? Because I'm actually shocked that y'all know that story.
Oh, the parishes in Louisiana?
Yeah. Yeah, like Antoine Dubuque and Marie.
Oh, dude, they were fucking brutal too. Like,
no, they were. No, they were not.
Yes, they were.
No, they were not. They were giving their mulatto kids and grandkids. They were giving them sugar, bro. They were giving them sugar.
There's drawings and depictions of.
Drawings and depictions, bro. I can pull up photos of Creoles. Dressed up, looking better than. Because remember,
they were slave owners.
A lot of remember, the white population wasn't heavy in Louisiana until the 1800s. Because we have some of the Ellis Islander. Some of them live here and they mixed in. So when y'all look at some people and assume they're Cajun, they might have some other stuff in them. There's Cajuns that even tell you that they're not all.
I actually got a screenshot.
Majority of the American slaves.
Yes, they have black ancestry too. Some of them.
There's one from the Louisiana parish where he's beating them with a whip. Sorry, go ahead.
Painting or an actual photo, because you got to remember, in 1852, Antoine Dubuque was a treasure, one of those prominent Creole slave owners or plantation owners who had multiple sugar farms because he got it from his dad, his French side. He was a state treasurer in the 1850s, 1852 to 1858, before the Emancipation Proclamation was passed. So, yeah, that story, the story's deep. They'll get a little muddy. I know New England story is also certain parts are being suppressed, but yeah, it's a little different. That's why some of these black Creoles, that's why they still retain wealth. When you look at them, a lot of them live nice. And it's been like that for generations.
I got a question about that. I've always found this crazy. Because, like, before, was it 1804 or 1803, the Louisiana Purchase? Like, would that be, it was France.
So,
like,
hold on. So France founded Louisiana in 1680, and then Spain got control in 1763, from 1763 to 1802. So even within that time, you still had these French and German, because Germans also came too, French, German, and Spanish settlers having babies with colored women. There wasn't really a lot of white women at that time until a little later.
How does that work though when you like? I'm just curious about this. I don't know.
Because Creoles come from the mulattoes.
When you look back, like into the mid 1700s, are you saying like would you look back at your family? Not you. I'm saying just someone that lives there. And they're like, fuck, they were French. Like they lived under French rule.
Yeah, half of French. Half of that century was French. Another half was Spanish, and then there was also a migration of people from the 13 colonies into Louisiana after the annexation, so you also have to consider that. So we do have Spanish Creole. Yeah, we do have white and black and mixed people because there's a lot of racially ambiguous people down here as well that could trace back to that. So when it comes to being Creole, because Cajun is a little different. Most Cajun, for the most part, they descend from the people that migrated from Canada. Some of them could be mixed, but a lot of them tend to, a lot of them pretty much pass for white, and Creole is more on the blacker side of the spectrum. But if you have those old ancestors, that's pretty much what makes you Creole, man. We just and we kept the cultural elements that have been passed down from those centuries, from indigenous aspects, the European side, Caribbean, African is debatable, but it's kind of a.
Who'd the French get it from?
What, Louisiana?
Well, African was debatable.
Yeah, wait, hold on, wait. What you said about the French? Yeah, it's debatable, but what you said about the French?
Are you trying to make the argument that black people didn't come through translating chattel slavery, or no?
Wait, but who asked about French? Wait.
Oh, I asked about French, but I mean.
Oh wait, who they got it from? Oh, they made deals with the Choctaw. Yeah, the Choctaw. So the Choctaw actually, man, whatever. This nigga probably got 2-3 followers.
Niggas are from Africa.
Go ahead.
So you can't use that.
You're from a test too. You're worried about it, but as far as the land acquisition, they made deals with the Choctaw to eliminate other smaller tribes so they can get the land. They teamed up with the Tunica against the Natchez. That's why we have the Natchez. Mike Allen, to answer your question, the indigenous people, the Choctaw, did deals with the French Jesuits and the settlers and pirates to pretty much overthrow smaller tribes so they can get land, and certain land allotments were given to the French, especially for the cities. That's why you have Natchitoches, and that's why you have New Orleans. And there's plaques that narrate the story. So that's why happened. The land was pretty much kind of given over. But I mean, it was given, and it was also pretty much like.
Well, that's what I always see. That's the stolen part. Because I always get in the arguments with people who are like, "Oh, stolen land, stolen land." I'm like, look, yo, we bought this shit from the French. Like the Louisiana Purchase, which happened after the Revolutionary War, which is weird, right? Like we fight the Revolutionary War, then we buy land, but we bought it from the French, and it's like take it up with the fucking French. And I can never figure out. Tried to do research on this. It's like, who the fuck did the French get it from? They just had it. It's like, were they here? Like there was already French colonies, and then all of a sudden they're saying that we were the first.
They were hunting on the indigenous.
So the whole history's muddled.
But they kind of was also hunching on indigenous people too, because when the Spaniards came, they got spirit chucked. The Spaniards couldn't really get pulled in Louisiana in the actual boot until the 1700s, because when they tried in the 1500s, they were getting spirit chucked. Like they were getting killed and massacred, but the French kind of had to sneak their way in. And some of the first settlers that actually founded the colony, Louisiana territory, were Jesuits, the Jesuit priests, missionaries.
Histories of battles between the French and the Choctaws or whatever. Like the Mexicans were fighting with the Texans and shit. And before Texas.
You had the Natchez revolt, and you had the French Indian War. So the Natchez is one of those tribes that was defeated, and many of those prisoners were sent to Haiti in the 1700s. The remaining were absorbed into society here, but a lot of.
Yeah, it's just crazy muddle, right? Like the only thing that pisses me off about the only thing that makes me so fucking mad, it's like we're the only country in the world that seems to just not have some ancient history. Like I know there was shit going on here in the year 1100, 1200s, in the 800s. Like what the fuck?
Louisiana still Louisiana's mounds.
Know what it was.
Yeah, Louisiana's mounds, the LSU campus mounds have been dated back to 11,000, 1,300 years. So we have ancient history going back even before, some of the stuff that's mainstream, like Egyptian pyramids or the Stonehenges in England and stuff. But it's just not as highlighted, and it's not. We're still trying to push and make it become mainstream, but there is archaeological evidence that the mounds at LSU campus date back to over 11,000 years.
They're so fucking old. They got grass on them.
Yeah, and but we also have stuff like Poverty Point and Break. Poverty Point is 4,000, and Watson Break is 5,700.
Yeah, Yeah, like I don't care what the history is. I can give a fuck less. You're not gonna tell me that like nothing was happening here prior to like 1500. Like get the fuck out of here. Like I've heard that we have castles and shit, but we turned them all into prisons and insane asylums. We had all that fucking shit. We had everything over here. It's like, the Grand Canyon. Like what the fuck was that? Like, what the fuck was that thing?
They actually got the Grand Canyon hieroglyphics in the Grand Canyon. So there's stuff that goes back that far that in 1914, the Smithsonian shut that down because they didn't want the hieroglyphics and the ancient artifacts from then made known.
Dude, I heard that there's like, isn't there places named after Egyptian, like, there's like the pyramid of Isis and shit, or Osiris. There's like places in there, and then there's like places you can't even go. Like, they're like locked off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Smithsonian shut down. There were explorers in 1913 that actually went into the Grand Canyon and found stuff, and then Smithsonian took over and shut it down because they don't want you knowing everything that's in the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. I think it used to be like this crazy city, and we just fucking blew it to hell. I don't know.
With the river and a lot of stuff passed through that.
Yeah, Colorado River's in the bottom of it, isn't it? And the Colorado goes to the Mississippi.
All of them.
It could have been the original Garden of Eden. It could have been the original Garden of Eden.
But there's also there's a suspected underwater city off the coast. There's some Berry Islands in between Biloxi and St. Bernard Parish, just outside of New Orleans. But they date that back to 12,000 years also. Because they found Egyptian granite. So they found some granite, and they were wondering where it came from because it's not
natural.
Egyptian granite, yeah, it's not really natural to that area. So they don't know if someone brought it there or if it was used to construct stuff, and they suspect that it could be something underwater, and that when fishermen would go there, their devices and their compasses act up. They start acting haywire when you're over a port, when you're over some type of weird magnetic.
It is wild. I have heard that too, that we're like the original gods. This is God's country, right? This is the original promised land.
Garden of Eden, yeah.
Like no one's technically supposed to own it. It's like, and I heard there's a bunch of places out in Utah that are named after biblical places. Like they have these places in Utah and shit. And that's the Mormon thing. Like everyone calls that Mormon dude crazy, bro. But he was like, yo, this is God's place. Like this was the place. I don't know. Maybe he fucking was right. Who knows?
Yeah,
it is weird. Like our
all
country
the rivers come together there. We have
everything.
4 rivers. We got the 4 rivers that come together, like the Nile, and all that. So it could be the original Garden of Edens in America.
Yeah. And we have everything, right? Like we have mountains and like wilderness and shit. We have desert. We have more coastline than any other country. We have every type of element. Like it is kind of wild. This kind of like, if you really think about it. Think about just accents we have. I mean, Boston and New York are right next to each other, and they have different accents. Like, it's fucking weird. It is.
And we used to have animals too, like we used to have lions, cheetahs, horses, camels. What else? They say the first prehistoric dog came from North America, marsupials. Even when they depicted Tyrannosaurus Rex and all of those dinosaurs, most of those dinosaurs in the Cretaceous period that depicted a North American fauna. I was gonna say flora. I mean, it's both, but.
So, do you realize that we're actually all descendants of Noah's wife and Noah and his 4 sons and their wives? So we're all actually related. If you look at the biblical term of the flood, so in reality, you're talking billions of people, 8 billion people on the earth came from.
What was the name of Noah's 4 sons?
What was Noah's 4 sons' name?
Well, you got each of the I can't remember.
It's 3 sons. It's Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Yeah, I was gonna say trick question.
I thought he had.
It wasn't fair, Rich.
Sorry.
Yeah, Ham went to Africa. Shem stayed in the Levant, and Japheth went to Europe.
Okay, his 3 sons. So Noah and his wife and his 3 sons and their wives. The population came from them. So technically, we're related all together. 8 billion people from them.
But wait, where'd their wives come from?
They were married to him before.
I'm saying like Noah's sons' wives. Who were the wives' parents?
Well, they're now dead. Or they were dead after the flood. So technically, okay. So then Adam and Eve became.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So back to Noah, the great flood. That's where the rest of civilization came from, the 8 billion people. Because there were only those 4 families left here after the flood, supposedly, according to the Bible, which created 8 billion. Was saying, going back 15 generations, you got 250,000 people.
I was shocked by that when I saw that.
Yeah,
but I was also
262 and then 512 to their grandparents.
Well, here's the craziest part, and I'm not trying to be rude or whatnot, but the Vikings did a lot of this, raping and murdering and all this, so I'm pretty sure if it wasn't for someone in your family history being raped, you probably wouldn't be here. If you think about that.
Say that one more time.
Not every family was married back then. So going back 250,000 people, someone more than likely was raped, and you were probably your family was conceived through a rape or some kind of incest or some kind of thing that we talk about nowadays that is weird, but we say, okay, if I'm raped, I'm going to have abortion. They didn't do that back then. They just had the kid, more than likely. The Vikings raped people when they went to things. The Romans did it when they conquered lands. Everybody, like, throughout time and history, people talk about it nowadays like rape's bad, which it is. But if it wasn't for rape, you may not have ever been conceived. If you think about it.
But no, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, bro.
Did I say that right?
Yeah, you said it right.
I'm a Razorback fan, bro, so I fucking hate LSU. And I always see when they write go Tigers, they write with the fucking EAU. I'm like, good God, fucking weirdos.
You're lucky I went to you. So I guess I have to ride for the state, but I went to UL, so I'm a Raging Cajun, so we're kind of like a domestic or a home rival with them. Even though, you know,
it's like Arkansas State. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like Arkansas State. Like Arkansas doesn't have a rival.
Sorry, I went so deep. I just was saying, out of the 250,000 people and 512 he was talking about, whatever, 262, it had to happen somewhere along your genealogy that happened.
But no, have you ever came across that theory, like migration didn't happen from east to west, it actually went from west to east?
Yeah, I've heard that west to east, and also from the Pacific, because you know, they say that people in the Pacific, like the so-called Australoids, they have a different origin or a different genesis, or I guess that their mitochondrial DNA is unique from the rest of ours. But I have heard stories of people migrating from west to east, and why they would debate
what was that? They would debate hemp being present in West Africa, the cocaine mummies. Oh yeah, crops. It's a lot of crops being grown in Africa that actually come from the Americas and Asia.
Bro,
I would say something else. I'm almost done. I would say something else, but I don't want this to come off as xenophobic. But it is a fact, so I'll probably say.
No, talk like we're in the '90s, bro.
Because I recently came across a video of South Africa. It was a white dude, South Africa, and he was on a podcast and he brought up how before the 1950s, a lot of Africa didn't really have the advanced birthing centers that we have now, and that their population actually doubled when it was introduced or when it was put out there in mass in the 50s and so forth. So they didn't really always have that big population. So how is it that all of humanity just spawned from, I honestly don't believe humans came from one place. It might come off offensive to some, but I don't believe that everyone came from Africa or just one place.
Yeah, I believe different types of people were created to inhabit different parts of the planet.
Yeah.
Personally, I believe.
Well, that's the Tower of Babel. Basically, everybody spoke one language, and then he separated and sent them all their way.
Yeah, confuse our languages. That's how we get babbling. That's what babbling. Like when you can't understand somebody, you're babbling. So they confuse our languages, which makes it sad. Which begs the question: like, did we have multiple languages? We just understand each other, or did everyone just speak one?
Well, I think there was a similar language at one point, and then at the Tower of Babel, everybody was given certain people were given different languages to go and communicate and send separately.
Yeah, the whole shit's crazy, man. And like I said, I don't give a fuck what was going on. I just want to know the ancient histories. I know some shit was going on. Like, you're not just gonna tell me. The Louisiana proves it. You know.
Well, America is the least we know about, even though there are pyramids in America, in Georgia potentially, in different areas, the Grand Canyon, which the Aztecs,
Illinois, you got Coke, Illinois.
the Aztecs and all that in America, yeah.
Yeah, Coke.
You got so much shit.
Well, then you got what's in Laos? What's the one in New Mexico? Not Laos. Fuck. The New Mexican people, I forget what they're called.
I don't know.
What the Maya?
No, I'll have to look it up. But whatever.
But yeah, you have this country, this land that probably had people on it for a long period of time. So besides the Oregon Trail, the Oregon Trail isn't the only way we spread over to California and had a lot of people. There were Cabbage Patch Kids.
Wait, are you talking about the Laguna?
Well,
oh, for Mike, I was saying.
The Laguna people?
There's a
But
Laguna
the Oregon
people.
Trail. Yeah, but the Oregon Trail, they say, is how we kind of got out west and the mining and all that for gold. But I mean, there had to be other people here already doing some of that shit.
Yeah, because I heard LA, so the template for LA was already there. They just came and, the Spanish came and revamped it and put it in their own form, but it came from an ancient civilization going back 10,000 or what is it, 10 to 12,000 years?
Yeah, what about the Templars, the ancient Templars, the Red Crosses? They were all over the world, I thought, at one point. Like the Vikings.
I've also seen a fleur-de-lis looking symbol on one of the, it was on a ceramic, I think, was it an inking bowl? And they would pretty much depict corn in that shape. I don't know if y'all know what a fleur-de-lis is. That's the Saints logo, but it's a royal symbol used by the crowns back in France and England. Like a lot of England, I'm not going to say a lot, but a bunch of old crests of Europe, they'll have fleur.
I was saying that the cloak Clovis, the Pueblos, and they have that Clovis culture thing. That supposedly is like other.
Like the Anasazi?
Yeah, all them over there. By the way, New Mexico. This is a side note. You know, like New Yorkers are called, like people from New York, New Yorkers, and Texas are Texans. Are people from New Mexico called New Mexicans?
No, they're called Mexican.
It's fucking wild, bro. Like, I'm a New Mexican. That's fucking weird as fuck. I'm so glad I'm not from there.
No, they're called
kind of a shithole.
They're called Mexicanos.
Imagine being a New Mexican.
No, they're called Mexicanos.
Whatever. Suck.
I live an hour from Clovis.
Oh, yeah? Have you heard that? I said Laos, but it's like the Taos hub. Taos. Suppose there's some
Taos, yeah. Taos,
there's like some hum or shit that only like 40% of the people can hear or some weird shit.
I heard a lot of people from New Mexico end up moving to Colorado. Is that true? I used to live in Colorado.
The government and the infrastructure in New Mexico is so fucking terrible that people flee out of there. It's a shithole. It's overtaxed. Colorado is just as bad. I mean, only New Mexico people move to Texas, West Texas.
Yeah, I used to live in Aurora. I moved back to the south, but I was out there for a couple of years. It was nice, but
it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful in Colorado and New Mexico. It's just the way the states are run. It's like living in fuck.
Yeah, that was my main issue. That I noticed it was a bunch of Californians. It was a surprising number of Louisianans out there too, but they're going for miscellaneous shit. They're going for the cannabis and better quality of life and higher wages. But yeah, man, that shit's tough.
Yeah, they show up in Midland, go to Carlsbad.
Yeah, fuck Cali. Well, Colorado is a. I mean, what word do we use? I was gonna say Indian, but Colorado's a quote unquote Native American name, right? I mean, all these states, even Arkansas, right? There's a Quapaw tribe that's over there. Arkansas, Illinois, Tennessee. You have like Native American influence. Yeah, all of them. Right? Louisiana.
Kentucky. Then I gotta try and find a ride home.
It's just weird how like all the different places, you can even see the states' names were influenced by who was there. Like Texas is
land Kentucky.
So they just kind of stuck kind of thing?
Yeah, so you talk to indigenous people and you say, what do you call this land? And they call it Kentucky. And then they're like, oh, okay, well, this land's called Kentucky. And then it just sticks.
I don't know if you fuck with me. You know, when I was growing up, I thought that Kansas, because everyone says Arkansas instead of Arkansas. And I always thought that, like, this is my own little theory, that the people that settled there came from Kansas. And they're like, this is our Kansas, not your Kansas. And I was like, oh my God. I don't know if that's true or not. But then you have the East Coast where, like, they named that. There's a York, there's a Jersey, Carolina, like, they have Hampshire, they have. Yeah, like, in Virginia, right? I forgot to name Virginia.
Hebron, Kentucky, which is named after Hebron and Hebron.
So Pennsylvania is Penn's Woods for William Penn.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so the East Coast, you have a lot of, Northeast, really, because Florida is Spanish. It's like even our states are kind of like pay homage that they even name the states after shit that they knew was going on, but they just won't fucking tell us.
Except for Louisiana, Kitover.
Well, that too, right? That's the French influence.
Yep, and I think his aunt. So
yeah, Louis, right fucking next to Texas.
Tejas,
right? Yeah. Well, dude, I heard that George Washington. I mean, technically, George Washington's a traitor. Like, he fought. I think it was the King James War or King George War or the War of the Roses, whatever. He fought in like the war is like in
Yeah, the 7 day, it's 7 years war.
That's what it was. Yeah. So he was a captain in the fucking British Army.
That's correct. He was.
Like George Washington spoke with a British accent.
He was definitely British. He fought there. In fact, he was part of the Fort Detroit, the conquest.
Yeah,
he actually almost got killed too, because like his commanding officer was like fucking an idiot and ended up shot or something like that, and then he had to peel back. But then there was like this harrowing story, so a lot of it doesn't make sense to me because it's just like it doesn't sound normal, but you know we just go with it.
Right, you just gotta do it. Yeah, it's just weird. I was thinking about it when I heard that. I was like, damn. So George Washington was a captain of the British Army, then fought against England. So technically, he'd be considered a traitor. Like, it's just wild thinking about it like that. Like he probably had a British accent. Like, it's fucking weird. Hell, Benjamin Franklin might have had a British accent. Who knows?
Shit, Benjamin Franklin's the reason why like France all have STDs.
Yeah, that dude crushed it.
Both gay. He was bisexual, man. It didn't matter. And then did you know? I can't confirm this, but people said like part of his residencies, his properties, they have dug in the basement.
Yeah, I saw that story too.
Bodies.
They were saying they didn't know if it was before him or after him, or if he was using it for scientific stuff. They said They said that the all I heard was that they couldn't find like murder, like they couldn't find like stuff on the bones to indicate like torture and shit, or like death. They just I don't know. You know, like Michelangelo used to steal bones and shit.
Yeah.
Or bodies.
He was a grave robber.
Dude, Franklin was a fucking weirdy, bro. That dude had some secret level. I mean, the dude's on our $100 bill. He wasn't even a fucking president. Like, it's kind of like that dude knew some shit, bro.
Gives rise to the conspiracy theories, right? Like, how did the entire world discover linen at the same time on all continents?
Trump is going to be on the $100 bill. How many people are going to freak out about that?
Dude, I think it's fucking dope. I think it's dope the way he's doing it too.
Signature.
How many people get to like see? This is why I think Trump's doing it, bro. Because he knows, look, he's only got. I mean, you don't get to 100, right? He's 87, so he's got less than a decade probably left. You don't ever get to see your accomplishments when you're alive, right? Everyone gets your statues and all that shit built after you die.
Well, they're
And Trump's like,
talking about
fuck it, I want to see my name. I want to see my name on buildings.
the coin is going to be illegal, they're saying, because no living president is supposed to be on any currency.
Why?
As a picture of that.
Why?
So that coin is going to be one of the big controversies. His signature potentially could be there. Like it was on every check that went to Americans who got the COVID money. So he screwed people there who were against him because his names were on the check.
Yeah, I think he wants to see it. Yeah. I mean, if my name was ever eventually going to go onto a piece of money, I'd want to see it. I wouldn't want to die. Didn't have it happen.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, also his name, obviously it's known worldwide, so I think people are going to keep, or maybe keep $100 bill with his name on.
Yeah, his name's a brand. Well, that was the genius behind all the bankruptcies, right? No one knows about all the bankruptcies Trump did. He got shit deals, but he didn't pay them back, so he screwed over the other people. But what he did is he made it to where, yeah, fine, you can he'll file bankruptcy on like the buildings, and he'll lose everything inside the building. Yeah. But they gotta keep their name on the outside, so his name had to stay up. Yep. So
Mike, do you know how many bankruptcies? Mike, you know how many bankruptcies Trump actually had? It was 9. 6 were restructures. No, 6. Hold on. 6 were restructurings. 3 were complete closures out of 553 different businesses.
Yeah, and the ones that closed were Trump University was one of them. So everybody who complains, and the problem with Trump University, yeah, he may have promised people going to be there, but at the same time, if you didn't take the information you learned from his course, it was your fault because you didn't have the ambition to go out there and do what he taught or they taught, even though other people were promised to be there. So,
did y'all? I just thought of this. Just kind of change topic. Did y'all hear that one thing that when Nikola Tesla died, Trump's uncle, I think his name was John Trump, he was the first one that got to go into that apartment. Dude, did y'all know Nikola Tesla died like during World War II? Like I think of like Nikola Tesla, I always think of like the 1800s and shit, but like he died like alone in New York in like this fucking little ass apartment in World War it was like 1947, I think it was. I was like, holy shit. But anyway, I mean, Donald Trump's uncle was the first agent to go in there and like look through all this shit. And Trump's uncle got to find all that stuff out. It's fucking wild.
Well, that's why time travel was Baron Trump.
Yeah. Have y'all seen Viking? Brad, you might like this. Have y'all heard the theory that Trump is General Patton's son? Have y'all come across this one? Go ahead and do yourself a favor. Google General Patton and then hit images. And it's like, holy shit, bro. They look just alike. And remember, Patton died in some mysterious way. Like he died on an army base.
No, he died in a car accident in Germany.
Yeah, it's on a base, right?
No, he was just driving around in Germany.
Oh, I thought he was on an army base, and then they ran a stop sign or something. Yeah, but whatever. It was weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, Google General Patton. Look at images. It looks just like fucking Trump. And the timeline adds up. The timeline matches. It's fucking crazy.
You say General Patton?
Yeah, Patton. You know the one that gives a famous speech for the American flag or whatever?
Yeah, that's crazy to think that General Patton, who's of Scottish and Irish ancestry, would look similar to Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump looks like a lot of Scottish and Irish.
No, but dude, come on. Google General Patton, bro. Tell me it's not kind of.
Hold on, Victoria's got input. Go ahead, Victoria. No, don't be shy, bashful now, Victoria.
Yeah, don't keep it a secret. See what I did there?
We know how much you love President Trump because he made you feel it.
And you were in his Oval Office under his desk.
Yeah.
All right.
He stuffed the cigars.
Let's not pick on Victoria. Come on. Did she even get off mic yet? I don't even know. How's it going, El Norma? How you doing, El Norma?
Yo, what's up?
What up, El Norma?
Yo.
Rich, let me see this.
Oh, there's E. Hold on. How you doing, E? Oh, you're like...
Oh, your mic's messed up. That was very informative and enthralling too. Very edifying.
Yeah, there is nothing edifying or informative about anything I.
You know, almost. All right, I guess we can move on. Go ahead, Norman. Yeah, we're talking about conspiracies, how General Patton's actually President Trump.
No, it's his father. They're saying Patton is Trump's father.
Fred Trump was Trump's father, but they made reference to Trump when they made reference to Patton when they were talking about Trump. Patton was ruthless. He was relentless. And he broke the rules, and he was the most, I would say, perhaps the most feared general in World War II.
Yeah, sounds just like Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. Ruthless, fearless, deadly. He felt he had this. Do you guys watch the movie Patton? You should watch that film. It's a great film, starring George C. Scott. I think he got the Oscar for that. He rolled over those Germans like nobody's business. He out-Germans the Germans. He out-blitzkrieged the blitzkriegers. It was unbelievable. They said, you're going to have to do this in 3 days. He'd do it in 1 day. They said you better stop here, and he went all the way past. You know, he also wanted to kick out the Soviets too, which would have been interesting because he might have changed the whole dynamic of the Cold War. You gotta watch. You gotta watch that movie Patton, written by Francis Ford Coppola, by the way. The guy who did The Godfather.
I heard that Patton loved the Jews.
I don't know. What's not to love?
No, he actually hated Jews.
Well, we get strong reactions from people, love and hate. You know, we're our own thing.
I heard George Soros was Jewish, but he turned the Jews in because he wanted the money.
All right, click on my picture, bro. That's a picture of General Patton. Go ahead, Rich. Click on my thing. That's a picture of Patton.
I know what Patton looks like. Yeah, that's not a real picture of Patton.
It looks real to me.
AI.
It's AR Nation.
Bro. Not just.
No, that looks like that. That looks like that. That looks real. He thought he was he believed in reincarnation. He thought he was a reincarnation of a Roman general. He felt he'd been reincarnated a bunch of times throughout history. When a guy had post-traumatic stress syndrome, and maybe you heard these stories, and he was in the hospital. In those days, they called it shell shock, when your nerves just give out. He went up to him and said, "Stop crying, you coward," and slapped him in the face. He got in a lot of trouble for that. Yeah, we need more people like this. I was in the Imperial War Museum in London and looking at all the amazing things that the British did, and those guys got to man up again and step up. I think they just Trump just signed a deal with Britain today.
There, Rich. I put another one. Refresh. Look at the new one. Look at another one I just put up.
Sorry, based on
that's him.
Based on everything that we're experiencing in the world, do you believe that this is a good utilization of our resources?
Yes.
Which resources are you referring to?
I am referring to the United States of America.
Well, I mean, so any resource at all? You mean like spending?
Just talk about Iran, Norman. Come on, just hurry.
Well, I want her to say it.
Yeah, I know, but she's super, super autistic. You gotta work with her.
I don't think she's autistic.
Yeah, you are.
Fucking asshole.
What's wrong with autistic people?
Well, you're also not a doctor. We confirmed you're not a doctor, Heroes.
You're surrounded by autistic people, so if you're not, you're like
You stupid.
No, she said she was in the CIA.
Okay, I never.
She was actually in the Oval Office with Trump in the Situation Room.
Yeah, and he made her feel uncomfortable, so she claims that sexual assault.
Oh, I remember you.
Don't.
Yeah?
I remember it.
No mocking. No mocking women.
She used to go by Victoria, the autistic girl.
How many men do we have? Like, I don't know how many, like,
I mean, does it take this
6 or
screw in
7
a light bulb?
dicks in the room.
Don't reduce us to Europe.
We've been doing this a zillion times with her. E, what did you want to say?
No, I have nothing more to say because we've already, like, reclaimed the room as.
If you were president, what would be the first thing you'd want to do as president?
Great question.
Reinstate Roe v. Wade. So wait,
E, you were the first thing you would do when you sit down at that Oval desk. What will you do?
Your first executive order.
I know what she would do. Executive order. She'd reinstate Roe v. Wade. I know this.
You're totally right.
If I were to ever be in that office, which I think is actually like something.
You just admitted you were never with Trump in the Oval Office.
No, the Situation Room is not the Oval
Office. It's something that should be sacred, which I believe should be sacred. The only thing that I would do in office would be to
Something
I would make sure that
is that what you're saying? You would
she's doing rituals.
He's clearly not going to fit.
I was just gonna ask her. I know she ran. I was just gonna ask her if she's been in the skiff before, but darn it all.
Don't bait women. You should.
I'm not the one. These guys are just horrible, terrible people.
You allow it, so you're just as terrible.
Assume horrible, terrible.
Matt, that was a little
terrible.
What, you guys are now?
Did I run him off, Matt?
From a check?
Yeah.
You call rest in peace. I love that word.
Rest in peace, A-Check, yeah.
He's not dead.
I think he left. I don't think he's coming back for a while. But
Oh, I've seen him a couple times recently.
no, I mean, like 3 days ago he was here. I'm saying I think he's like he crashed out. He left a couple places that we know that he's at, you know. So, but
I think he's a cool guy.
Terrible, horrible.
It's a horrible thing.
That's funny. That's a good
It's a
imitation.
horrible thing. The koalas are all drug addicts. It's a horrible thing.
That's a good imitation. That's funny.
He was talking about how the
I've always
koalas
liked
eat the eucalyptus and pee on everybody. That's
Horrible, horrible, terrible.
Horrible, terrible, terrible.
Imagine though, that guy served. you know,
Report
served.
national.
Now you're doing what's his name?
Paychecks.
It's right there, Norman. Do you not see?
Oh, I didn't know it was him.
Yeah, it was right there.
Hey man. Hey John. Yeah, dude, he served South Sudan.
Well, I didn't know he served. I didn't know that.
He
served
says
and
he did.
through it.
I don't believe it, but
I believe it.
I don't believe it. He's like 23.
What's he doing in Australia?
Oh, yeah, I was in a church when I was 12, and terrorist, horrible terrorist piece of shit blew up the church, and then I was flighted to Australia where they saved me, and then I lived there, and then I went back to South Sudan, and I served my country honorably as a general, you know, for 5 years, even though I'm 23 years old.
Thank God for Trump. Thank God for the UN.
And thank God for Israel. He loves Israel too.
Oh yeah, horrible, terrible.
He loves Israel and he loves the Yahuds.
He's not a big fan of Africans.
Oh, Norma, how do you feel right now about everything? Where are you? I haven't checked in on you. Are we still on? Are we still
I
on
feel-
the course or what?
I feel like General Pat. That's how I feel.
I know. Now I get all pumped up when I heard about
Yeah,
General Pat.
yeah. Normal wants to run through a fucking wall right now.
I want to
Correct him under. That is.
Norm,
that
can I
is-
give you some advice, Norm?
Well, you
Are you
can
open to
tell me
advice
your
ever?
thoughts. You can tell me your thoughts.
All right, so here's what I would say to you, Norm. I actually like when you're on a stage, and I go, because sometimes I like to do work late at night and shit, and I can only listen. So I like when you're on a stage. The problem is, you have this issue that a lot of people have. Your brain works so fast that you kind of already know what someone's going to say, like after the first like 4 words they say. So you've already got a response ready. So all I would give to you, Norm, is like you're good
He
at,
knows what you're about to say, Mike.
like you're
You don't
good
have to
at-
tell him. Mike, you don't have to tell him. He already knows what
Yeah, you're wasting your breath, Mike. Here, he knows.
No, I'm saying he's good at rebuttaling.
He knows
people.
everything
My
you're gonna
advice
say
would
to him, right?
be, Just let them say what they want to say, and then rebuttal them. You get kicked off the stages a lot because like you're so ready to answer people. Just chill.
I'm just so glad that Norman's not Norman like he was before October 7th. He's so much better.
Rich, you have a little bit of that.
I'm proud of you, Norman.
Rich, you have a little bit of
No, I turned Norman into what he is today.
Yes, no, you're one of
Because
the guys.
prior to October 7th, he was like, the Muslims are nice people. They're not all terrorists. They don't really want to fuck kids and kill all the Jews.
I am still not that. I'm not that different.
Like a mirror room, bro. I love when you're in a mirror room, but they kick you off the stage too quickly.
I'd rather be who I am and speak my mind as I see fit than just stay up there and stay quiet because I want more stage time. I mean, I've gone on for hours. I can talk a lot of these people under the table.
That's
I
what
can
I'm
talk
saying.
20 of them under the
And
table.
like they'll say the first like 5 words, and you'll have a great question. You'll be like, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" And I think they'll be like, let them finish," and they'll say their dumb shit. But if you, and then you get kicked off the stage, I wish you just let them finish and then just fucking blast their ass.
Because you want to hear the blast, you want to hear the.
Well, yeah, because then they kick you off the stage. Because like they'll say, because this is what they do, Norm. You know this. They say the dumb shit in like the first 4 words, and then they talk for like another 2 minutes.
And they
try to
ramble,
make you
like,
forget about the dumb words.
Yeah.
And you always like stop them. You're like, no, hold on. What are you talking about? Because the first 4 words are nonsense. Every time.
That's true.
Yeah. And you're like, what are you talking about? And then they're trying to base a premise off of their first 4 words of nonsense. And I was like, man, I wish Norm would just let him say it and then bang, hit him. But then they kick you off the stage and fuck, I don't get to hear it.
Listen,
I'm a sucker for a good argument, Norm.
Well, that's interesting. I like doing it. I'll be honest with you. I get a
say
kick
that,
out of it. What? What's that, John? I didn't hear you.
I was asking you if you knew that he was, going to ask that or say.
No, I didn't. I actually liked. I appreciate what you said, though. I mean, I think it was a positive statement. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm glad that I'm connecting with some people, the things that I say and my thoughts, because I put work into it. Believe it or not, I usually take notes. Like I write down the things that people say and my response to it. And then that's if I'm waiting there for a few speakers, I go back over each point.
No, I know. I'm always in there, and I'm like, fuck, we kicked him out. And then, we deal with the same shit with the Trump conversations. All the ones I hear you with is the Israel conversations. The Trump conversations, same thing. They'll start off their argument like, well, we don't like Trump, he lies about everything. And then the other thing, we're like, whoa, we want to stop him right there. We're like, wait, what did he lie about? But then they're like, well, let us finish, and they start crying.
What do you make of Gary Baumgartner's stage? What do you make of that group? Because you're literally like the only person on that room that is like not the echo chamber, for the most part.
Well, there used to be Steve Wine, and there used to be.
I know.
What was his name? Was it Captain Hansen?
Yeah, Hansen. There's like
Great
a
guy.
handful of you guys, yeah.
Or Anson, not Hansen. Anson.
Hansen, yeah.
Yeah.
You're the only one left.
Well, see, I like Gary. Gary gave me a lot of compliments the other day, and I like it when somebody appreciates what I say, even though that's not always the case.
Is Gary short for anything?
I mean, Gary.
No, right? Just Gary.
Yeah, but Gary just does the bullshit flattery shit just to get on your good side.
Yeah, just to keep.
You're the best. You're the smartest I ever met in my life.
He never said that. He just said he liked my comments that one time. Well, so he said, he's thrown me off the stage many times, or at least a few times.
Gerald? No, that'd be Jerry.
Gary
Baumgartner.
I'm just trying to think. Gary's
critical thinking, Mike. Critical thinking for him.
Like Matt is Matthew, Mike is short. No, it's just Gary.
And Gary, I think, is Gary.
That's weird.
I have I would say people would consider it a very controversial position about Epstein. And he completely disagrees with me.
Yeah, you're taking Epstein as pretty legendary. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That goes into the history books of Clubhouse. This is crazy.
It's crazy, right? There's a guy who. It's different. There's a guy who sort of agrees with me, or I agree with him. I don't know. Michael Tracy. I mean, I came upon him after I had my thoughts about this, so I would say, he agrees with me. I didn't copy him. Michael Tracy, he argues about this. He had the daily podcast with Matt Taibbi, who's the guy who discovered all of the Twitter corruption before Twitter was sold. Remember when Twitter was banning people?
Testified. Yeah, he testified. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very, very, very smart guy. Matt Taibbi. He testified about all the bias in the media. And, again, you guys probably know, I have written for the New York Times. I was employed by them. So I know these people. I went to Columbia Journalism School. All those guys came from the New York Times and CBS and all the major media. So I know these people, and they were not this crazy when I went to school, which is now 25 years ago. They were not out of their minds and corrupted and biased the way they are today.
What do you think happened?
I'll tell you what I think happened, okay? When Trump ran, and I guess Rick can tell you this because he was around, he's seen me for the past 5 years, nobody thought he could win. He literally considered like a comical figure. He was considered like a joke candidate. So they covered him like, look at this guy. He doesn't know anything about politics. He doesn't know anything about the world. He doesn't know anything about the economy or geopolitics or anything, right? He's like completely, there was no legitimate person, politician, analyst, celebrity, nobody was behind him in his first campaign. I wonder if you guys read this. It was like Kid Rock, Scott Baio, and nobody else. I mean, the only legitimate politician who would go near him was Jeff Sessions, who was an obscure senator from, Alabama or Mississippi? I can never remember. So people thought he didn't have a chance. So the New York Times and the broadcast media covered Trump night and day because he was great for ratings. People covered those rallies, and they had no suspicion that he would beat Hillary. Hillary was absolutely the heir apparent. She wore the crown. She'd been running for president for 25 years. She was a Secretary of State, which is considered, I think, the most honorable position in a candidate, the most powerful and the most important. By the way, Rubio, I think, is doing an amazing job. So when he was elected, everybody thought, well, we are responsible for this because we gave him so much free airtime and free publicity. And they made a decision, and part of this comes from the fact that we got new generations of reporters who came from colleges, universities. They usually hire from the very best, Harvard and Yale and all the good places. Not so much Dartmouth, yes, Stanford. The academy, that means the higher institutions of higher education, no longer studied the world like objectively or scientifically. They studied it through a ideological lens. So those guys also got these jobs now. The old generation, which was my generation, was moving on, and these new kids came in, and the media thought that they were responsible for not getting rid of Trump before he even started. And so that's when the whole Russia thing became...
well, ironically, they pumped him up, right?
Yeah, that's right, and they felt responsible for that. Now, the whole thing turned around the time of Russiagate, because remember, in the beginning, the Republicans were against him too. Do you remember that? It took a while for the Republicans to get on board. And the first one who got on board was Lindsey Graham. He started spending every Sunday with Trump. They go play golf and everything, and they talk. Lindsey Graham, like, he figured...
Vance used to hate him, right? Yeah, Vance used to not like him.
Nobody liked him at first. It was very weird. And then on Russiagate, I remember Lindsey Graham saying on the Sunday talk shows, because that used to be the way that the politicians would get their message to the people, by going on the Sunday talk shows. Lindsey Graham said, if he's guilty of colluding with the Russians, I'll go in there myself and help walk him out in chains. And when he said that, I had a feeling they knew that he hadn't done it. Trump, there was no evidence leaking out that Trump had done any of the stuff they were accusing him of. And so that was the beginning of a national hysteria. No matter what you told anybody, they wouldn't let go of the Russia thing.
Bullshit. There was more than circumstantial evidence, Schiff said.
Well, right.
More than circumstantial, Norm.
And he's going to show us any minute now.
He'll come out with it any second.
It's coming. It's coming. Can you imagine that he didn't get in trouble for that? In fact, he got elected senator.
Bro, that trial cost fucking $30 million.
Right. You mean the investigation?
Or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, the Mueller investigation.
Yeah, $30 million. They never had to answer for it.
Which came up with nothing. Literally nothing. And you know that if they had come up with something, then they would have impeached him, obviously, because they had the whole thing. You had a book-length investigation. Just say, we impeach you, and slam that book of the Mueller report on the table. Done deal, right? If there was anything in there, it's all documented by how many agents worked on that. And I know you guys know all this. Like you had, what's his name, Struck, who said that don't worry, we have an insurance policy, and we're gonna, they're gonna get him one. Which the insurance policy was the PP tapes.
Yeah, what they call it, the dead man switch or whatever.
I didn't even know that.
They called it something like that.
An insurance policy, they called it. And so I mean, just stop me if I'm just repeating stuff you've heard 1,000 times. I know, but they accused Trump of colluding with a foreign spy or colluding with foreign powers to influence the outcome of the election. And in fact, the Democratic Party, my party, I'm still a Democrat, my party paid a foreign spy named Christopher Steele from England, who sat on the Russia desk for most of his career, so he was in Russia working with Russian spies, to come up with that phony Steele dossier. So he did, in other words, the Democrats did exactly what they'd accused Trump of.
Shocker.
It was a weird time. That shit
Example of projection. Accuse your opponent of what you're doing. I mean, it's projection, and it's obvious, and people on this app do it all the time. You're going to listen to somebody the next 10, 20 minutes do the exact same thing and project their own inner emotional state onto somebody else, or their own bullshit onto somebody else. It's projection. Am I wrong?
Aren't you on that right now?
100% correct.
Yeah, you're doing that right now.
It was way less than 2
No, I don't think he's doing it.
Projecting about projection. Well, then I'm just confirming that projection as a theory, has some basis.
Hello, Norm. Do you think that those writers you were talking about, it almost seemed like it was better for their career to be anti-Trump? You know what I mean?
Eventually came.
Bro, the internet in Brooklyn sucks.
Outcry things, yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear you for shit. No. Does anybody else think Norm's like walking around his place, like holding his phone up to the sky?
Normally, guys, Victoria's back here. Let her talk down to us. Go ahead, Victoria.
She's talking down to us. She's talking up to us, right?
Yes. It's all about perspective, John.
Heroes, do you go through like the normal course of your day using profanity like that to people that bother you in the real world, or just here on?
She's autistic, is she?
No. And I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
What's the longest 5152?
You're weirdly diagnosed.
I don't know what she's doing. Like you're shuffling through paper
or eating tofu.
Yeah. Or putting your feet in water.
Sorry, are you able to hear me now?
You're really quiet, but it's better.
It's like slightly better.
I'm kind of afraid about this room, and it scares me, to be quite honest. I think that people that I believe are intelligent are also not operating in the manner that I would expect. So, my prediction of how they're going to operationalize their I don't know. I just feel stupid.
Whoa, stop screaming. I'm just kidding. That's way better. We didn't hear a single thing you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
It's way better right now.
Sorry, I'm screaming.
No. What the last second was like perfect.
No, I.
Your mic covered.
It doesn't
Perfect,
matter.
right there. Don't move.
I
Whatever
just
you're doing right
don't.
there, don't move. So now say whatever you said earlier. Don't move.
I just feel like quite stupid at this point, and I'm not going to predict anything at this point. I feel dumb. I don't want to indicate anything that will happen in the future because I am a poor predictor. That's it. Thanks.
Do you have any faith in the Democrat Party anymore?
I have no faith.
No. Are you still going to vote?
I will vote, but I have.
Wait, when did you lose your faith? E-Rose, when did you lose your faith? Hello?
When did I lose my faith?
Yeah.
Are you asking me that's kind of a personal question.
Oh, well, you told us something personal.
Even in the government, like the political apparatus, when did you lose your faith in politics? Not like in life.
It's too personal. Didn't you just hear her?
George Michael said you got to have faith.
Yeah, he actually had like a really awesome song. That is a good song.
Would you agree that it's a concept, E-Rose?
Faith?
Faith, is it a concept?
I think faith is like a construct of how we want to actually.
So you
if
lost the construct? You just lost the construct then. All right, well, thanks for confirming you lost your construct.
Sorry, no, I didn't say that. You said that. I didn't.
Faith in what though? You can have faith in a lot of things.
I didn't say that I lost faith in a construct of an argumentation.
You have faith in what though? Faith in
Which
politics,
is why.
faith in the system, faith in religion.
I think that a lot of currently what we have today with regard to any of the religions of today are ruled by people that undermine and take control over
Well, thanks for clearing that up.
I think she's talking mostly about the extremist Muslims.
Well, no, because I asked her, I said, does she have faith in the Democratic Party?
Oh, Democratic Party.
That's what I asked her. And she said she has no faith anymore. And then I asked her if she's going to vote. And then I think Alistair jumped in. Oh, yeah, so she said she was going to vote. But she's lost faith in, I guess, politics. I don't know what she meant. She lets it kind of open into.
Well, politics isn't a religion. Politics is something that we all need to pay attention to. Like you can't just give up because you're just over it. I know a lot of people that are over politics, but it's pretty important.
Crazy important, bro. Locally more than federally.
You know, E-Rose, in the image of love, there's flowing waters coming out of flowers. I'm just wondering, if you've lost your faith, and you think faith is a construct, I'm just wondering, do you not have enough love coming into your life right now, E-Rose?
Bro, that was a bar. What'd you say? In the faith of flowers, there's flowing waters coming out of flat. Wait, what'd you say? In the face of love, there's flow.
I was just asking, E-Rose if she feels like she doesn't have enough love coming into her life right now.
guys. I could care less for the answer to that question.
Well, I wasn't talking to you, was I?
Fair enough. What's up, Fangs?
What's going on?
Fangs, what do you think was happening in what we call the United States of America? What do you think was going on in the United States of America in the year 1200?
The year 1200?
Yeah, or the year 1000. What do you think was happening here? Do you think it was like nobody?
No, they were eating each other.
Do you think it was like crazy people?
No, they were cannibals.
That
They were
year?
savages. They were eating each other.
The 1200s? No way. They were the cavemen, but they were
cavemen. They were savage Indians.
Norm, dude, there's a big theory out there that like this place was like the original top civilizations. And in like the 2000s, there was like crazy shit going on, bro.
There's no remnants of any of that.
They're saying we had castles, we turned them all into prisons and insane asylums, we had all kinds of shit.
Where are these castles?
We turned them into prisons and insane asylums.
But those prisons, we know when they were built.
Dude, I know, like some were like from the early 1800s. When you go look at these pictures of these prisons from like the early 1800s,
the oldest one is in Philadelphia.
I mean, I can see. I mean, if you go to Paris, places like Paris or Italy, they turn their towers, those medieval towers, into prisons. Places like those.
there's the one in Pennsylvania, bro. It's like the old ass prison in Pennsylvania. It's fucking
Philadelphia. Yeah, it's downtown. Yeah, everybody knows that.
Yeah, like the aerial shot of this, like, whoa, dude, like that's a prison? Like that's fucking crazy.
It was always a prison. It was built to be a prison.
Yeah, but not those medieval mansions where kings and stuff used to be.
You're talking about castles?
Yeah, because some countries use their old castles as prisons still.
Okay. Whatever you say.
You haven't heard this before?
What?
You haven't heard this theory?
It's pure nonsense. That's what you do. What
Do you know how long they say it took us to build the Empire State Building?
I remember. What, I think we did it in a year.
One fucking year.
Yeah, I know. I'm from here. Yeah. And it was one of those things that we created to give work to people. After the Depression, we created a lot of work for people. We had these projects that were funded by the government. This was not funded by the government, but we had projects to get people back to work.
They built the Empire State Building in 1 year, but what is it, 15 years later, and they can't even build a railroad in California? Give me a term.
I know, Alan. I know.
It's because we have criminals.
Yeah, I just saw a video with Gavin Newsom, maybe 10 years ago, admitting the whole thing was a scam. It's not going to be high speed, it's going to be medium speed, and that they did it.
Are they still building it?
Supposedly, but who knows?
Maybe you know this about New York, that this is one of the events that thrust Trump on the scene was Wallman skating rink. They screwed around with it for 10 years, and after 10 years, they'd done nothing. They just poured money down the drain. And Trump came in and said, hey, I'll take care of this. He did it within a year, and it's still going to this day. Wallman skating rink. That was one of the first things he did. He was famous for it. What's that? I mean, they have all sorts of stuff there too. It's a nice place actually. They play pickleball in the summer, and they have like kiddie rides and stuff. And it's an ice skating rink in the winter. It might still be going even in March. And what was funny was, I don't know if you've been watching his press conference. He's talking about he's been talking about all the stuff he wants to build, and he talks about like a builder, like they're screwing up the Federal Reserve. They're trying to rebuild it and they're messing it up. And the way he's talking about all the materials he's going to use on the ballroom, and how it has a drone roof, and how thick the walls are and stuff. He's very funny. Like, he still likes to build.
Did you hear him, Norm, that one press conference when they were working on the White House or whatever, and they were like actively doing work? He's like, you hear that sound? It was like the bulldozers, the excavators, and everything. I love that sound. Fucking love that sound.
Building the ballroom.
He's just a fucking builder. Yeah, it's his passion.
Well, if you're building stuff, or if you're doing anything that involves like a team, and you come from the private sector, you know that time is money. You have all these people doing stuff, so you have to have something to show for it. So, I mean, I think that's his mentality. You know, that the clock is always ticking.
Well,
Did you see? Go ahead.
Go. Just see what.
Did you see the big press conference with all the guys from the oil companies? How they're like divvying up Venezuela? Incredible. There's tons of oil there. All the oil companies, you know, all the American ones, plus companies from around the world, like Spain and France, they all wanted some of that Venezuelan oil. That's like a gold.
Yeah, they've been dying.
It's a bonanza. It's a bonanza. It's crazy. I mean, we're gonna have so much of an oil surplus. We're gonna be selling oil to the rest of the world.
Maduro was smart. He would have let him in there fucking a decade ago.
Yeah, it's very weird. Maduro went down a weird road that kind of bankrupted the country.
Just sent him all that shit for no reason.
But you heard that Trump said he said why not go for the oil over Strait of Hormuz too. Did you see that at all or no?
What did he say about the Strait of Hormuz?
He said he's going to go for the oil. He put a question mark out to everybody. Why not take the oil? That's what he wrote.
I did see that.
That was wild. I don't know how to take that. I'm kind of like, what?
Well, I mean,
we're the one protecting it.
He's keeping everybody. First of all, he's as crazy as the Persians, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. He's as crazy as the people that he's dealing with, and they don't know what hit him. They've never dealt with a person as crazy as they are before.
That's so true.
They're scared of him.
Yeah, all Trump is doing is what you're saying. He's a businessman. He's just like, why can't I reduce the price of our oil, our gas? You know what I mean? He's like, well, why not?
Well, the Gaza thing, they're like banging on. They're like, oh, what are you gonna do? Redevelopment to like resort condos? Dude, they got beautiful beaches. Why not? Has Gaza ever been a tourist destination? You fucking idiots! Let them fucking develop it.
It's on the Mediterranean.
He's like, they got beautiful beaches. He's like, why wouldn't I put fucking resorts there?
Gentlemen, I want to introduce something interesting to you about Trump. I read it in this tiny little book. If you have a moment, it'll just take me 10 seconds to read it. It says that the 22 major arcana, or emblematic cards, comprise of 21 cards number 21 through 1, plus an unnumbered card known as the Fool, le Mat, or le Fou in French. The 22 major arcana are also referred to as trumps, à toutes in French, à tutti, or triomphe in Italian, signifying, this is what Trump's name means, above all.
Well, yeah, they have the one game, and my wife's dad. I don't know if it's a Jewish game. I just found out, but my wife's dad is Jewish. They play this game called Oh Hell, or whatever. And there's a trump card. Like, and the trump card is the card that trumps everything else. It's kind of similar to spades.
It's from bridge. That's a term from.
Oh, is it a term for bridge? Well, they use it in that one game. But yeah, there's a trump card.
It's the one that beats all.
That beats it all.
Yeah. And John, that word that you were saying is arcana, which means it. Are you still here? Is Kitover still here?
It's kind of interesting. Emblematic is like iconographic. Is basically a logo. The destiny, his name itself, is emblematic of his destiny.
Alan, what are your thoughts? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I think he's the wrench in the system.
The other Alan.
Right. All good, man. Well, he spelled Alan wrong. Go ahead, Alan.
No, you spelled it wrong.
Fair enough.
Hey, real quick. Go ahead, Alan.
Usually Alan, A-L-L-E-N, is a last name spelling, but not always.
Yeah, it was my mother's maiden name. It's my middle name now, but
Yeah, that's Memorial Day day.
There you go. What were you going to say?
I was just gonna do some reflection on all the Iranian Persian folks that we witnessed on stage for the last 2 weeks, probably, for hours on end. I do have to say that the Persian women are just are so much stronger than the men. And we mentioned that. People have mentioned that on stage and stuff. I was doing some reflection. I'm like, in my head, I have all their voices in my head.
They're just
now.
crying, right? They just cry.
What's that?
You're like the men. They're up here just
They're
crying.
crying and bitching, and the women are like fierce and like battle ready.
I told you it's Middle Eastern culture. You complain, and you blame the other person, for anything that goes wrong. It's never your fault.
It's a little bit like Life of Brian with the mother, like that's the persona of these Iranian women. And the gender or the femininity in the culture is indicative of the fact that, they're just a paper tiger, and Trump has already eliminated, pretty much their entire military capability other than these, urban warfare fighters. They have half of their rocket supply in waiting, or are they unable to launch them?
Well, if that information is correct, I don't know. It's CNN, and it could be true. I'm not saying they're completely ridiculous or wrong, but we just don't know. It's not good if they're saving that stuff, because that means there's more work to be done.
Yeah, well, they are saving it. That's look. If your offense capabilities are being attacked every time you launch, then at a certain point you stop and you start looking for strategic ways to use it, not just bombing and firing indiscriminately. So like that A-10 that got shot down, that seems to me, okay, you let the end, it's like the sniper. He sits in the tree and waits for the enemy to come in and be comfortable, and then he starts shooting at specific targets to create chaos and instill, discourage the enemy. I think that this is nothing new.
In the Civil War, I remember, which I think was the beginning of sniping, Alan. They used to really hate the snipers because they said they were the only people that would kill a man when he was going to the restroom.
Well, but they did that with the English in the Revolutionary War as well. Or maybe, no, they didn't use snipers, but they had the small bands who would attack,
like guerrillas.
Guerrilla warfare, yeah. They would attack and then they'd retreat. And so, it was really discouraging to the English, who were waiting for them to line up and fight the way warfare had been conducted in Europe up until that point.
With the Warthog being shot at, and I think that was one of two planes that actually went down today. I'm not sure if you guys knew that, but it did make me kind of sit back for a moment and go and realize that this is their home field.
Yeah.
Like, it just kind of hit me really hard. I'm like, holy crap, like, this is why you don't want to spend too much time flying around, doing things inside another country's place, because they have the advantage. That'll always be the case. It's so weird to think about, I don't know, to me, it just hit me hard. I'm like, okay, I don't want any of our guys or men going in there, and it's just going to be hand-to-hand combat all over again, Iraq, whatever, So, I don't know. Maybe special ops and that's it. That's where I'm at, you know what I mean?
Is that the preferred warfare is less is more, higher lethality, more special forces combat commandos taking out the intelligence, eliminating the brain of the state. So that's why I think people don't understand Trump's objectives And his objective is really to just, just maraud them. I mean, this isn't an occupation, a nation rebuilding. This isn't Afghanistan 2.0. This is basically, in many ways, like the Maduro operation, where Trump, in his lean efficiency,
well, that's what I found crazy about it all. Like Maduro, we went out and took out the number one guy. Hell, we did it with Iran with Soleimani in Trump's first term. Like, even with the cartel guy. I know they said the Mexican force did it, but it was with our help. But, like, Trump has this way, I don't know, you think of wars in the past, like, even World War II, right? Like, you fight, then you get the head guy, and then once the head guy's done, all right, the war's over, right? The war's kind of over. You got Hitler, the war's kind of over, right? We went and got the head guys first. And so it was like, whoa. And I think that they didn't expect this, like, now they're going to shut down the strait. They're going to do all this baby bullshit, firing on innocent fucking freightliners and whatever, the oil tankers and shit. And now we're like, well, God damn it. And we took out your number one guy. It should be over. Yeah.
Is that by the time we got Hitler, we had already militarily, Germany was going to lose anyway. Their resources. Yeah.
The order's reversed.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
Yeah, well, look, first it's symbolic that we cut off the head of the snake. So the message is no one is safe. And it's a good strategy, but it still doesn't replace the fact that you have to exhaust the enemy's resources and exhaust their capability to wage war. And that hasn't happened yet. I mean, we've bombed the entrances to their missile reserves, but they're already got excavation equipment trying to dig it up. So look, Trump in his address made a good point. We were in World War II, we were there 3.5 years, whatever. Vietnam, we were there 20 years, whatever it was. We've been there 35 days.
Alan, like, if I were going to have a quote-unquote wartime kind of candidate or president, this is the kind I would want, right? You want insert, do your business in 2 to 3, 4 weeks and out.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, I can't think of a better way of engaging in any kind of war activity, because the fact is America's going to have to do this. It doesn't matter who the president is. There is going to be never any president that's not going to, especially an 8-year president, that's not going to have to do these things. You know what I mean? So would I rather do it the way Trump is doing? 100%. There's no hands down. And that's what the other group is not getting. It's like, I prefer this method. Like what part are you guys not getting? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, he's showing us a different way of doing it, and people are like, okay, we're not used to this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, don't forget, Matt, Bush Senior, when we went into Kuwait, it was we got Saddam out.
That's true.
And it's like, and okay, now we're done.
That's true.
That was the thing. And it's the same thing. It's okay. Have clear objectives.
Yeah.
And my feeling when it comes to the middle.
Did they just leave? Because Madeleine Albright, she said, was it worth it? Yeah, we do believe it. They were doing airstrikes for years against Iraqi targets.
You mean in Iraq or Kuwait?
I'm talking about the 94 one. Talking about 94 Kuwait, and that one was over fairly quickly. We just completely overran.
I think it was over fairly quickly. How long it was to go? No, it went on for years, but the media never reported on it until Madeleine Albright was questioned. Do you think killing all these children was worth it? She said, yeah.
I don't remember. See, look, once Saddam lit all the oil fields on fire. That was his last attempt, and they were out. And then we had all those Texan oil workers going there to put out the oil fires. That doesn't happen during an act of war. It was what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
that was sabotage. That was just last minute, like, I'm done kind of thing.
Yeah, well, yeah, but see, that's the thing. I said it, and I gotta believe they know it. If Iran goes too far, literally, and I've said this before, all we have to do is bomb Karg Island, or however you pronounce it. That's it. Iran is crippled.
Right.
Said, and I think Norm was right. Like, Trump is just like them, but he's on the good side of it. And I've been saying it for years. Like, it's time for the good people to start fucking making some fucking noise here. There's way more good people in the world than there is bad people. And it's time for us to just start making some fucking noise. Whether it's on the major scale, the big players, or just people in the community. Like, there's way more good people in the community than there is bad people. Just start making some fucking noise. And they're not used to Trump being on the good side. Because, you know, everyone's always like, well, you don't fuck with Iran because they're going to wake up all their terrorist cells and start killing more people. No, fuck that. You don't fucking kill people. This is going to happen to you if you do, you dumb motherfuckers. Like, it's time to start punching. Like, let's punch. Let's try to punch hard.
Trump just got some more elbow room. He just came shooting out, just kind of pushing around and making some room for America, because it was getting squeezed under Biden. All these guys were all making moves under Biden. You know what I mean? Like, Russia was doing all kinds of weird stuff. And I'm sure down in the South America, we all were paying attention, but all these guys are all paying attention. These guys that are closer to it, they're like, dude, these guys are all playing cards and making chess moves down there. We gotta reclaim the Southern Hemisphere. You know, like that's. These are all things that just had to happen. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. You know what I mean? So he just came out throwing elbows. He's like, okay, I'm making room. I don't care what everybody's going to say about this one, you know?
And you know what that reminded me of, Matt? In his first term, there was a thing. He went to, G7 or whatever it was, some meeting in Europe, and he literally elbowed his way.
Yeah, because that one guy was standing in front of him. Yeah.
Yeah, he pushed himself at the front. I remember, you're right. Yeah.
That's funny.
I mean, Trump for all the bad things, maybe, he just wants to be the center of attention. And he'll do whatever it takes to get there, you know? But it's just the way it is.
Yeah, but you know what? To me, what it equates to is when you think about royalty. The idea of royalty is that royalty is supposed to be gracious. And they're supposed to understand, okay, we have power, so we don't want to go too hard on the peasants. At the same time, the peasants in return paid their respect.
It was a two-way street. Right.
It was a two-way street. But they also understood that the royal classes had their privilege, and that and even royalty understood sometimes it had to shake its saber in order to remind, if they got too presumptuous, that the royalty would shake its saber and exercise its authority to remind everyone, we're the ones with the power, and give us the respect. Otherwise, it's going to be very costly to you. And so I think what's happened with the Democrats, even is that they're too polite in some ways. Like I remember, Obama met with Putin, and he told Putin to stop screwing around. Like, literally, he said it to him. And I'm sure Putin just laughed. I mean, it's like as if that would make a difference to any world leader, oh, stop screwing around. It's just so, yeah, and I think Trump understands this. Absolutely he understands
So
it.
remember that story when, I forget the guy who was telling it, I want to say Tim Scott might have been telling the story. And he was talking, Trump was talking to, I think he was one of the Taliban guys or something.
Yeah.
And they were sitting there and he showed him a picture of his house. He's like, hey man, you better chill the fuck out. This is where you live and your whole family's there. I'm going to fucking kill you. Chill the fuck out. And he handed him the picture. And then Trump walked out of the room. It's like, hey man, like chill the fuck out. It's no more this like, we're going to wait for you to do some shit and then we're going to react to you. Like, no. Chill the fuck out. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
And the way they fight over there is just wild. Like when you talk to like some of the veterans that were in the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War, it was like, bro, you're just walking down. There's like a kid dressed in regular clothes, or just people dressed in clothes. And boom, they fucking pull out guns. It's like that's not how you fight, bro. You don't start just bombing people because you're losing. Like it's fucking wild. And really it's the first time there's ever been like a war with a country over there. Because it's always like Taliban or the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas or like ISIS. It's always like a fraction or a faction of some people. Like now it's like a country. So it's like it's kind of weird.
Yeah, but Mike, remember the point of war is to win. However you win, it really. I understand you're upset with that they would do that, but
Alan, there's no winners. It's not like you take 100,000 slaves and take all the booty. Like now, it's just funeral processions. There's no winners for it.
Yeah, but see, if you can look, it is a military strategy. If you can dishearten and discourage your enemy and tire them out to the point where they leave, you've won. I mean, that was the whole. See, in Vietnam, that was one of the things.
They won't leave. They will negotiate out of desperation some type of a settlement. I mean, but the thing is, if there's no settlement, which there has to be a settlement, the thing is, the Ayatollah, like this whole thing is like a destiny thing where a star was extinguished, and now the rest of that solar system is in decay and in entropy. So we've already achieved so much that it's not bluster. It's literally like the decimation of their spiritual leader or their will. It's just a matter of time until the right negotiator is able to essentially de-escalate.
Yeah, well, I wasn't talking about this particular conflict. What I was talking about is like other campaigns, like in Vietnam, the Vietnamese said this is going to be a 100-year war. So if they're planning a 100-year war and your enemy is saying, well, gee, I think this will be over in 2 weeks, then and that's the United States, then the United States is at a disadvantage. So that's why when you hear Trump talk, he'll say, yeah, I think it's going to be this. But he never says we're going to be out in 2 weeks or we're going to be out in one. At least I don't think he has. He's not making the mistake of pinning it down like we want to be there this amount of time. Because if you say that, then all the IRGC has to do is say, okay, then we'll just lay low for 2 weeks, let him think he's won, and then when he leaves, we're back up again. Look what happened to the Taliban in Afghanistan. We were there 20 years. We pull out. 2 weeks later, they're back in power.
You don't go anywhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was nuts.
Yeah, but that was one thing you're talking about, the Iranians on Clubhouse now. I remember when Biden pulled out, there were a lot of Afghans on Clubhouse just crying and desperate because they knew what was going to happen. They had freedom for 20 years. And now it's gone.
Yeah, dude, I didn't even know, like, Russia fucking tried to invade Afghanistan.
Yeah.
In, like, the 80s.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even know that shit.
Yeah, and you want to know something? Here's the worst part. We had 3,500 soldiers there in Afghanistan. That's it. Compared to, what is it, 35,000 in South Korea?
Really? I didn't know that either.
Yeah, it would have been very cost efficient to stay there. 3,500 soldiers. Now, I don't know what it was costing us per year, but we already had our foot in the Middle East. Would have been very easy. But I suspect, in terms of, do you know what it was? Now I remember. There was a shift in U.S. policy. They said, we don't want to dig with the Middle East anymore. We're going to go focus on Eastern Europe. And that's exactly what Biden did. After 20 years of the Democrats screaming, no more endless wars, we pull out of Afghanistan, and immediately we start sending money over to Ukraine.
Alan, how old are you?
Old enough.
Like, okay, well, my father was born in 55.
Okay.
Are you younger than that?
I'm younger than him.
So, are you old enough to know, was there, here's the question, the reason why I asked you your age. I don't know if you're old enough to know this. What was the discussion about Iran, like, prior to the 1979 hostage thing? Like, in the, 70s and stuff?
I was still relatively young. But, there was no discussion about Iran.
Because we're like, what, we're graduating from Vietnam.
The first we heard about it was when the hostages were taken under Carter. That was it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, people weren't concerned with the Middle East. It wasn't, there weren't, in the day-to-day,
it just wasn't a thing. It just wasn't a thing.
It wasn't when was the Olympics where the Jewish athletes were taken?
I want to say 72. I could be wrong.
Jeez.
I want to say 72. That was Pakistan, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I remember that, but, the other thing, too, is that I wasn't overly political, at that time. So, I mean, there certainly were people that were, but, it was this, hold on a second. Let me shut the door. It was the 70s. It was the 70s and 80s. We were trying to get laid, I mean, we had more important things to worry about. Yeah. And then, when was it? Let me think. Yeah. Then in 84, 85, AIDS hit. And that was the end of that. I mean, I don't think anybody here is old enough to truly understand what a horror that is. I mean, it was worse than COVID, because COVID, okay, you cough on somebody, you get them sick, they might end up in the hospital. This is a basic biological urge. You want to fuck somebody, and if you fuck them, you could die from a disease from which there was no cure. And if you got the pneumonia, and you basically choked to death. And if you got the sarcoma, it was cancer, and you withered away. It was not. I had a friend who worked in healthcare. He wasn't a nurse or a doctor or anything. He worked on the administrative end, but he's, working at the hospital. So he'd seen lots of crap. He said, no, it was not a good way to go. It just wasn't. And this is all based on, oh, I fucked this girl, and 6 months later, oops, sorry, but you have AIDS. And even now, that it's like, they're saying, oh, AIDS isn't a big deal. And like California removed the law that made it, it's not a crime if you have sex with someone and have HIV and don't tell them. But the fact is you see those ads for the HIV treatment, and it's literally like, how they have the disclaimers. The disclaimers go on for 3 minutes, and it's like can cause kidney disease, may cause strokes in some patients, may cause
sudden death may occur.
Yeah, exactly. You're still alive, but the drug can keep it so that it's undetectable in your bloodstream. But would you rather, if you would rather, it's better to not have it than to have it. So everyone was terrified. Everyone was terrified. So, and we all knew someone, especially in the business I'm in. You knew someone who contracted it and died. It was that simple. So, that was the end of the hippie 60 movement.
Well, we had to get those hippies under control somehow.
Yeah, and in a way, it's a validation of conservative ideal. I mean, look, we all like to have sex, and the sexual revolution was certainly had its upside. But the bottom line is if too many people are having too much sex, there are diseases that are going to go around. I remember like PBS had I think it was PBS with, I think it was Dick Cavett, where they were talking about gonorrhea and syphilis and herpes and all of these sexually transmitted diseases to bring information to the public because they were on the rise. And it's like, look, we all like to fuck, but, it has its downside. Look at all the chapters in the Bible talking about, well, if they have a sore, set them aside for 2 weeks, and if it's still there, then set them aside for another week, and then if it's not there, they're deemed clean and they can go back and be with everybody else. But then if it comes back again, then they're unclean. And, those are all, all of that they're talking about. Well, it's either leprosy or some form of sexually transmitted disease. Anyways, I don't remember how we got on that.
I don't know where the hell we got to the 80s somehow. Now everyone's got AIDS.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
Yeah. And remember, they didn't even know, they weren't even sure how it was being transmitted. They knew it had something to do with, but they didn't understand the mechanism. They didn't know how to detect it. They just knew, well, we got these people, they're coming in, their immune system is compromised, and we're unable to treat it. That was it. And they didn't, and they didn't understand the relation to the blood supply. So I knew people who got a transfusion, and a year later, oops, sorry.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
That's fucking nuts. Oh, could you fucking imagine, dude? They put like blood with A.
So did they sue the shit out of him, or what happened?
They had to, right? Well, I don't know. I guess.
I mean, there's no way. I mean, you can prove it definitely, and then that's a big ass lot.
Well, Ocean, they didn't know, and then once they realized that it could be transmitted through blood transfusions, that's when they started testing blood supplies.
And this is how many years ago we're talking?
Oh, in the 80s. Mid-80s. But guess who now is saying, oh, maybe, I think they're saying we don't need to do the testing that they normally do. I forget if they've stopped the testing or if they're proposing to stop testing, when people donate blood.
Shit, Magic Johnson's had it for 35 years. He figured it out.
But I don't know if you guys remember. He got it, then he dropped out, then he came back again. He played like 1 or 2 games, and all the players were like he would bump up against them and they'd jump back because they didn't want his sweat getting on them. And he got pissed, and the players were getting pissed, and that was the end of it.
Well, that was it. You remember Greg Louganis, the Olympic diver who hit his head on the diving board or whatever?
Yeah.
And there was a big deal where he didn't tell the doctor he had AIDS. And the doctor was helping him, and he was bleeding all over the fucking doctor. And he didn't tell the doctor, but he knew he had it. But I guess it was like something where they didn't really know about the blood thing at the time. They kind of did, kind of didn't. But he didn't divulge information. The doctor was pissed. He's like, bro, fucking, I'm dealing with you. You got blood all over me. You got fucking AIDS.
But you're not gonna get it like that.
No, you can't. See, the thing is...
Like if the doctor had an open cut or something. Or if the doctor had a...
Yeah.
Whatever, shit sucks.
So... Yeah, I mean, look, that's why, unlike most of my conservative fellows here, when it came to COVID, I was like, fuck it, I don't care. If it's real, unreal or not, I don't care. I'm not taking any chances.
I got a new conspiracy theory for you, Alan. You ready for this one?
Yeah, sure.
COVID, so, you're right. I was like, dude, this is just another fucking flu. Like, this whole thing just seems weird. Dude, I wouldn't even let my family get a PCR test, bro. I told my wife, I was like, you're not getting one. I told my kids, like, they try to give you that at school, bro. You say no. It's like, I wouldn't even let them get one of those. Fuck a jab. But what if the next time they roll out a disease, then they have this new jab that comes out, and we're like, nah, fuck you. We're already skeptical. But it actually ends up being a bad fucking disease. And so, but we're all like, no, we're not going to trust you guys, but we actually should get the jab the second time. Do you know what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah. As a
like
way
they ran the okey doke on us.
Yeah, as a way to eliminate.
Yeah, like they kind of lulled us to sleep. And now the next virus is actually really bad. And we're like, don't believe them, but it actually is bad. And we don't get the jab, and we all end up dying.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah.
I think I've said too much.
We got another 100 years though, dude. We're fine.
Yeah.
You think the next pandemic gonna be 100 years from now?
Well, that's the story, right? Like the 1720s was like cholera, and the 1820s was the plague,
and then the
1920s was the Spanish flu, and then the 2020s was COVID. So every 100 years they roll one out.
Well, we're not gonna be alive then.
I might have cholera on the plate.
Whatever.
It was 1720, 1820, 1920, 2020.
Yeah, because, look, there is a battle, there's a microscopic battle that goes on this planet. And we build up, we go through a plague like that, it thins out the pack, to a certain degree. The strong survive, and everybody gets some immunity, and then we're resistant to all of that crap for a while. And then another one comes out. The only difference is this one was manufactured. And we know.
Dude, did you know that no one talked about this shit either? It's very weird. Like, there's like no answering for it either. So like, they had there's this thing called the military games that they do like every 2 years or 4 years, whatever. In the military games, the last one happened in 2000. I think it was 18 or 19. I think it was 2018 or I think it was 19. You can look this up. 2019, the military games. It was in Wuhan, China.
Oh, nice.
Swear to God, it was Wuhan, China, and there was members from the military from all over the world. And they went to Wuhan, they did the military games, and they all went back to their countries, and then bang, COVID fucking was announced.
Hello.
It's fucking nuts. I'm gonna give you the exact date right now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Military games, Wuhan, China.
You know what's funny? I know as a liberal we all hate him, but the classic was, Jon Stewart going on Colbert and saying, "Oh, it's a virus that comes from Wuhan, China," and the joke was, it's like as if a epidemic of chocolatey goodness broke out in Hershey's, Pennsylvania, then we'd know it came from Hershey's chocolate. I mean, they were fucking around with shit that they shouldn't have fucked around with, and it got out. And the people, I don't know if you remember, what made it dangerous was the incubation period. If I get the flu, within 1 or 2 days, I'm getting it. So I've only been in contact with 2 days worth of people. But with an incubation period of up to 2 weeks, now I'm walking around, infecting however many people for 2 weeks. I've now spread the disease, it's like exponentially way more than a regular flu. And that was the problem. That was it. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, it's a bad disease, but we know quickly whether somebody's got guns.
The Wuhan military games, October 2019. COVID was announced in March of 2020.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Did you ever see the Andromeda Strain? Not the stupid remake, but the original one?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's a great movie. A great movie. What happens is...
Hello, my brothers. I want to tell you guys something. Can you get any chance?
Yeah, it's exactly that this plague hits Earth. And so the movie follows the team that's tasked with trying to determine what it is, where it comes from, what it is, and how to stop it.
Hello, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to tell you guys something, I don't know if you guys can give me a chance, I am from Africa, I just need a small help.
Sorry to hear that. What's up?
I'm from Gambia, before I used to go to bush, in the forest, cut some firewood and go and sell that, and pay our rent and my younger brother school fees, firewood?
Do you know what firewood is?
Yes. When we go into the bush, we cut some firewood.
Yeah, we chop down trees to make firewood here in America too.
Yes, we go and sell that one and we pay our rent and my younger brother's school fees. But right now, the government say we cannot cut the trees like that. We cannot pay if we cut the trees, they say we need to repress it, But
Thank you, Tyler.
don't do that. So we people, we don't do that. We only just go and cut the trees. That's why the government say we're gonna cut the trees not anymore.
I think he's talking to me, man.
Yes.
You've been on this stage before, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Were you the guy that we were all working with trying to figure out how to do a scam? Remember we were working out the details? We were trying to help you out. Yeah, you remember that?
Did it work out?
Yeah, it was good. It was good times. We all were trying to figure out how we all get a piece of the action.
No, bro, it's not that, I just want to pay our rent, So that's why I'm telling you guys I don't do bad boss, If you guys can help me,
Is your boss behind you? Remember he was talking to you? That was kind of interesting.
Who?
Your boss?
No, I don't have a boss. Me and my...
Yeah, remember he was talking behind you?
No. It's
Telling you what to say and all that? That was funny.
No, bro, it's only me here, So me and my younger brother used to do that thing, Always we used to go to bulls, with our donkeys, After when we cut the fire trees and we put it in the donkey, we go into the city, we sell that, After when we come back, we buy some bag of rice and we pay our rent, And my younger brother's school fees, But
Okay. Well, what do you
We're
want?
kind of getting off topic here. I know it's an evening discussion, and just come on in and say whatever you want. But Usman, if you were king of Africa, what do you think you would do for we the people?
If I am king of the Africa, well, I don't really get you,
What would you do if you're king of Africa?
I say you $100 million right now. What would you do for for the Africans, for we the people in Africa?
I will create a job, here, I will create a good job. What people will do, have money there, here. There are so many people who are suffering here, Some they will not have only a rice, Or I buy some pack of rice, many pack of rice, and onion, and go and share for people, So here many people don't have money, to avoid themselves to have food, So when I have that kind of money, I will go buy a bag of rice, and share it for people, and some onion, and I give some people, small money, They do something for that, So I came in this room. I hope you guys can help me, But if you guys cannot, it's up to you, that's why I came to tell you guys, if you guys can help me so that I can pay our rent, be very happy.
Nah, I got no cash on me, man. Sorry.
I want to make you happy right now. I'm going to send you some gold coins. Have you heard about this incredible new opportunity to accumulate gold coins here on Clown House? All you need is a checking account and a social security number, and your country has to be on the approved list. Set it up in Stripe, and I can send you money right now. How would you like me to transmit to you my American dollars?
If I have, even it's a $200, I will be all right, That can serve me, I will pay our rent and buy some bag of rice and pay my my younger brother's school fees, And after I look some job, what I can do, So that is it, You're gonna help me always.
Well, you've come to the right place. Alistair's got a great opportunity for you.
Yes, that's right, bro. If you guys help me in this time, and next time me used to
I can definitely help you. Usman, do you think you show thoughtfulness?
Yes. So can I follow you? You follow me back so that I can.
Doing God's work, Alistair. He's doing God's work. He's trying to help you out, man. I think it's a good opportunity. You should listen to him.
Yeah. Since 2018, my father passed away,
So that time I was young, my mother used to struggle everything, and bring food to the house. But right now I am 18 years old. Since I was 16, I used to go to bulls, Till right now, but right now I am 18.
What are you talking to us on right now? Like a phone?
Yes, I have a phone.
Who do you get service through?
Is your
Yes, I don't know. Sorry.
So Usman, I put in a request to Donald Trump to send you $10,000. How does that sound?
You don't need 10,000, do you? You want 10,000?
No, we're gonna help the whole village and his mother.
You
Why
want
not?
10,000 or you don't?
Trump just made $2 billion. Let's send 10K, everybody.
He only needs like 5,000 though. You sure you want to
Get
get
the help
10,000? Do you want 10,000?
with 10,000. What are you talking about?
10 now.
Let him give him. All right, give him 10,000.
Usman, be sure to also hit up Tiger here. This is a wealthy Chinaman who has a lot of money who can assist you and your tribe. What's the name of the tribe you're in, Usman, so I know who to make the check out to? Wow. It's a little aggressive there. Chinese tiger is lashing out.
I'm
using
just
those words.
being racist to what other racists. That's okay.
No, so you're gonna project your racism onto an alleged racist that makes you a racist.
Do you use a term like Chinaman? I'm gonna use the word you.
No, I used Chinaman after the K word when you struck first. Who do you think you are, Donald Trump? Tiger, I'm reporting you to Benjamin Netanyahu on X right now.
Well, wait, you would call him a white man. What are you supposed to call a Chinaman? Would you rather say like yellow man?
Matter. You're all
Tiger man?
How is Chinaman wrong?
You're not even Chinese.
What are we supposed to say? We're talking about someone from China. A man from China.
You don't even speak Cantonese.
You can probably say white man, no problem.
Hello.
Usman, talk to Tiger here. I think he can probably be of great assistance to you.
Tiger wants to bring back Orientals.
I text you, do you see my text? Even it's $100 right now. I don't have anything.
Usman, what are you gonna do by April 15th? Are you gonna file a tax return? What about you, Tiger?
Anybody can help me.
Stop talking to.
Where are you talking?
Tiger, let me ask Tiger, are you married to Tiger? Do you go out on dates? Do you have a girlfriend? What's your love life like?
What's his name, Tiger?
Hello? Why are you so angry, Tiger? Are you under stress? Do you have anxiety in your life?
A bunch of retards. I don't have time for
Well, you can't say
Here you are. Here you are talking to a retard. What does that make you? Does that make you retard adjacent?
Like I said, I'm not so interested in talking with retards. So just shut up.
Got it. All right. Well, you're retard adjacent. Retards are infectious and they can contaminate other people. So be careful. I am infectious, and you could catch my retardation.
Unless you sign up for Alice's program. Jab. Tiger, I would say if you don't want to engage in the conversation, this is probably the worst place in the world for you to be right now.
I engage when there's interest. I just don't feel like talking with a bunch of retards. That's all.
But here you are talking to a bunch of retards. I don't get it. You're still talking to a retard, Tiger.
Some words that's worth discussing over, then I'll talk. But otherwise,
damn. You have high standards.
You create it for yourself.
You have high retard standards. Impressive.
Hello, brothers.
Yes, Usman.
Usman, if you go to chop firewood sometimes and it's dark out, do you use the flashlight on your phone to chop the firewood?
No, I have a hammer. I have a hammer.
I'm saying if you can't see, would you use the flashlight on your cell phone to chop the firewood?
Absolutely.
That is a wood, I have something, to cut down the firewood after I put it in the donkey, we go and sell that one, So we go into the city, we sell that. We have a lot of money there.
Usman, are you Muslim?
How many subscriptions do you have? You're at like Netflix, Hulu, and Disney Plus, all that?
Usman, are you Muslim?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim. My name
Oh,
is
assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, bro.
No shalom. You know what they say, right?
Yeah. So how do the
Hey, is it true y'all can't get drunk?
Is that?
Our Muslims don't drink. Is that fucking true?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy, bro. It's like every Muslim I've ever met in my life, they've never gotten drunk, ever. That's fucking, there's no way, I don't believe it. I don't.
It's the strict discipline of the Quran.
Alcohol is forbidden.
I don't believe it. I've heard it. I heard they're not allowed to drink, too. I don't believe it. There's no chance in hell that every Muslim man in the world has never been drunk. The Persians didn't drink wine. What are we talking about?
Well, Usman, Tiger here is a very wealthy individual from China. Don't address him as a Chinaman, obviously, and treat him with the greatest respect because he has a very high retarded standard. And, if you come across as being potentially Down syndromed, you could run into his wrath, and he might call you a K word.
Yes, bro, I understand you, You can help me, even it's $100, bro. Right now, you guys are the only hope who can help me, You're the almighty God. Please, bro, I need this help, In today's time, if I don't pay the rent, we'll be homeless, so I don't want to be homeless. I try much for my family, so that we can survive, Me, I do anything for my family, me and my younger brother. My younger brother, she was young, she is 14 years old. So we only my mom. My mom don't tell me anything about her other's family,
Last time it was your mom was dying. How did that happen, or how did that go?
Oh my God.
Your mom, remember we were trying to figure out how to pay for your mom? Because, where you live, they actually offer free help for your mom. Remember we figured that out for you?
Oh, this isn't a first-time assist here. You guys?
Oh no, we had like an hour conversation with him. We got him all the help. We tried to get him all the help he needed, and we found out that he was working at some scam center. And it was kind of an interesting experience,
One clubhouse conservative Republican experience at a time.
How's your mom doing?
She's here with me,
She recovered?
She's here with me, right now. She's very old, That's where she's gonna go job,
Good.
Since 2018 into 2021, she stopped the job, since my father passed away, When my father was here, she's the one who doing everything in here, She's the one who buying rice and my school fees and my younger brother's school fees. When she passed away since 2018, my mom started small business, But right now my mom stopped it that one, 2021. So since 21 we used to go to post, and hustle, That time, I was told small, I used to go to post, to cut the trees and go and sell that one. Right now I am really, really confused because if we don't pay this rent, we'll be homeless, I try much for my family, God know, and me know, You people don't understand, but when you come here, I wish you come here, you see everything in your eyes, that's why you will believe me, But it's okay,
Totally.
It's okay.
Yeah, that happens.
No, it's tough, man.
News is Usman.
Cool story.
Listening, and we've been notifying Donald Trump of your problem, and Donald Trump has agreed to issue a new HR Act to fund you And so please, I can't wait to speak with you offline and send you your money. Great work here.
Yes, I know it will be difficult, for you people to help me, Today is your first day to see me, But I wish, you talk with my mom after you understand what is going on here, I'm sorry for wasting your time, and come here and talk. So it will be difficult to help me, because you don't know me. Today is your first day to see you, to talk with you, Me also,
We're gonna help you, absolutely. The secret name for God is charity, sir. You made it to the right room today. You chose.
Yes, I understand you, bro. Bro, right now,
You're right, Tiger? Are you ready to assist, Tiger? Can you possibly contact the Chinese Communist Party to potentially issue a check to this poor man, Usman, who has found his way to the clubhouse, room to ask you?
Tiger don't want to answer me, Tiger don't want to answer me, That's right. Bro, even you people, you can help me,
I'm gonna help you big time. And Alan here is actually a successful studio recording artist or producer, and he's got incredible savings built up. He doesn't have to worry about his retirement anymore, and I think he would be an excellent source of financial assistance for you and your mom.
Who is that?
This big Jewish guy who's Armenian, who's living in some tunnel or something between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It's something with a genocide or something, but he's got a lot of great opinions, and I think his financial assistance could be invaluable for you and your family.
Yes.
Buy low, sell high.
Alan?
Yes, I have no money for you.
$1 for him? One stinking dollar? You don't have one Rebbe dollar? Come on, Alan. Not $1 charity? You don't have any coins in your account?
John, just the other day, someone said, you're just another Jew. And I said, sorry, I'm not Jewish. And they said, yeah, but you act like one. So I'm embodying my inner Jew. I'm sorry.
Okay, I understand you.
It's all just based on your persona. Well, Usman, I'm very happy that we met you tonight. It's been a great honor and a privilege, and I'm super excited about your opportunity.
Maybe not today, if you don't help me. Maybe not today, but I believe in that before today's time, everything will be alright, man. Thank you guys so much,
Well, you deserve it.
Yeah, thank you so much,
You're such an eloquent speaker, by the way. I've been very impressed with your communication style and the way that you move through the room. So what's on your agenda for the next 24 hours, Usman?
What is my agenda for next 24 hours? I don't know. I just woke up and go into the city and go wash cars, And I go in the one compound and tell that man, can I work your car? Well, can I do some work?
Welcome to the stage, Dr. Howard. Dr. Howard here might be able to give you some great advice, Usman, and provide some financial assistance to this.
city, and go somebody and they reach man house, and tell them, can I do some work, so that we can have a breakfast, and the lunch, I used to try my best, bro, but I hope you guys come here and see what is going on here, That way you will believe, I'm the first son of the family, that's why. If I didn't hustle, who will hustle for me, So that's why I'm begging you guys, in that rent money I cannot pay all. That's why I'm begging you guys, even if it's $100, I'll be alright, bro. I cannot have that money here. That's why I came to pull up house and begging people, so that we can, some people will help me.
Usman, I'm so glad you're still here. I looked up. It says that Sharia law generally views begging as a hateful act, allowing it only in extreme necessity, while strongly discouraging it as a profession. Islamic teachings encourage earning a living. Viewing persistent begging without cause as very shameful. Modern Muslim majority countries often enact strict ordinances banning begging as a public nuisance and potential cover for crime, punishing both beggars and those who organize begging. Key aspects of Sharia on begging. Permitted causes. Begging is only allowed for those on Clubhouse in extreme poverty, severe debt, or responsible for severe blood money, otherwise known as diya. Discouraged act. The Prophet Muhammad warned that begging without necessity brings disfigurement on the day of resurrection and is akin to eating hot coals on Clubhouse. Social responsibility. If someone steals due to hunger, Islam places responsibility on the leadership for failing to provide for its citizens, rather than just the individual. Finally, work ethic. Islam emphasizes that working to obtain property is noble and encourages hands above, giving rather than hands below, receiving. So I hope at some point in your life, Usman, you can go from a hands below to a hands above for both.
Okay, bro, I understand you. Thank you.
Do you have any hobbies or special talents? Do you know how to play any musical instruments, Usman?
You say what?
Do you know how to play any musical instruments?
No, I don't know how to play that.
Oh, too bad. What a fascinating room. Usman, I'm so excited for your future and the big opportunity that's coming your way as a result of this conversation. I have a big feeling that for the next couple rooms that I create over the next few days, you'll be popping up.
Yeah.
Well, I wrote a little song called Usman, my new friend. Would you like to hear it? That's an okay? I got your okay now.
So, bro, I have it for me.
I'm about to make some ice cream actually and put some Nutella on it. You know what Nutella is?
No. So
It's like synthetic chocolate. It's not real actually. It's like made out of petroleum jelly basically with some coconut, some chocolate flavoring. Do you eat real food? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Do you have buy me coffee? Oh, I want to just buy coffee. Call it a day. Well, be positive, be considerate, be humble, and be kind. I'm reading some chick's profile. You know, it's almost Saturday. Or it is Saturday. What day is it? Oh my god. You're definitely gonna need a little from
Do you live in
No. I'm currently on an astronaut station. Headed up X-rays. What do you think about the new Artemis spaceship launch? Do you like Candace Owens?
No.
I didn't think so.
Bro.
Ben Shapiro.
Bro, now look at how you will help.
What do you think is fair if I were to compensate you per word that you have shared with us here today? Hello? I'm the only one left. You couldn't take it anymore. His responses were becoming just like mumbles after a while, right? There was no more distinction there. You gave up on pronunciation or elocution, or what do they call it here on Clubhouse? Articulation. He decided eventually the conversation no longer required articulation. It just wasn't worth it anymore. What a night. What a night. I was going to go out, but I never did. And now I think I might make myself a Belgian waffle and put some ice cream on it, and then some Nutella, and maybe some cinnamon and honey, and cut up strawberries. Life is good. Life is good. It would be better if I had a beautiful woman in like a French maid costume or something, and I could say, you know, darling, can you make me that Belgian waffle I was talking about? Yes, my love, of course. Let me get right on that. Are you finished talking to your friend Usman? Yep, we're all done with the Usman donation charity program. The Usman show. He gave up and stopped articulating. I think Matt must be asleep. Matt finally passed out. 2 weeks straight of running these incredibly high-stress rooms. He's finally sleeping. Finally, he is asleep. for a quick chat and cut.
Oh, there you go.
Peter Pumpkin Eater.
No, I do not need we do not need the regime change in that country.
Or he doesn't want the regime change. I can't remember. Well, we got a lot of people still in this room. Look at this.
It's over more than 24 hours, so add 11 more hours to 24.
This is like being at a bar until closing time. There just needs to be somebody to come in with a whistle to clear everybody out of the bar.
Get out of the bar.
Get the fuck out the close.
Oh. I am gonna probably close it. Well, it's 36 hours. That's pretty crazy. I've been on 36 hours.
Have you slept during the 36 hours?
Like maybe 2 hours out of that, 3 hours.
Jesus, dude. You must have health problems or something.
Not really.
Oh fuck! How do you not like just get 8 hours of sleep and then start a new day? You know, like. Jesus, I could understand if you were like making money or something, but.
Right.
Damn.
Alright, I'm gonna close this shit down.
You did it again, Matt. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Alright, guys, I'll see you later. Later, man.
Letitia, when the song, Letitia, you don't go to clubs. When the song came out has nothing to do. So when the song came out
Anthony asked when it came out, and I was answering his.
Yeah, but there's certain songs that they play that have, like if you go to a roller skating ring, they gonna play the freak.
Yeah, I know.
That song came out nigga in the 70s. There's certain songs.
Can I just get to my question?
There's certain songs that if you go to black nightclubs, they are going to play. Okay? Because classics. Fucking Head. I don't know. Return of the Mac.
Return of the Mac. Well, that came out in the 90s, but they wasn't really bumping Head like that in the 90s in clubs.
No, I'm talking about now. I'm not talking about the 90s. I'm talking about
I certainly don't go to clubs now.
Listen, I'm talking about whether it was the 90s, whether it was the 2000s, whether it's 2010s, whether it's now. If we go to clubs at our age and we go to an age-appropriate club.
Yeah, they gonna play in clubs our age.
Yeah, they're gonna play at our age in clubs our age, older. Cause
I go out all the time.
You go to
you ever heard? I don't go to white clubs big, but here's what's up, man. You ever heard of Brucey B?
I heard Brucey B. Let me start naming New York DJs.
I know you know New York DJs, John, but what I'm saying to you, Brucey B is still super active. Brucey B comes down to Atlanta multiple times every year, and it's a can't-miss event.
I give you this point. If Frank Ski throws a party, right? You know who Frank Ski is, right? In Atlanta, right? Frank Ski.
Yeah.
Frank Ski throws a party. Or back in the day, what's the old
Frank Ski used to have a restaurant here.
Right.
Yep.
So you go to a Frank Ski party, or Steve Harvey used to throw that weekend, right? And Steve Harvey was
They gonna throw that shit at the Steve Harvey party.
But what I'm saying is, if you go to a club, listen, if you go to a black nightclub and they play cool music, and you go to a club for people 40 and over, and they gonna play some cool shit, but they gonna play a lot of shit that from the 90s, 2000s. They're not gonna play a lot of this new hip hop shit, mumble rap shit. They're gonna bring in Head because it is a classic.
Jonathan, I stay in cigar bars. I'm always in the average age range is I'm saying like 45 to 60 in the spots that I'm in.
He got a playlist on Spotify. He got 50 songs.
It was released in 1980.
Well, let's see what's on.
My book was 15 years old at 50.
Okay.
Y'all mentioned the point. They play them. The point is they play the music.
Going to the clubs in the
It's just like
I never heard that
it's
song.
just like when I let go. When I let go was what 84. When I let go.
When I let go in the clubs either.
Yeah, when they play it now. That's my point to y'all.
Yes.
Fuck when the shit came out. I'm not talking to you, Letitia. They play it now. Because when it came out is irrelevant. I don't know why you keep bringing up when the shit came out.
Your original argument was
when that shit
whether
was
it's
up
the
in the club
80s or the 90s and the 2000s, that if you were in the clubs, you should have heard it.
If you're
What
black,
specific about now?
listen, they play it now, then fuck. Why are you talking the conversation you have no fucking understanding of?
Well, I went to the
If you're a person that's been going out in clubs, and you've been going out, nigga, we're all the same age. Which means we all went out in the late 80s. We all went, I'm not talking to you. We all went out, and when you went out in the late 80s, you went out in the 90s, you went out in 2000s, 2010s, 2020s, and now they play this song for the last 30 fucking 40 years. Same as Return of the Mac is 30 years old. They play that. They play, there's just certain songs that motherfuckers play. Alright? They don't play a lot of Michael Jackson's in clubs. Right? They ain't got a lot of music that people play. Right? Some of his most danceable songs was the disco era. Motherfucker ain't playing a whole lot of disco.
So
okay.
Just real quick.
You're not gonna hear a lot of Michael Jackson in a night club.
Letitia, just one second, real quick. So here's what's going on right now in a lot of clubs that I go to, even like whether it's a Bruce CB, DJ Popo, whoever. What they do is they do a shit ton of blends, and they ain't even giving you a full verse. And what they're doing, right? They'll take like a beat from an old school song and mix it from something from our era that's recognizable to us. But yo, John, I've never heard anybody mix that shit head with anything. Never, ever.
And I'm gonna tell you the song that they play. I'm gonna tell you where they mix it to. They mix it into fucking Kiss, because the beats are similar. They'll mix it into Kiss. They'll do like an old school. They mix it with what?
Kiss. Hip hop club.
Yes. Nigga, we're all, Letitia, you keep talking about shit you don't know about. Nigga, we're 50s.
In the clubs in 2000.
We're not in hip hop clubs. Dude, we're not 50s.
You said black club?
Oh.
Only black club?
The point is,
all hip hop music.
okay, when we go out, like if you go out, even at our age, and you go to a lounge, or you go to you go listen to live music. In between, when the band takes a break, nigga, the DJ might play. Everybody's in that motherfucker older set. People dressed up, people are older, you with your wife. They might have a little dance floor, or maybe the band is taking the intermission. They gonna play like some old school set. They might play nigga hit, they may play Kiss, they may play Return of the Mac, they may play just some black shit. The motherfucking Frankie Beverly Mays, they might play just old school mix, nigga, old school R&B. They play some 90s R&B.
Oh, well, okay. But I've been here for 10 years, so.
So you live in big cities like Birmingham or London or?
No, I live in Leeds. It's not a big city, but it's not too far from Manchester.
How is it? Like, are there? I have seen the trends on. I'm not sure about the reality, but the timeline on X looks very bad. Like for UK, like they have a lot of like gang rapes of Pakistanis and also Muslim or like
oh
migrants.
God, yeah. Now you're speaking. Yeah, 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 like more than 50 years ago, they started coming to UK and they went to all over the um, Britain, mostly in Birmingham, in Bradford, and in Manchester, but mostly they're living in Birmingham and what other places in Bradford. Like Bradford is their city. It's actually their city. And well, if you go, I go to university in Bradford, and all my classmates are Pakistanis. I'm telling you, and they're all against me.
You feel like you're in Karachi when you're in the class, huh?
I feel like what? Sorry.
You feel like you're in Karachi.
Yeah. Well, they're all against me. I'm telling you.
Careful, have they threatened you or looked dirty in your way? Have they threatened your friends? I don't. Are there a lot of British people in your university?
There are some British people in the university, but well, I used to go to another university in Leeds. They were all English people, but well, obviously I've changed my university, and because of the subject that I really liked, and they're so famous on physiotherapy. That's why I changed my subject and I went there. Well, at first I didn't mind to go to this university because I was thinking, okay, it's just 3 years, I'll finish it up soon. But as these protests started, after it was about after 3 weeks, I started speaking about it in university in front of others, and I said what's been going on. I've been talking about Khamenei. But I said, who's this guy? I've explained everything like for 5 minutes. And then after that, they were just shaking their heads and they said, yeah, we know what you mean. But they were like thinking, yeah, obviously she's against Islam. Well, as much as I mentioned, no, we are here to tell you we are not against Islam. It's just the IRGCs, and I've been just explaining everything. And then they were absolutely fine with it. They were absolutely fine with my speech. But as soon as Khamenei's dead, they started being against me, and they don't even say hello. Well, this is the situation.
All these fuckers, how these animals are even in an education system in university? Oh my god.
Apart from that, well, obviously some Arabic ones are there as well. It was one Syrian and one Palestinian. They had my Instagram. When I started talking about like Khamenei and stuff like this, and sorry, before that, I was talking about, well, those people who has been killed. I said, okay, so Bashar Assad has never killed this much people in 2 days. And I said, okay, so static that came up, and I have mentioned on my story. And then she has replied, the Syrian one has replied to my email, or replied to my, story. And then she started saying, oh, you're exaggerating. It's not that much people have been killed, blah, 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 blah. And then I said, mind your own business and try to respect yourself, because you're not the one who's talking about this situation. I'm Iranian. I know what's been going on. And after that, a day after, she stopped talking to me. But we were friends. We were literally friends. And the same thing happened with other Palestinian. Well, we were such a good friends together, and like even when the the massacre happened, she was like, "Oh, I'll come to you I'll come to you to protest together. Like, I'll totally support you. We've been in the same situation before. We know, we understand you." And then as soon as Khamenei been killed, she was absolutely different. she just turned. Yeah, well, they don't understand. I don't expect them.
But fuck these people. I'm sorry to tell it like it is, but I lost a friend like 8. I have been friends with this person for 8 years. She was a very nice girl from a nice family. She was what's it called, moderate Muslim from Bangladesh, but she had a heart of gold. But how I saw she selectively focused, like they have this selective activism, I would call it, and they're not real activists. They're just pretending to it because it's so much easier to be a lion online than lion in real life. And she was saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry." How she didn't say nothing about the massacre, but the war started. She was all this like, they come from a place of well-being, like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Are your parents safe? I hope you are safe and everything." She said nothing about the massacre. And when I explained the situation about the massacre and about how real we were like feeling, like saying that people seeing it as a bombing of the IRGC and the regime, not the Iranian people. And she didn't focus on it. I thought that my words had affected her. But then 5 minutes after that, she posted a post, I don't know, Instagram story about Palestine. And Palestine was not even in question at this moment. It was like, what the fuck? And it was such a disrespect because after all my explanations, I took time from my precious schedule, which is so busy at the moment. I mean, not at the moment because it's Easter and it's holidays and everything. But I have been active on Clubhouse and I spend at least 8 hours on Twitter. And even when I'm in Clubhouse, I'm on Twitter. So it's kind of precious time for me. I could have spent that 35 minutes on a Twitter or posted the tweet or something. Yeah. And she did this and she disrespected me and she was so dismissive. She was trying to sound very empathetic, but she was not. And oh my God, I had to block her out of my life. It was an 8-year friendship and I felt nothing after that. I'm telling you, I'm kind of sociopathic or maybe patriotic. I'm not sure. I love my country more. I respect and love my people more than these fuckers. So even though
well, there were so many people in Clubhouse as well that they were our friends, and as soon as these things happened, they just turned their face. They totally changed, and like it was one of them. She was my friend, and then I had some sense of that she's obviously not being with IRGC. Because she mentioned that I'm against them, but at the same time she was like, no, Pahlavi is not my choice, and that started in 12 Days War in June, and well, in that time she said that she is against Pahlavi, and like, well, he was saying like those worst thing about him, and then I had that sense that, oh, okay, so I need to be careful with her. And then obviously after all this started, at first I was like, why is she posting a story like this? Like, none of them are making sense. And I said, okay, let's just not blocking her and see what's going on. What is she thinking about? And then as soon as Khamenei been killed, as soon as all this massacre happened, she has never ever mentioned about any of the children being killed. Instead, she was just waiting for something happen from Trump, like something happened from Israel. And then she started a story about against them and say like Trump is like this, and she is living in America. How on earth you're living in America and you're against Trump? How are you living there and telling him that he's wrong? I don't really understand. You've got a green card. You're living in a safe place and you're supporting IRGC. I don't understand this.
Deported or something if she is not very permanently living there, because these people can be danger. If you're supporting RGC, which is a terrorist group, it's like supporting Hezbollah and getting away with it. They're terrorist supporters. They should not be murdered.
That is my question too. And you know what happened? And then we replied to her stories, me and my friends, and they said, "What are you doing exactly? You're living in America and you're supporting terrorist people." And then she was like, "Do you know that I haven't heard about my mom for so long? Do you know how it feels?" I was like, "Well, we have families there. My friend, she has her families there. Are you thinking about only yourself? Just fuck your mom. We don't care about your mom. Nobody's caring about your mom. Honestly."
I was actually thinking it. I was thinking, fuck her mom, fuck her mom. You said it out loud. I'm so glad that you said it.
Honestly, because, well, they were just thinking about their own selves, They're so selfish.
Goes beyond selfish or useful idiots. These people.
Why don't you talk about the protesters? Why don't you talk about the execution? Why? And you're supporting them. This is my question. And then your story about Mina school, and you don't even think about it.
She's the benefactor of the regime. Maybe she has people inside the regime. I mean, a lot of people, especially in America. Look at the normal Iranians. They're having issues with their visas at the moment in America. And there are a lot of there are very hardworking Iranian people that focus on their businesses, and they attend the protests, like when our crown prince says something, and when he's calling people on the streets, they will go and participate. And they don't do this, I'm sorry for saying, it's like it's a Persian phrase called Koshina Babela. Doing it, and these people who are sitting on their asses and they're like kind of left leaning or something. These people, I don't know. Maybe what? She's connected. I think her families are connected.
Well, obviously they are connected, and my question is, why didn't you talk about those protesters that have been massacred in 2 days? Why didn't you talk about those people? And also, why didn't you go for a protest? If you have feelings for them, if you care about all this stuff, if you're caring about Mina school children, why don't you speak up about the other protesters? Why? And why shouldn't I say why? They're obviously connected, and this is ridiculous, honestly.
Personal thing is that some of these idiots, since a lot of these Basiji fuckers have been killed, a lot of idiots have taken over certain accounts. You can see it from the change of tone, like the sentences they're using. Some of them are even using ChatGPT, and they usually forget to delete that long dash that ChatGPT says.
Even though, I don't know if you've noticed, also they're coming up in here, and it seems like that they have a note on their hand and they started talking about it. Like this, they read that notes and they feel like that we don't understand. And then when you started to make an actual conversation with them, they can't even speak English. Have you noticed? Yeah.
We have been fighting them, and we have tried to block them out. Some people use GeoBlock. At the moment, this is available on Twitter, and it has been very popular. So many people blocked it out for South Asia, because a lot of these fuckers are from there. So the regime has been using Nigerians. I don't know if you know about the massacre going on. They're killing a lot of Christians, poor Christian people in Nigeria. And yet these soldiers...
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, in Liberty. Yeah.
The footage was so heart-wrenching. It's not as gruesome as the ones that we had in January, but it's just equally so.
It reminded me Yeah, that reminded me years ago when they have killed one of these pastor. I don't know if you have heard about it. One of the Iranian pastor. Yeah, it's just reminded me that one when I was 8 years old. Yeah, I remember I was a child and they have killed him. And my uncle were talking about it. We used to go to the church in Tehran. There are so many stories. We can talk forever.
These accounts come here and they don't focus on their own country, but that's why I'm saying that they're paid. They're paid bots, and some of them are real actually. I don't know if they're useful idiots, but there are some big accounts on Twitter. They're famous. One of them was like Tucker Carlson. He was found out by RGC. There are speculations that his account was suspended. Some people are saying that he's under investigation by FBI or something. But these big accounts also exist. It's not only bot accounts. And it's so harming. And usually there's a fund behind it. When they are endangering their whole image, their whole fan base, like losing their whole fan base, they're risking it all. Usually there is a big fund behind that, like monetary, like, I don't know, benefits or something. And your friend, when you mentioned that she's in America saying he's an artist, she's not only a useful idiot. You know, yesterday I was talking to this guy in an Iranian room. I don't know if you were there or not. He's called Nizam Rafi, was this fucker, I don't know him, but it turned out that he was actually working for the regime. Like there's this institute of benefits, national benefits of the Islamic Republic of Iran in America, which is, I don't know, this titles, this institutes or something. He was a spokesperson there, and he was talking about infrastructures. Like we Iranians who are active on Twitter, we are very sensitive about the word infrastructure, because whenever there's a fucker using it, they're RGC mouthpiece. They're using the mean-up schoolgirl, like, I don't know, schoolgirls, and they're using infrastructure. And they're nowadays they're saying, oh, when I said that this infrastructure was blown up, my father cried for it. Like they try to use emotions, like create sub stories to have a high moral high ground or something. But people, we are seeing right through them. This, I don't know, but if I were you, I would have really taken a note about the information on your friend, because that fucker can actually be dangerous to Americans and also Iranians. He can be one of those agents who sell out people's data, like in America, going to the protests, writing down.
Well, she never showed herself up. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, she never did. And then as soon as he did, she started showing up. And also, I've blocked her like 4 weeks ago. And my other friends, they were still, checking her stories. And then one of them said, like, now she's showing her up by showing the Palestinian flag.
Oh my God. I mean, they have tried to ruin the emoji watermelon for me. They're putting on their TikTok accounts. Oh, my TikTok is the worst. Like, when you go there, a lot of them are either very young or an adult, old-ass liberals who pretend to be young. I mean, these people are full of, unfulfillments. Like, they have an unfulfilled life. They don't have a very fulfilling job. They pretending to be young on TikTok. They're using filters. They try to fit in. It's like they have this, I don't know, fantasy of a high school in America. They want to be the popular girl, you know? But I don't know how to say it, but a lot of Gen X or the millennials, older millennials I see on TikTok, they have this like fantasy, like find your popular. So we are sticking to the Free Palestine people because they are the majority, and we can finally be the queen bee. Like there is this mindset. They don't even care about Palestinian people. When you ask them what is the difference between PLO, Hamas, and Fatah, they know nothing. They cannot even show Palestine on the map. I mean, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You cannot say West Bank or Gaza.
I can say that for sure. My mom's friend, their children, they have born in Iran, and then they came in here when they were like 3 or 4 years old, and then they're just they're supporting Free Palestine. As simple as that. They're supporting them, and then when you're talking to them, they don't even listen. They don't listen, and they're like, oh, you don't know about the children that they've been killed. They have no life. We should bring them over in West. And like they say all this shitty stuff, and like, how many children do you want to bring in West? How many of them? Well, it needs to be some change. I have no idea about Hamas.
Yeah, we are in Germany at the moment, and we have been. Sometimes it's very interesting because when I'm talking to the older generation in Germany, they can understand, but the younger generation don't, which is very different. Like I hear about the United States. It's a big country. It's more than 300 millions of people. Usually, people say that the generation, the older generations, they don't understand. Younger understand that better. But in Germany, it's the opposite. It's like the older generations, they know what we're talking about. They're still in their working place. Like they're still working. They know about the history, about what happened. But the younger generation are so lazy. Like my classmates, they are so lazy. Like they don't study for a test that much. They're using ChatGPT for their paper.
In Germany?
Yeah, and
right.
I'm telling you, the newer generation is going to fuck over Germany, and the old generations are the ones that are sticking like all this together.
Although they still know the Holocaust, they know.
Yeah,
they're still so emotional about Holocaust. They are.
Actually, there is this. Do you know the horseshoe effect? Like there is this effect called horseshoe, like the two sides of the horseshoe how they can come close to each other even though they're on different sides. So the horseshoe effect is about like how very left-wing people can have same ideologies as very right-wing people. Like they're so further away from each other, but there's this because of the horseshoe effect. Their ideologies and their, opinions can become the same. Like you expect the anti-Semites not exist in AfD, but they do. And what they have in common with the very far, like left-wing people in Germany is that they are anti-Semites. They're saying Free Palestine, but what they actually are, they're anti-Semites. They don't like Jewish people. And some of them are actually Nazis. They're shy Nazis, I would say.
Yeah.
And it has become more popular. They call them Letterkopf, or the letterhead, or something like this. Letterkopfs are they're becoming popular in poorer places like I would say East Germany. There are a lot of poor people living there. But for the past recent years, especially after Free Palestine and Qataris money actually flowing, like flooding the whole Europe and the whole America, these activists, these welfare seekers who do nothing but sitting on their asses, they're getting these funds, and they're saying the same thing, like Free Palestine, and we have a high, like moral high ground or something, and they hide behind this Free Palestine movement. They're saying we are doing good, we are anti-immigrants, we don't like Jew supporters, and it's such a mind fuck.
And what is your reason for not being Jew supporters? What's your? I don't understand this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like these,
So
the
dangerous.
older generations, they're usually centrist. They're not that left wing or right wing. They have a nice idea about what's going on. Like Mertz, there are a lot of fucked up things about this guy, but he said one thing. One person said "Free Palestine," and when he was like speaking, he had this conference, and a certain person called "Free Palestine" or something. And he mentioned that if you think the Palestine should be free, you should tell Hamas to lay down their weapons. We are tired of this bullshit. And Mertz took a lot of heat for it. I mean, he's an asshole, but he was right about this one. Like, if you're afraid of the Palestinian lives, you should ask Hamas to lay down their arms, to lay down their weapons. This is how the wars end. And they should accept the peace deal. Like, they have offered the peace deal more than 7 times, and all the times Palestinian side rejected it. If they care about their people, they would have taken it. But they don't. They're like RGC. They don't take peace deals, and they love martyrs. They love dead people, using them as currencies and sub-stories for the narratives. And in Germany, the older generation understand that. The younger ones are lazy. They're using ChatGPT, and everybody who uses ChatGPT knows ChatGPT is very biased. If you ask ChatGPT about the Quran, and do you think Quran is problematic? It's like talking to a Muslim apologist.
Yeah.
ChatGPT is biased. And these people are using ChatGPT, so I would say it's a weapon of mass, either brainwashing or brain control or something. Yeah.
Fangs is here. I think he wants to talk.
Yeah. Go on, Fangs.
I have 2 buddies, 2 very close friends of mine right now that are fighting in this war, and they're currently, well, they're not in Iran, they're in another country, but they are in the Middle East about the attack Iran. So this war is, I don't know, I'm not going to say it's not necessary, but with what you were saying, I agree with it, because a bunch of young people now are using ChatGPT, and there's a weird trend going around where they're just like converting to Islam. And it's such a weird thing because they don't even fully practice it. They don't pray 5 times a day. They don't stop smoking. They still do drugs. They still drink. They still go out. They still curse. They still do everything like they're normally supposed to do. But they follow the religion heavy. And anybody that talks about it, they get so extreme to where they start fighting them. And it is such a weird thing to me because I feel like anything that's a trend or a hot topic, the young people will almost follow towards it to not be a part of something they feel like is somewhat oppressing. So there's a big thing going on. And even the Jew, I live in New Jersey. There's a lot of Jews here in New Jersey. And anytime when they argue, combat them, they just look at them. The Jews don't argue. The Jews don't say nothing. They just look at everything. They just had a bonfire not even that long ago. I think it was just a passing that the Jews call it. They call it passing, where they put like a whole bunch of things in a bonfire. And it was in New York. Anybody that asked them a question, they didn't look at them. The kids would laugh at them and they would just go along or just record. It's a big thing now. And even, not even that while ago, I think it was 2 days ago, a bunch of Jewish people, Jewish men actually, specifically, Jewish men were invading a Palestinian store, and they broke it up. Like, they smashed the whole Palestinian store to bits. So these religions, these people are starting like gangs, in my view.
It's not gangs, it's a cult. There's a problem. In America, people are joining a cult.
Yeah.
People are being sick.
Like, the more
Weak-minded.
Exactly. The more people are in the Ummah, the better. That's why they use them as like children factory. And unfortunately, they don't care that they don't practice Islam. Like, you should not drink, you should not eat pork, you should not touch an opposite sex. It's forbidden in Islam. You can do drugs. I mean, drugs are not forbidden. It's kind of, they're saying that it's better not to do it. So yeah, they were forced to learn about the Sharia law, about Quran, about a certain hadith that come with it and everything. And the difference between Shia and Sunni. So we Iranians know what we are talking about. And a lot of us are ex-Muslims, and everybody who is an ex-Muslim knows that it's so hard to lose your faith. You go through so many stages to lose it, and usually try to study what you're about to lose better. And you read about it, you study it better, you see it in real life. It's the lived experience of us. We know what we're talking about. We have seen the ummah, they call it. Ummah basically means like community or something, like ummat, this is something like that. But they don't care that these people are not practicing Islam, especially the white men joining in. They call them white men, we are not, but they're calling the white men, Western men, joining in. They just want soldiers. Like they want a propaganda, they have a use for it. This is what, I don't know. It's so fucked up. They're trying to dominate your cultures. You cannot trust it because from the young age, especially the ones that come from different countries, even Indonesia has the highest amount of Muslims in the world, 256, I believe. There's so many of them there. Even them, they're viewing Western countries as evil, like the big Satan they call America. While America can have very controversial things done in the history and everything, I don't think they're the biggest evil in the world. I believe some of your presidents actually were the biggest evils, like Carter or something. They have fucked up the world, but you have had some good presidents as well. We don't like them, but they have been very good to the world, like Trump. Trump is a very controversial man. He can be a very womanizer. Some people say that, he's a narcissist, definitely. But he has been good for Iran. For Iranian people, has been good. We have a common purpose. And kind of fun, find him funny. He's funny. I laugh. I cannot laugh. And can argue very well. Like when he was talking to Hillary and other candidates, it was so funny. It's always funny, like how he mentioned Macron being like physically abused by his wife. It was so funny. Not the abuse is not funny, but how Trump was calling Macron a pussy. It was funny. I'm sorry for saying the P word.
He's a funny guy. He's definitely funny, but I think what Muslims are trying to do is trying to indoctrinate lands that they be on and then claiming that it's peaceful. But then when you actually hear them and hear a lot of people that talk about it, they actually want to just push a lot of their viewpoints into another country, almost turning it as to in one of their countries in the Middle East. They're doing that in the UK. I see a lot of Muslims in the UK, they talk about how they're taking over and everybody will be Muslim because that's their vision or something. I don't like the sound of that. It sounds like they're very sneaky, but then if anyone says anything about it, then they're anti-Muslim or Islamophobic. And they're trying to do that here in America too. I just think in America it's going to be a little bit more difficult because then you have the Jews, you have the racists, you have the MAGA people, then you have the people in the middle that just don't care, then you have the extremist Christians. Like, America's such a melting pot, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to try to indoctrinate it because we already have others trying to indoctrinate it.
I would say Second Amendment, you have the right to have weapons, and the only way that these fuckers, sociopaths and psychopaths, can respect power. And unfortunately, in a world filled with violence, one of the most powerful things you can have is a sharp mind. Sharp mind can be silenced with guns. So we can come to the conclusion that guns can be can carry your power. And you have the right to do that, so that's why they're very careful not to fuck with you guys. Like if they come to your houses uninvited and they're saying, oh, you should respect us, they try to rape your girls, you can, shoot them for self-defense. You have the right to do that. So these fuckers are very careful with you. But in Europe, it's not like that. Europeans can be silenced by labels, like you can call them Islamophobic, oh, you're a racist. You can't silence them like that. They have become very soft, and this is very dangerous for their countries. Look at France. You're talking about UK. UK has been, they have a lot of social media outlets and everything. But if you look at France, and they stick to their own French media outlets, so that's why we don't see a lot of footage there as much as UK. The footage we see from the UK, we don't see as much from France. But if you go to France, if you go to the one of the most famous city of France, like Marseille or Paris, it has changed forever. Like the Paris I visited 2 years ago is not the same one I visited 15 years ago when I was a teenager. I went there with my family. It was kind of nice. There were certain neighborhoods that were unsafe. But if you go there now, it's filled with garbage. Like this city state, like it was a shitty place. I would say it looked like a third world country. It is a nice city. The Louvre is very beautiful, the museum, but they burned out like a lot of cathedrals. I don't know if you know that, but 2 days ago, in one of the biggest cities of like France, they burned down the church before Easter, and this is act of domination. It's like invasion of Islam. But yeah, you're right. Thanks. They have very harder time. I mean, I would say harder time in.
Yeah, they still talk about it though, trying to, get in our spaces, and even some of the Christian churches over here that were almost abandoned or couldn't afford to, stay afloat, they're now mosques. So when a lot of Americans see that, they kind of have some resentment towards them because it's like they're almost removing their values and importing their own values. So I see the frustration most definitely over here, because it's like they're secretly attacking you without attacking you, and it's a big issue because America now protects Jews. I know that now. America protects the Jews more than the Muslims though. But even though we're so free, the Muslims get to say whatever they want and almost try to indoctrinate these people. So it's like the Muslims are on the left while the Jews are on the right. And then they fall in these political parties. So it is very weird because you see like the Democrats supporting Muslims and trying to get on the Muslims' good side, and then the Republicans try to get on the Jewish good side. So it's very weird how our system is just glazing these groups more than the actual American people.
Jewish people in the world, and definitely not a lot of Israelis in the world. It's one of the smallest countries in the world. But if you want to compare the two causes, you're saying that there are two gangs and saying that we are caught in the middle.
Yeah, because why come to this country if you're not going to actually be a part of it? It's almost like you want to implement your own culture here. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with exercising and having your culture here. I do it too. I'm Puerto Rican. I love to celebrate my culture. But at the same time, I'm also American. So I also appreciate American values. These people don't. They're trying to tear down American values. They're trying to tear down the system that we built for years under Christian values to where now it's almost a disrespect.
Yeah, exactly. But what I wanted to focus on was the Jewish gang. There are not a lot of them to create the gang. And usually when they go to a country, they assimilate very well with that country. Like in Germany, they have been also a lot of them in Iraq. They're welcome. And I mean, they have been banished by a lot of, like, especially Muslim countries, especially after Crusades and everything. But it's like they assimilate well. If you compare what the Jews built to what Muslims built, and not Iranians. I mean, a lot of things have been built by Iranians and that are labeled as a Muslim thing, which is not, but we are not getting into it. But if you compare the Jewish cities to the Muslim cities, and I'm not talking about the United Arab Emirates or something. Even United Arab Emirates are getting close to Israel. That's why a lot of Arab countries call them traitors. But if you compare these two together, I would say the more damaging gang, as you call it, is the Muslim part, not the Jewish part, I would say. Jewish people are usually silent and they try not to do shit that much unless they're provoked. I mean, they have a thing called we never forgive and forget. Their abusers are never forgiven and forgotten. This is how they have survived after all these centuries. So, yeah, I think you should be more afraid of the Muslim part than the Jewish part.
Mary, I've got a question for you. Mary, I have a question for you. When do you think Iranian people will rise up against the regime?
They have already done it and already do it again. This is my answer.
This is probably the best time to do it.
No, it's not, because you're, the strongest man in your own country with the highest profile, which is Trump, is the president of the United States. They told the Iranian people to stay inside at the moment till their agenda list is, all the items on the agenda list is completed. So your military purposes, targets should be completed.
Oh, yeah.
Then we can move on to the next phase.
Oh, yeah. But I'm pretty sure Israeli soldiers are fighting with Americans, like the troops, at least. Actually, no. No, I'm lying. They're not. I just read something that said that the Jews would not actually be giving soldiers, like putting soldiers around those countries around Iran. They're actually just going to be giving them air support. So that's cool, I guess. But my solution, and it's not a good solution. If we want to like have some stability in this country again, once a year we should have the purge. My opinion. So like once a year have a purge. Everybody just. Yeah, in America. Once a year we should have a purge.
I mean, if the majority of you become Muslims, that can be very dangerous for you, because those guys, I would say extremists mostly, but I mean, the difference between a moderate Muslim and an extremist Muslim is that the moderate will tell, if you do that, Allah will kill you, but the extremist will kill you himself. So if the majority of you, like in France at the moment, become Muslims, you're in danger if there is a purge.
No, but here in America, if there's a purge, Americans themselves are having a field day. Like, to finally have a free pass to use their guns, from Georgia to Florida to, from VA all the way to PA, and even New York, they're gonna have a ball just using their guns. Maybe not the Jewish. I don't know if they own guns like Americans do, but Americans own guns. We all own guns. To where if there were to be some sort of purge, I don't know, I think a lot of Muslims would probably stay in to be protected from it. But I think the first thing that would happen is, with all due respect, I think the first thing that will happen is mosques would be burned. I do see that. Because the people that participate, if you watch the movies, the people that participate in the purge more than anybody are extremists. Extreme Christians, extreme Muslims, extreme Israelis. All extremists participate in the purge to where they damn near almost kill each other out.
I was just looking for a video that when you mentioned purge and how certain American patriots are going to give certain people their assets back to them and something. I was looking for a very American video. A guy in an underwear, like swinging this baseball bat, was chasing after a thief. And this was very American, and this guy was laughing, and the thief was very, I would say, unnerved. It was very funny. I was looking for a video to post in the chats, and I don't know if you have seen it already or not. It went viral years ago. It was so American. Like, it's one of the funniest American things, like the right to self-defense and to protect your home. It's so funny. I tried to find it and put it in the chat. guys, I found it. I sent it here. There's this YouTube video of a guy. It's called a shirtless man confronts the Seattle Thieves with baseball bat. And this guy is a maniac. The thieves try to rob him. I think it's burglary, if I'm not mistaken, the term. And this guy chased him. He's in Seattle, and it's very cold, but he goes up in nothing but his underwear, and he's laughing at the thief. He's like, "Ah, yeah!" And he has this baseball bat, and it went viral. It's so funny. Like, it's one of the most American things I've ever. Chad, if you want, you can check it out. It's so fun. Abu, I think it will be very interesting for you. I mean, when you say Americans are like crazy or terrorists or something, I think you can find this video maybe funny or interesting.
It's a little bit dead in here. Anybody? Shout out to the hosts. Anybody here having a break? Shout out to the audience. Hope you guys are doing good. So people sleeping in here. What's going on? What's going on? All right, we got 18 in the audience. That's a pretty good number. All right. What is the general consensus in this place? Fibrotic AI world, the country can crash within. Well, are you saying that's because of AI, Tina? Like, I'm curious. I'd be interested in getting your point of view. I mean, I was just in another room, pretty high quality conversation, HQ. And we were talking about AI and the future of AI. Generally, personally, there's mixed opinions. I'm very optimistic about AI and the future of AI. So, yeah, hello, Beskar. I will say this, though. I have been using AI 3 hours a day for the last 2 years, something like that. So, let's see, okay. This is live mission coverage. Okay. But is it about artificial intelligence, Gina? Maybe you could answer that question to me. Feel free. And, yeah. Just to give you guys a little PS, personal statement here. Since I came in here, I can't see any familiar faces here. I'm sorry if I just don't recognize some of you. A little personal statement. I am an expert. I'm an expert in nervous system regulation, vagus nerve, and the parasympathetic nervous system. Also called parasympatheticus, and that's what I work with daily. I've been spending the last 5 years mixing and getting into the conversations here on Clubhouse. So much to learn. So much to learn here on Clubhouse. I love it. I feel so grateful for the people that I have met on this app. I mean, you gotta love it. You gotta love this app. It's amazing what you can find out here. And maybe at some point, or some of you guys, I suppose we have 19 people in the audience here, so no, what is it? 15. I bet some of you might be thinking, okay, is this guy joking? Is he a comedian? Is he a stand-up artist? They're like, what? What's his deal? What is he doing? And to that, I have to say, if I say anything that just sounds remotely funny, feel free to laugh. But I'm a very serious guy, so I'm a very serious guy. I take my work, my job very seriously. I take your vagus nerve stimulation very seriously. You can look it up, VNS. Google is your friend. Google is great. Artificial intelligence. This is better, I think. ChatGPT. I mean, I would usually prefer using ChatGPT. So let's do a little refresh. There is quite a lot of influx, and that's great. People coming in and out. Maybe somebody will feel, how do you say, compelled to come up to the stage and chat. It would be lovely. You got a bit of an audience, so that's always makes it a little more fun. People who can jump in with their questions, with their prompts. What's up, Otagar? How you doing?
I'm also fine. How are you?
Very good, thanks for asking. So, what brings you here today?
Sorry?
What brings you here today?
Good, sir. Oh, I'm from India. Where are you from?
I'm from Northern Europe, Denmark. But that was not the question, Arigo. How do I butcher your name, Arigo?
Yeah.
Well, how do you say it?
Nothing.
Can you say your Arigo? Can you say your name? Your clubhouse?
Yeah, Aragon.
Arigo. Okay. Hello, Lucky. Welcome to the stage. We were waiting for you. Okay. We need some luck here in this space. Okay. So if you get lucky, we get lucky. You know what I mean? Lucky.
Lucky, yeah.
Lucky, yeah. Lucky you. Lucky you. You came to the right space at the right time, Lucky.
Thank you. You're so very popular man.
Well, I've been contributing to Clubhouse for 5 years, almost every day, because I love cheeky trolls. What can I say? And if you love cheeky trolls, you love Clubhouse. You gotta love. Yeah. I mean, they're also malicious trolls, but just ignore. Just ignore. I mean, I know it sounds easier than it is, but I would be like, just ignore the malicious trolls, right? That's how I feel about it. What's up, Bo? Bo Donna, welcome to the stage, to the panel. How are you doing? Good. Yeah. Feel free to be up here on mute if you want. If you feel a little bit shy, that's okay. It's normal. I'm a moderator myself. I'm a professional moderator, meaning that I've been doing it for a long time. Yeah, exactly. So what do you say now?
Nothing. So I'm.
There's just like a lot of there was a weird sound. That was not your voice, but something else. Maybe it was Bodana. I don't know. I just heard a weird. That was not your voice. So good. Let's do. What do you think, Aragon? That we do a little refresh, a little 2-minute refresh.
For your profile, then for day 4 NASA addresses, so it's very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Okay.
All of you talking that good talking, that good question, good answer, talk about this all week, okay?
Well, I was just about to say that while DDY and ADP is having a break here from the stage and from the show, let's say, I was thinking that I could be the pause clown, and the pause clown, is clowning, is doing absurd stuff. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. So just to be clear, what we're doing here, right, is of course this is a social space. We love socializing, and we need a little pause from that. That it's the seriousness. We need to be able to just put our brains aside a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, stop post-analyzing and stop pre-analyzing. We want. Hello and welcome to the stage, Dodi. Pleasure to meet you. All right. So, nice to have you up on stage. I was just telling Aragon here that I am the pause clown here of this space. DDY and ADP, they are taking a break. So they're not really.
I don't know. Now I join your room.
Yes, great. Yes. So, Dodi, if I don't want to hold on, Aragon, I just want to ask you, Dodi, here. Can I ask you a question, Dodi?
Yes, sure.
Are you mainly using out of these 3 choices, Dodi? What most appeals to you? What mostly fits your use of Clubhouse? Is it number one, to practice your English? Is it number two, to study sciences? Or is it number three, just to socialize and hang out?
Socialize online.
Yeah, but I'm studying, interesting. But I'm talking for that something problem. You know what? English.
Yeah, I got 20% of what you were saying there. I don't know. Like I'm not so good with strong Indian accents. I can try to speak model with an Indian accent. Maybe it would help everybody understand more. Also, I do not have any cow yet, but I would like to. I would like to have a cow in my backyard so I can get milk every morning, and I can use milk for my cereals. Very good, very good. So maybe I can buy a cow from India and have it sent to northern Europe. Would be very awesome, very awesome. Maybe in that case I could stop working for Microsoft as a software engineer and call people up and sell them antivirus. Yes, yes.
Okay. Captain bro.
Yes, how you doing?
Hello. Captain bro, you are working for what?
Well, I'm working for the organizations that wants to level up their breath work. Do not underestimate the work in breath work.
Okay. I'm working for the digital market. It's a medicine designer.
No, digital medicine.
No, I am.
Interesting. Digital medicine. I see. Very nice. Very good.
I'm living
very good. Very good.
Out inside. Then my India is a Goa. You like Goa?
Yes, there's some Portuguese roots there. I don't know how much Portuguese. Do you speak Portuguese?
Yeah.
Ah, que legal, cara. Eu falo português do Brasil. Se você... Mas
working for that Goa. It's a import medicine designer. Like
in Goa, they speak Portuguese.
Goa is a very famous. It's a tourist area. Then so very good beach. All that is good. It's a.
I got your back, brother. That's fantastic. No, yeah. I want to say that I used to live in Brazil, and then I lived in Portugal afterwards, and I love Portuguese language. You know, I know that there's a lot of history from the Lusophone age. You know, the Portuguese imperialists, they took over Goa and started speaking Portuguese there. Everybody. So as far as I'm aware, as far as I've been told, I've never been to Goa, but they speak Portuguese there, right?
Yeah.
But oh, that's cool. That's
you come.
What's that?
I'm invite for you. Captain, you come Goa. I'm invite for you.
I disagree. Let's agree to disagree.
You're not interested for traveling?
Oh, I love traveling. Yeah, but now I'm 37 years old. There's no secret, Aragon. But back in the days when I was in the middle of my 20s, I was traveling around a lot, especially between 2009 and 2012. I've been all over the world, my friend. It's just amazing. You love traveling, right?
Yeah, I love traveling.
You gotta love traveling.
Actually, I'm Indian people. That I'm traveling after 5 years running, 5-6 years running. Then I'm going to Moscow, Russia. Moscow is there 1.5 years working for.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to another country, Dubai, Moscow city. Dubai, Sharjah city. Then there I'm working for 2 years. Then I'm come back India. Then I'm working for that medicine line. My country this time is election time. You know, this month date 9 is elections. So I'm coming my home. Then I'm getting for home. Then election finishing. Then I'm going to back Goa.
Beautiful. Well, I will tell you, maybe this is interesting for you. I was teaching in Moscow back in 2012. I was in charge of an intensive course of 12 adults, and I was taking them through a speed course in learning English, and they started from scratch. Most of them started from scratch. And it was an amazing experience. I'm very nerdy with languages. I'm very well versed. I've also developed my own methods and theories in language learning. So I speak quite a few languages myself. Yeah.
My country is so many lot of languages. So very different languages. It's very competition, you know?
I didn't get that. What is it in?
But for 10, 15, 20 longest is all people that India people is writing like. Already did for some, I'm so 7, 8 longest, my Indian longest. I say Hindi, Nepali, Naga, Konyak, Chagasan is Kerala, Malayalam.
Oh, that's great. That's cool.
I'm waiting for that traveling, but my longest is actually Indian people is like English is very loser, you know.
Mm-hmm. And do you have any girlfriend?
No, I have no girlfriend, so I am like 7 years running. I'm single.
7 years been single.
Yeah. My one girlfriend, she's like breakup. You know that? Not good, bro.
Oh man, yeah, heartbreak. You're heartbroken. I mean, I can imagine.
Heartbreak means
I've also been in love many times in my life, Aragon. Let me tell you, like you need to fall in love many times in life, I think, to really learn. That's the only way you learn. It's the only way you learn, bro.
I'm not living for home. I'm living for outside working. So a lot of girls is talking for that only friendship, but I'm not feeling for that my girlfriend. So it's not interesting this time. She is break up for after 7 years running. Then I'm not try for another girls.
Well, let's do a little refresh, Aragon. Let me tell you what I do. I'd love to show you this, and this is what I work with. This is the technique, one of the techniques that I've been developing. I mean, besides teaching language learning and language learning strategies, one of the techniques that I work with is within the field of breathwork. And do not underestimate the work in breathwork. It's amazing. I've done a number of facilitations myself as a guest. I also facilitated breathwork over the course of the last years of my life, and it's absolutely amazing. So this is an invitation. It will only take. Hold on a second. It will only take 2 minutes to do. All right, it will only take 2 minutes to do it, and you will feel. I guarantee you will feel better in the body after it. You will feel like the noise in your body and your mind has been somewhat, at least, filtered out, and you receive more signal, and your imagination improves. Your parasympathetic nervous system activates. your calm state activated. So with no further ado, let me demonstrate it for you, and then afterwards, if you hopefully, if you're willing, Aragon, we can do this one together, like we can cooperate. So I'm gonna do a little demonstration right now. This is what I do, guys. This is what I do for a living. Okay, so this means a lot to me. If you could give me some feedback and either just watch, listen, or also follow at the same time. Okay, no further ado. 3, 2, 1. We snap and then we suck the air all the way in and fast and deep like this. All right.
Okay.
Hold it a little bit.
Okay, Captain Bro, you follow my.
Just 2 minutes. Yes, you just follow me. So it's only 2 minutes, and then you go out 10 steps. All the way out. Good. One more time before we start the journey. Invest deep. You can exhale silently or with the sound. Both works. Okay. Out. All the way out. Good. You land at the bottom right corner of the square. We go in. Up here we hold, and then out. All the way. Exhale. Okay, good. We're at the bottom now. Hold. Good. Fantastic. We go back to the center. That's deep. And get ready for it. Go. Notice how good it feels. Exhale. Keep exhaling all the way out. Yes. Okay. Last time we're gonna land the plane. 3, 2, 1. Invest deep. All right, everybody. Now we land the plane. Get ready for it. All right, all the way out. Okay, good. You can do it. We're gonna land the plane and we're gonna celebrate. Okay, there's a little bit more now. Landing the plane. Okay, all right. Woo! We landed the plane, guys. Come on, you gotta give it to yourself. All right. Clap yourself on the back. Clap yourself on the hands. On the palms. Everything. Clap. Feel those nerves and things in your palms getting spanked. All right, just like that. It's really good. It looks amazing. Woo! Yeah. Come on, guys. Get into the vibe. Get into the energy. Woohoo! Frequency. Yeah, high vibe. Okay. Hope you liked it, Aragon. Did you like it?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. There you go. That is the technique that we have been working on, and for a long time. It's very good. It has more power when more people are on stage or in the room and following. And when you do that all together, just 2 minutes, and then we do work for 12 minutes, right? And we do that. That's the cycle. All right. Going from this breath work, we call it pre-up time or corridor time or micropause. Micropause, we also call it that. This is very, very effective. Very good. Awesome. And it works. I mean, forget about the science. I'm a pragmatist. If it works, it works. Period. It works in terms of getting grounded, getting back into the room, feeling present and alive and ready for the next task in the next 12 minutes. It's wonderful. What are you thinking, Erica? Well, maybe you're not thinking anything, or okay, maybe you passed out. I hope you didn't pass out. Anyways, I just want to shout out to all of you guys who have stayed in the room. Appreciate you guys. Mosi, Andre, Dan, M, Kanke, Bashir, Shivaba, and Anon, and Abigail, Rowan, Gia, Kayana, Kayana, and Lime, and Michael, and Fialapi, and Anon, right? And Furness. Appreciate all of you guys. So, I'm happy you were staying in the room, and Chibu as well. Okay, so what you're listening to here is a breathwork session on the pause clown. Thank you very much, Mosi. I'm the pause clown here, and here to fill in the space while DDY and ADP is taking a nap. So hope you guys felt that lift in the air, right? I mean, if you do this every 12 minutes, you are gonna have a blast of a meeting. It's good stuff, fantastic stuff. All right, it can change your life. It can be life transforming, guys. All right, I gotta say it out loud because it's here. All right, let me do the most intelligent thing I can think of right now. Guess what it is, Aragon? Like, feel free to mute off and say it out loud. So the most intelligent thing, guys, I can think of right now is, first of all, to go a little bit absurd. It's always good. It loosens up, it kind of like loosens up your joints a little bit, if you know what I mean. And the second most intelligent thing I can think about is asking my artificial intelligence to produce a monologue for me in my language. By the way, my artificial intelligence knows my back pockets. You wouldn't believe me if you knew what my artificial intelligence knows about me. It knows everything about me, pretty much. And it's not so much about everything that I've done and thought in my life. It's more like knows my thinking architecture. So it also knows how to improve my thinking architecture. But anyways, that's boring, nerdy stuff. Feel free to come up and ask about it. Hello, Eamon. Good to see you. Welcome to the room. Feel free to come up and contribute. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a little performance. Hello, Miss Nancy. I think I saw you in another room. Correct me if I'm wrong. So other than that, yes, I'm the pause cloud. The interval clown. So I'm not talking about like NASA's Artemis 2nd live mission coverage. That's not what I'm about. I'm just here waiting for the hosts to come back online, and this is hard. I love performing, guys. I got it. Performing for me is like, that's what I'm here for, right? I'm here to perform. So here we are. Oh, finally, hello, Miss Nancy.
Hello, how are you?
I was waiting for someone to come up and have a dialogue with me, and I'm doing good now that you asked. How are you doing? Thanks for asking.
Well, I'm doing good. But I heard you like to perform. What are you performing?
Well, I'm a pause clone, right in the intersection, in the room in between, you can say, or let's just call it the in between.
The in between. And what would you like to talk about then? About the mission here above? It's in the link. Let you see my picture.
Oh my God! Now I recognize your voice. You changed your name.
What? I changed my name? No, I never changed my name. This is my name from the beginning, from the start that I was on Clubhouse. I thought I saw you in the room too, but I'm not sure what room.
I must be confusing you with another voice then, because you're not from Netherlands. Sorry.
I am from the Netherlands. Yes.
Oh. I know another one from the Netherlands.
Yeah, me too. Another woman, yes.
And a woman and a man. Sounds quite similar.
Of course. It is good. It's okay. As long as it's not a bad thing.
No. I actually No, it's a good thing because it's the same side of like same kind of like timbre and accent as Esther Perel. You know Esther Perel?
Esther Perel, no, what's that?
No, Esther Perel. She's an amazing woman.
Oh, a woman. Esther, no, not today.
Esther, yes, Esther Perel. She's a writer.
Uh-huh.
And she's also a TED talker. Right? She's had one or several TED Talks. I love TED Talks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she must be amazing. She has something on the table.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I must have seen more than 150 TED Talks. It sounds like something you also like to watch.
And what's it about?
Well, hers was about, I believe it was about erotic intelligence. She wrote a book called Erotic Intelligence, but she's been working as a couples therapist for many years.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, very interesting woman, and she has run her own podcast show for quite a bit. I don't remember. It's probably not right, but let's talk about it. Maybe that was I'm not sure, but you can easily find it. She's got
of course. If she write a book and she's on so many TED Talks, then she must be somebody they can find her easily. But Ayman is on the stage too.
Awesome. Hello, welcome up on stage, Ayman.
And Teddy and there he is. Yeah. Hello.
I wondered, are we going to talk about the science part of this, or is it just?
Not sure yet.
No, not right. I'm also kind of arriving and departing at the same time here, which is we're getting ready. I'm getting the room warmed up for people. When the real hosts they unmic, and take over the show. But until then, I have taken the opportunity.
Yeah. So Ayman, if you have Ayman, how do you pronounce your name? Can I say it correctly? Otherwise, it's stupid. But maybe you have a topic. Sorry.
I have a topic, which is absurdity, guys. Something I love. This is something I work with a lot. I'm an expert in the field. And absurdity.
Can you repeat it again? What?
Absurdity. ABS.
Absurdity?
Yes.
Okay. Then explain. Tell us about it because I don't know.
Yeah. So absurdity. I use absurdity as a method, right? As a method of, I mix it together with another concept that I use a lot, which is called the popcorn machine. So some people talk about the popcorn machine as sort of like a cute substitute to ADHD. I'm sure you've heard of ADHD.
Yes.
Yes. And it's
and I have a popcorn machine, by the way.
You have a popcorn machine?
A little sweet, cute one.
Oh,
I'm looking at it.
I love that.
I will make it once, and that's it.
You only used it once?
Yeah. I thought it made popcorn for the whole band.
You just wanted to look good in the corner, huh?
And all it did was shoot at us, shoot popcorn at us. And not the soft little cute soft popcorn, no. Just hard marbles. I was like, because I put off the lid and then pop, pop, pop. Shit. So that's it.
Yeah. So maybe we can agree that popcorns are funny, right? Like popcorn machines are funny, but also as a metaphor for what happens in our brain when we are with the right people, right? It's like, when you're with your gals, probably, and there are no other men around, I'm sure you go like popping all over the place. You know what I mean? Hello, Samu.
We have a group, and when we're together, it's what you say. We can go all places and still know where we are, and still follow each other.
It's great. Welcome on stage, Samu.
Hello, Captain. Thank you for having me. How's everybody?
want to.
Great. Here.
Remind me, because I always forget, because Swaziland was the old name, right, for the country you're in right now. So it's what's it called now? It's not called Swaziland. What is it called now?
Look at my PTR, Captain. Swatini.
Wait. Swatini. Swatini. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Eswatini. Eswatini.
Eswatini.
The former pronunciation, Nancy.
What?
You pronounce it well.
Oh, the first time. Okay. Eswatini. Yes, thanks.
Swatini. Yes, Swatini in the house. Amen. Where are you from, if you don't mind? I'm from Denmark.
You're from the same here. This side of the country.
This side of the country. Yeah, Northern Europe, yes.
A bit northern than me. I had Hans Christian Andersen gadget, not gadget, a touristic, how say it, like a metal thing. Yeah, we passing to Sweden. We were on the World Dog Show, and we passed Sweden, Denmark. So it was great to see.
Oh, you did now? Okay.
Yeah, I did. I volunteered with my We did with the contest with my Dalmatian dog.
And how did you find it? What do you think about it?
It was amazing. I thought that I would lose my dog with all those same Dalmatians, but it's you recognize your own dog. That was weird. Yeah, and I saw family of my dog there, and yeah, it was great. And we went to the first the first round, and the second round was for the 6th place and 5th or something. 4, 5, 5th or 6th, and we were like 6th, and and that was great because we won from a lot of dogs with our 6th place. So we were very proud of that. The world, from the world. So it was amazing. Just wow. Yeah.
I love that you're here. I'm happy you had a good experience there.
Oh yeah, my sister too. She's been to Denmark several times with her son to the Lego.
To Legoland, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, to Legoland. Therefore I know. So, look at that.
No, that shit is global. Everybody knows Lego, but not so many people know that it's not as many as it should.
That's in Denmark, you mean?
Yeah, that is in Denmark.
Oh, yeah. It's Germany, probably France, or so, you know?
Yeah, it's in different countries. It
started but yeah, you have a big one. So, and they loved it over there. And when he was little, they went twice, I guess, with a car. Just drove there. It's not that far. For us, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Have you been in the Netherlands once?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I've been in. Yeah, I've been to Amsterdam. I'd love to visit Rotterdam as well.
Yeah.
I've heard lovely things about it. I went
Rotterdam is my favorite.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, because I have family there and 2 nephews who are a bit older. And they took me all around it, all around Rotterdam, the good stuff, the bad stuff. And then they taught me how to fish there in the lake.
That's lovely. Yeah. No, let me tell you that there is a little place, a little outside of Amsterdam, called I think, correct my pronunciation here, Weesp.
Yes, it's by Amsterdam. W-E-E-S-P.
Yes.
Oh,
wow. What a beautiful little place.
Yeah?
It was like, I absolutely loved it.
I've never been there, so to say. Really?
I went there, actually, as a matter of fact, I went there with the woman on my PTR, on my picture.
Oh, let me see. Oh, yeah.
And she's
lovely woman.
Yeah, beautiful, gorgeous woman from Poland, and and we went to Visbo. She had found an Airbnb with with a sauna in the back, everything. But it was just like a little fairy tale. I'm coming from a fairy tale country.
Yeah, you do.
everybody was just smiling at each other, and
You were in
people were
love.
so
I
nice.
think you were in love.
Yeah, maybe.
The aura of the beautiful woman did that. So
It's
therefore
always-
you think it's beautiful.
It's always the thing, yeah.
It was great. I've never been there, you know. But I've been in the neighborhood there because I go to Amsterdam, but I know where it is. But you know what? When the next time when I would be in the neighborhood again or pass it, I will go through it. I will see it. Mostly with my mom, and she's 88. Then I have a road trip, you know, so to say. Yeah, I will do that. Wait, okay. Because I've never been there, and I see it on the signs on the highway all the time. So,
Yeah,
then I will tell you.
yeah. No, it's a beautiful place. Amsterdam, I also went to. I went couch surfing, as a matter of fact, in Amsterdam.
Oh, you
There was
did?
a guy from Argentina. He was kind enough to host me, and he was an interesting fellow. He was a student.
But what?
Where? Which part?
Where you did the kite surfing? Where? When you were in
No, yeah, no.
Yeah, that's far, you know. I thought you said.
No, it's not. So I mispronounced it.
Oh, yeah.
It's not kite surfing. It's couch surfing.
Couch.
Yes, couch.
You're going from sofa to sleep on.
Yeah.
Really?
So it was back in the days. It's a huge worldwide global community. Has millions of users all around the world. You know.
Europeans are the ones that tend to do that. I don't think I wouldn't be able to trust it as a female. Like me as a woman, a lone traveler doing that soap travel. No, I can't do that.
Oh.
Oh,
then you stay. Yeah, now I understand sofa to sofa. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you never know where you go, where you land.
But actually, that's not true. I mean, you see many of the profiles on couch surfing. This is how I did it, at least. I would. It sounds funny, right?
That sounds fun, but I know what Eamon says. Yeah.
Yeah. But you can find profiles that are very, first of all, profiles that are verified by the couch.
Oh yeah.
So they have shared information like passport and things like that, right? And also another thing is you can see references from other previous other previous guests, right?
So it's really for making it cheaper for the people.
Well, for some people, they think it's just to get free hotel. I don't like those.
I got it. Yeah. Jump from free to free hotel. Yeah, funny.
Yeah.
That's fun too. Yeah, sounds
fun.
You know what they call them? They call them the backpacker travelers, isn't it? They always got their handles behind them, and they're just traveling forward. They never ever stop at somewhere.
Yeah. I hosted one of those. Like, it was a Mexican, and she had been traveling for 7 years. Had been on the road for 7 years without, going back, right? But she was also an Instagrammer. She was sharing every day. She was sharing videos with her many thousand followers. So she was earning money like that, right? And there's another story. I can tell you about that later if you want. But there are people who just live like that, right? They couch surf, and then they do house sitting, cat sitting, dog sitting, plant sitting, or whatever, And it's interesting. I mean, it's an interesting lifestyle for a period, but I think at some point you want to spread your roots, right? You want to hold on. Let me just land it. I'll get back to you. You want to establish yourself, right? You want to settle down and have a family, I suppose. Stability and all that. But as a period in life, I can testament to that. It's amazing as a phase, But I don't like the people who use it as just a form of living for free. I mean, for me, it was all about giving, and learning through giving and generosity and going to places.
You had no couch, you mean, to share?
What was that?
You had your own couch.
Yes, yes, of course. I've
Yeah.
shared my couch.
Yeah.
For you, it's give and take.
Like 150 people have stayed in my couch.
I was gonna say,
Was that-
Captain, for you is give and take. You
No,
appreciate
it's
the
not
giving
about-
and the
it's
taking,
not-
and then
no,
the receiving it back.
It's not give and take. It's give and take and creates.
What is create?
It's not just a transaction. You know, like yeah, because you know you.
No, but I think that you mean with you give and take. That's great. You know, if you give and take like that.
Yeah. No, I don't.
It's not that you only take.
No, but there are some people on the platform that just takes.
Yeah, of course.
And I don't. Fuck them.
Yeah.
See, this is that lifestyle is a chosen lifestyle, right? Because you have to be somebody who is what do you call them people? The free walkers or free whatever they call it. There's another M word for it.
Oh, nomads.
Yeah. So for them to be a nomad, you have to have no ties to things. So no ties to money, capitals, all of those things. They have to free themselves of that shit.
Yeah, detachment. Detachment is art for them, right? Detachment is a lifestyle. It's a philosophy. It's a way of living for them. It's to detach yourself from all belongings, and they tend to think, maybe they might say something like, the less I possess, the more I access, right? And I like the idea of that, you know.
Hey, let us welcome Samu, Aragon, and R on the stage.
Yeah, Aragon is back. Yeah.
Hello,
yes.
welcome. No, you don't want to do that.
My
I know,
screen
but
is
you were
black.
engaging. No, it doesn't matter.
My screen is black, so yeah. Hello, welcome back, Aragon, and also who was it? The Samu, yeah. What about you, Samu? Did you get a chance to travel outside of Eswatini?
Oh no, Captain. I've only been to South Africa besides my country. Not really that.
Okay, all right. Where would you like to go?
Yeah.
If you could snap your finger and go anywhere, where would you go?
I don't know, man. Luxembourg. It's an interesting country, but most people don't talk much about it.
What country? Yeah, what?
It's located in Northwest Europe, Luxembourg. Very small.
Luxembourg.
Oh, Luxembourg.
Okay.
Yes.
Luxembourg, yeah.
Most people don't talk about it. So I'm interested.
Yeah,
that's right. There are not a lot of people talking about Luxembourg.
Because I know you're coming from Africa. It's a hot country.
Come again?
Luxembourg has like I think about 6-7 million people, like in Denmark as well. You know, so it makes sense that not a lot of people talk about Luxembourg. But what I want to know is what makes you want to go to Luxembourg?
The fact that it's pretty much unknown and the fact that it's one of the richest countries in the world. I want to see how people live. I see the cities. Yeah.
Yeah, they have need money to do that because indeed it's they are very expensive too.
Yeah,
What I heard, I've been there
the
once.
standard of living there is very high.
Yeah, because it is a rich country, and then yeah. But that's a memory of years ago. Oh, go ahead.
I was reading somewhere that they made public transportation free, which is insane.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but there was a time of the tax-free too. Yeah, a tax-free country, Luxembourg, but that is ages ago. I don't know if it's still there. I have not followed it, not read about it, but it was like tax-free of what you buy over there.
Yeah, but let's clarify.
That's a long time ago, right?
But let me clarify that, right? Because there are different kinds of taxes.
Mm-hmm.
The consumer tax and income tax and many different kinds, right? So for them to be able to make public transport free there, they must have some kind of they must get some kind of taxes in, right, to finance all that. I know from Denmark Denmark, I mean, we have a progressive tax system in Denmark, and half of the country's GDP is spent and circulates in the public sector, right? So, in average, people in Denmark they pay half of what they earn to the state, and quite
That's a
happily
lot.
so. But they don't think so, right? Because they feel it makes sense, right? It makes it's sensible. It is redistributed in a way that that is what allows us to live in one of the best countries in the world, in standard of living and all that.
You see that it returns, so to say.
Yeah, it's a ROI, right? Return of investment, because in the end of the day, it means that the government has to spend less money on sickness and people who are really
smart. Better. Yeah.
Yeah. So
we on this side of the globe have it good, have it well. I mean, like you, Sweden, we, the Netherlands.
Oh yeah.
These countries here have a good system.
Nothing to complain about.
Nothing. I would rather stay here than get $1 million and to move, or a few million. I don't care. I would stay here. We have the best system.
Sometimes people here find the smallest things to complain about. Just
but everywhere. You saying, Samu?
Yeah, I'm saying like your country also has one of the best roads I've seen. Like
yeah, it is. Funny thing is, Belgium, they still have those old-fashioned plates, square plates, and then every time you go there with your car, the whole road until you enter the border and you cross over. You come in the Netherlands. It goes on. Wow, so smooth.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. I was watching a YouTube video, like a travel vlog. Someone was going from Belgium to Netherlands, and I was going the bike lanes, and I knew that now we're in Netherlands by the bike lanes.
Yeah, you hear it. Yeah, it's also that. But you hear the difference. That's so smooth, and your ears, your whole body goes, and your whole car goes like in relaxed mode. So quiet, and Belgium is so loud the whole way. So yeah, they still did not make that part. I don't know why.
Well, everybody, I gotta leave, but it's been a lovely conversation. Nice to chat with you, Miss Nation or whatever.
No, it's Nancy. Thank you.
Nancy, okay, all right.
Okay, see you soon. It was great to talk to you.
Good to see you again, Samu. Take care, everybody.
Captain has the best camera rating I've seen.
What did he ask? What?
There's this camera rating that they have here on Clubhouse. When you tap into one's profile, you see in the top 20%, like top 0.2%, which is impressive.
Oh yeah. I haven't seen him before, but he thought that he knew me, but it wasn't. But it doesn't matter. It was nice to talk to him. It was nice to meet him. Yeah, for sure. We were waiting for Teddy waking up here, but they're still in the middle of their night, I guess. Have you all watched the lounge here? The link upstairs? Did you watch it? I did, and I watched them when they were in the space station, in the rocket, and then they have the interview with the people from down, the reporters, and so and I was watching it live, and then so now and then they have those shots that they're to the control systems and everything, checking it out, and then you see them floating there. Really fun to see. And then you see pictures of film from the cameras outside of the rocket showing Earth. It was a flat Earth. Have you seen it? It was flat. Oh my God, it was square. It was not round. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. It was a ball, round, globe.
All this debate.
Oh my God. It was really people.
That's the biggest global debate.
Yeah, I know. It's always in this room, you know. Have you ever been in this room before? I listened to the flat earthers and 10 talking about if it's a globe or flat. So funny. For years already.
No, it's my first time. I think the reason why it was shown is because I'm friends with Captain. It's my first time in it.
Oh, like that, yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Hey, you can join the house. You learn about something about science.
Yeah.
Life and real science. And 10 is the owner of the house, hops in and out. But Teddy and Araya, Aaron, they host mostly of the time this house. Or me. And yeah, it's great to have people in here.
That's amazing. I guess I'll be more of the listening side because I've limited knowledge on this field.
Oh, me neither. And I learn from it. And if I know, I ask. If I don't know, I ask. If it's interests me and I want to follow the conversation in this room, you can always ask. But not stupid. It's not that he's ignorant or something. No, you just want to ask something that you don't understand. If they can clear that up or break it down or something. And that's how I learned about a lot of stuff that they had to break it down because it was too difficult for me. I'm not in that field. Totally not. But being in this room, the people who come in here, they have something to say, and when they talk or show papers or videos, then I listen, and I know where not to look. So. It doesn't mean that I don't make a mistake and watch the wrong scientist or so, I don't know. But then I can always ask, was that good to listen to that? Because he said this. And then they go like, oh no, don't listen to that one, that's a fake. Or it was a deep fake video, it was not a true video. So I'm a little afraid to just open a video now who I always follow because it can be a deep fake video and you wouldn't even know. And then there was this guy over here comes in this room, a nice guy named David, and he said to me how I can recognize the deepfake video. And that is like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I followed that guy for years, and then suddenly I saw a video that he believed in something, say that he always said he doesn't believe in it, and suddenly he said yes. And I go like, what? And I actually believed it until I saw the real video from Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining that he was used in a deepfake video saying, believing in this and that, and I go like, oh shit, I fell for that too. Not that I believed it, but there was something wrong with it. And ever since, there are more of those videos, and now I recognize them. Also from Elon Musk, a lot of fake videos, it isn't even him, and you can see it the way he moves. Huh?
How do you recognize deepfake? Tell me.
How? Well, if you know the person well who you follow, then you can see it, the movements or the way they speak. It's almost them, but not quite, you know? And it was with Neil deGrasse Tyson too. And with Elon, I saw the head movement was so strange on his neck. And I saw Elon a few times, and I heard his voice a few times on Twitter when he held his rooms, big rooms. And then I saw him a video on YouTube saying that he was, we have to watch out for this, take care of that. I don't know exactly what did he say. And I thought, what's weird on this video? And I didn't know yet, And then I saw a weird movement with his head. And I thought, that's weird. So then I asked in his room, what was that? And then David said, that's a deep fake video. That is not real. That's made with, I don't know, AI maybe or so. But if you don't look at that in a serious way and you would know, then you would maybe believe everything that Elon said, and it was not even Elon. So
I think with Elon's it would be easier because most of these AI deepfake videos, they make the speech to flow. But for Elon, he has a lot of stuttering that is unique. You can tell that, no, this is not Elon speaking.
You see, they have another thing.
You know, with this topic of deepfake is a very good topic. Because even the moon landing was a fake.
When?
I will tell you. The first moon landing was a fake. How we know this?
because of light. Because the light cannot lie. Light is reflected, correct? So when they shot the video, the light is coming from two sources. How can light come from behind and land? So because of this, they tell you it's a fake video. All of the people, they know lighting management, they do 3D blender, etc. They know the art of light. And then they have proven that it's a fake video.
But they said that the one light came from the rocket itself. You know? That's what they say too. So, and when you see the videos of it, you see the shadows from different sides, and it's not possible if you don't have several lights set up there. So if you say I'm on the moon, you're not going to put a whole film set over there on the moon. So it must be one light from maybe, I don't know, the sun or something, or from one light from the aircraft shining on you. Then you have one shadow, but he had like shadows around him or opposite. I don't know exactly, but indeed there was something with the shadows. Really weird. Okay. That was not, and the flag had one shadow, and the guy, the astronaut, had like three shadows or something.
Look, I can tell you the camera they used. Do you know the camera they used? They used the Hasselblad 500.
No.
500. This is the camera they used. When they go to London, yes.
Well,
they used the full camera used for the Hasselblad. This is the camera they used. It was a film camera. So they put the film on inside, a 200 film. So now we know how they take this camera to the moon is fake. Because this camera you have the filament of the film, it will be affected by the radiation in the space. So this alone, it shows us it's fake video. And then you talk about the flag. The flag was so beautiful and so straight. You know, it was like a, put there. So you can see this is fake. Because space, it has a wind. It has, it has...
There was no wind over there.
The wind, Google it. Space has wind. Space has wind. Google it. Google it. Space has a wind. Google it. Google it.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, let's say it was true. After that, they went several times to the moon and landed there, like 3 times. After that.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
And so
the flag explained and
there was no wind, and the only time the flag moved was when the astronauts were moving it to set it in place. It did not move after that. Hello. So that's not accurate. If you actually watch the video, you would clearly see that. So no, it was not moving unless they was moving it. The only time it moved.
What can you tell about the light, ADP? Because he was talking about the light, huh? And I saw that video too, that the astronaut had the shadows, and the flag had only one shadow or so, remember? Maybe you can tell something about that. I forgot. And that you therefore could see that it's the moon landing was fake.
No, sorry, I'm just being, late. But look,
doesn't matter. It's Saturday.
Yes, thank you. It was a fake, 100%. Because you're telling me the flag. Look, that there was the video of Netanyahu. Netanyahu, the president of this country, Israel. Netanyahu, you know him?
Not personally.
Yeah, but you know him.
No, but okay, it's okay if you say so. Huh?
Okay, Netanyahu, he make a new video, AI video, and then they call it the coffee gate on the X.com because he have video from the AI, and the video the coffee does not spill. It goes against the rules of science. The coffee will come to the brim of the cup, but it will not spill. Did you see this video, the big fake AI Netanyahu?
Can you put the link in the chat that we can all see it? What you're talking about? Is that possible? Even if you're lazy. On a lazy Saturday.
Yeah, I'll try to find.
Yeah, great. If more people in the audience want to come up, just come up.
Yeah, I think I had the settings set where they can just bring themselves up.
Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah, of course, because I didn't bring them up. I thought that you brought them up.
No, people could just bring themselves up. They want to chat.
Oh, okay, yeah. You're welcome.
But we about to switch that up, man.
Oh, okay. And then they have to raise their hand. I have to make a few phone calls to my mom because she's coming to visit me and I have to pick her up, so I have to make a phone call. So I'll be listening in for a while. I'm just sitting here.
I pretty much about to be doing the same thing. I'm about to get up. Just woke up, heard some talking.
Oh, good morning,
I forgot I left the room open.
Yeah. Yeah, then I can talk Samu and Aragon and R.
Yeah, just let people have a conversation today.
Yeah, you can talk.
Free for all today.
Sorry, sir, my phone.
Ooh, I don't hear you, Aragon.
Is going?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Captain is so many long time talking for that. Talking for me. Sorry.
Oh, what do you want to say, Aragon?
Yeah, but I'm here. Captain is my friend.
Oh, like that, yeah. You had to go somewhere. Now you can hang out here. You just stay. It doesn't matter. Maybe you want to switch, turn in your pink tickets to this room, get a member of the house. So 10 will be happy too when you're a member of his house. And then you follow each other here, the mods and each other. So people in the audience might be, I only see a lot of pink tickets there. But not Chuck. Chuck we know already. Yeah, he's, I think, a member from the first day of, Clubhouse, yeah. So, but he can come up himself, I think. Or Teddy, did you already changed it? I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay. So all of group friends going now, and I'm only 3 people.
Oh yeah, but doesn't matter. If you hang out here more, then more people, because normally we're all the same who come in here. They're not sleeping and do stuff, But normally we are hanging out here with the same people. And yeah, the good people are among it with knowledge. So
yeah, many people there, but says something disturbing. So many different talking for that. So not interesting for them.
Sorry, can you say that again? Sorry, there was some background noise. I could not hear you.
Yeah.
You mean that you cannot talk about it or something with us, or me either? But it doesn't matter. You can hang on stage, you can hang in the audience, whatever you like.
Okay, Miss, where are you from?
I'm from the Netherlands.
Sorry?
From the Netherlands, you know where? Europe.
Netherlands. I'm Indian. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, that's 6 hours earlier than you, around and about, or maybe shorter. Germany. That's bigger. Yeah. Germany, well, next to Germany, to England. Between England, the sea, and between England is between. From it's a sea in between us.
You're correct. Netherlands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Netherlands.
Okay. India. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So how is the oil conditions? Are you guys fighting for oil? I see on Al Jazeera there is an oil problem in India.
It's a very problem, bro.
Oil short.
Sorry?
Oil is short.
Yeah, sure. This time is so many country like it's a war, no? so many countries world out of country then India country so many people that I'm not living for India that I'm going to outside working India outside then this time my India country is election time date 9 then I'm coming my home then after 1 month I'm living here then I'm come back Goa. Hello. ADP bro. Are you here?
Yes. Thank you. We're here. Hello, look. Now we have a crisis in the world. You know, with the country, Australia, there's no food. We are ready to die. No oil, no food. It's a very
The food is no problem. Food is no problem. Problem is man LGP then like gas is a petrol all that problem India country then Pakistan Dubai all that you know.
Bro, you said food no problem. How is that possible?
Food is not problem here. India country agriculture na.
Agriculture, but you guys, look, we don't have biryani like you guys. Look, I eat the cow, I eat the lamb. If this doesn't come, I will starve. My stomach will be zero. I'm not a vegan. I'm not an Indian vegan, you know.
Yeah.
I need protein, brother.
India country is like so many different nah. It's like different countries, different politics. You know that. So very problem actually. And India country is this time is not very problem. It's a some bit. So it's a petrol and then what is a gas. You know LPG. It's a something problem, but all that is okay. This time India country is election time. Date 9 my this month. Date 9 my election. Hello. Sir, network connect is very problem. Hello.
my sense is that there's a lot of people that are very excited, right? And excited not only.
Russ, were you playing about the mission control or something that is occurred?
Before I play it.
Yeah, that's very listen until somebody wants to talk or speak, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Going off that question, just curious, the technology changed so much in mission control from the Apollo days to Artemis. Is there anything that you all have learned during this mission? Have you made any changes in mission control? We see the astronauts are making changes on the fly. I'm just curious to know if any changes are being made in mission control as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hear it in all of the funnies we see with sensors, the way they behave, the way the systems behave. That means that we are all reacting to that, and we are developing on the fly different ways than we originally thought how we would operate the vehicle. And so that is always an iterative process, right? And I think you're seeing demonstration of that in real time, that we're iterating on not only learning about the vehicle, but also how to iteratively operate the vehicle.
Okay, we'll take another question right here in the room. Hi, Beverly Casillas for SpaceCom. Thanks again for doing this. Two quick questions. The first one, so we heard that the optical communications demo is already being used to downlink some imagery from the spacecraft. It sounds like that happened overnight. Are there any plans to potentially do any transmission of live video during the mission? Is that something we would get to see? If so, and then a second question, because it sounds like Orion's maneuvering has been really precise during the mission so far. What are you hoping to learn during this mission about guidance and navigation and PNT in the lunar environment? And is there anything that you're kind of already learning about that process? Thanks.
So I'll take the first part. For optical comm, the way the trajectory is set up, unfortunately, the only passes that we have with those are when the crew is asleep. And so anything that we have downlink would be just video that you're already kind of seeing, higher resolution of the spacecraft looking back at either the moon or the Earth. And so for that purposes, we're really going to just use it for high-res video downlink. And then your second question.
I think I'll take the Can you repeat your second question? I think you said something. My ears, guides, navigation control. So see, yeah. Yes, that please. Yeah, I was just saying because we've seen how precise the kind of trajectory planning has already been with not needing to do this correction burn. Have you been having any learnings already about navigation and PNT with the Orion spacecraft, like ground systems during this mission? And is there anything at the moon that you're also hoping to kind of learn and experience on that front? So, we're using very traditional navigation instruments, so star trackers, the inertial measuring units I talked about yesterday. I think those are be expected and precise. They're tried and true navigation instruments or sensors that are on a lot of spacecraft across the board. I think one of the things that we may have not talked about a lot is we have a capability on Orion to navigate without ground comm, and that's the optical comm system, and optical navigation system, and that's a camera-based system that gives you a really good enough navigation knowledge to be able to return the crew home and perform the mission. And so that's something that's a new capability that we're very interested in. I know the navigation team is certainly very interested. We did do some testing on Artemis 1, and we learned a lot from that. We'll learn a lot from this because it basically takes pictures and translate that size of the moon or the Earth, depending on which way you're pointed, and gives you navigation knowledge from that. So again, that's a tool that we expect. And of course, as an old controls guy, control systems, ability to have good latency or no latency potentially, and ability to fire the jets when you need them, the combination jets you need them based on your offset center of gravity and where you are in terms of your mass properties are really a great knowledge across the board of understanding. We put a lot of effort into protecting for a lot of dispersions, as Judd's talked about previously. And of course, when we encounter those dispersions, being able to control our spacecraft through them is really important as well. So all that we'll be learning. We will learn a lot, even though we have very good instruments, even though we know we have good control laws, we've implemented the algorithms. Every mission is a great learning event, and it's really great to see that the precision of the work we put in is being replicated on orbit. And I would add to that, in addition, as good as the sensors are on Orion, we still have to do ranging of the vehicle to update its state knowledge every once in a while. And so, as a lesson learned from Artemis 1, we have a new suite of tools on the ground that are able to process that ranging data, and also to hopefully, what we're hoping to learn is to back out all of those, minor dispersions from, non-propulsive events that are a little bit propulsive, so that we understand that and can characterize all of the error sources of the navigation state.
Okay, we'll take another question here in the room, and then we'll go back to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tarek Malik with Space.com. I think for Judd, there was discussion yesterday about how Flight Day 3 was a big change of pace for the crew after the first kind of action-packed couple of days. And I'm really curious how, I know they had CPR demos today, they had lunar science preps today, how that change has gone. And then I know that tomorrow they've got some scheduled time, at least 20 minutes, to take photos of celestial bodies. And I'm just curious, if it's not the Earth and the Moon, what else might they be taking pictures of out the window in their personal time there? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably saw in some of the videos the crew has a lot more time on their hands than they did the first days. We were able to present them to you and have them talk to the media. As far as the pace, yeah, I think you can probably tell from the downlinks that the pace is quite different than it was the first couple of days. As far as celestial, I mean, they're taking a picture of stars and the moon and the sun, right? So anything they can see that's of interest.
Okay, we'll head back over to our phone bridge. Our next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News. Go ahead.
Regarding the cabin temperatures, has not determined a desired temperature and a desired humidity, and is there any relationship to that with the carbon dioxide?
As far as the desired cabin temperature, that is up to crew discretion, right? So we're simply going off of what feels best to them as a consensus for the 4 members of the crew members. And humidity, we have to have some amount of humidity. I think we mentioned earlier for the carbon dioxide, we don't want it to be Arizona dry, I think is the term they used. We certainly want, but obviously the crew doesn't want it to be Houston humid either, right? So.
Yeah, that's about right. About 70s and about 25% here. Yep, they're comfortable.
Okay, we'll take another question from our phone bridge. Our next one is from Allison McGraw. Go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Allison McGraw, Mysterious Meteorite. Congratulations on the continued success from the giant leap for planetary science. My question is, given the crew's training with the CLO, or Crew Lunar Operations, what geology or image targets are first to be taken of during the lunar flyby? Thank you.
I think we heard your conversation about images supporting geology. Yeah, so the crew is definitely going to be preparing themselves during the lunar flyby during the time that they are going around the moon to take images. They are actually working now with the science team that has gotten underway, and they are doing preparations and working together to figure out what will be of interest and what they expect to see on Flight Day 6. And so that coordination continues as guided by our science team.
Okay, we'll go ahead and come back here to the room. If I can get a show of hands, how many more questions we have? Okay, we'll jump right over here. Take a few on this side, and then we'll come back over to this side.
Hello, Dan Lanahan from the Naval Postgraduate School. You've talked about this mission being a flight test program as an envelope expansion, and with the importance of the International Space Station, can you maybe talk about how the systems in Orion were originally kind of tested out prior to this mission in order to kind of succeed? Yeah, I'll start with the Universal Waste Management System, or the toilet. The same toilet was flown on space station. I think the crews there were able to operate it for roughly about 2 weeks, if I remember. And so that was a really good, important test in a relevant environment against our toilet that we would be able to fly to the moon with. So that's one piece. I don't think there's probably smaller equipment, like, for example, the CO2 removal system. The heart of it is these amine beads. They absorb CO2 and then we vent it out. The same technology is on the space station. Different way of how they approach it, but very similar in terms of absorbing and desorbing of the CO2 that comes from us humans. And that was also a really good foundation to stand on in our confidence associated with the ability to remove CO2, although in a different manner on board our spaceship. So those are two probably the big items that I would translate between what we've learned from space station and what we've applied for Orion.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here and then right behind you after.
Thank you. Jonathan Seri with Fox News. I'm interested in the medical equipment on board. How did the CPR demonstrations go? How did the other demonstrations go? And then if you could explain Avatar. I understand what it is, but I don't understand how the chips interact with the cell samples. If you could school me on that.
They haven't done the CPR demo as of yet, or at least as I've started the conference. That's later on today. Avatar.
So we don't have a science representative here with us today, but as best I understand that Avatar is actually analog tissue samples from the crew members, and they have been brought on board, and there's going to be an expectation that they'll be evaluating those samples for how they react to the environment while they are on this mission, including reaction to exposure to radiation as well. And so when it gets back, we'll be very interested to understand what they learned, both from the crew themselves as well as their avatars.
And Jonathan, if you need anything else on that, we can get it to you after the press conference.
Robert Coppinger, the British Interplanetary Society's Spaceflight magazine. Do you have any information on the status of the CubeSats that were deployed?
Sure. All 4 CubeSats were successfully deployed on the planned timeline about 5 hours after launch. There has been positive communication with 2 of the CubeSat satellites, the one from Saudi Arabia as well as the one from Argentina. And then in terms of how they're faring, at this point, it would definitely be best to reach out to the payload owners in terms of how they're doing. But they absolutely were deployed as expected.
Okay, we'll take another question over here, and then we'll head back over to the right side of the room. Hi, Katrina Miller from the New York Times. Any milestones we can expect for the rest of today? What are you 3 focused on for the latter half of day 3?
Sure. As was previously mentioned, we have the CPR demo. We'll have another press conference with the crew. They'll go look at do their med kit evaluations of what they have on board. Also, we have, as far as communications with the Deep Space Network, we're going to test out again the emergency comm mode in a more time, more deliberate fashion. And I believe Jeremy has a press conference with it's a CSA press conference, and then some more planned medical conference.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Will. Go ahead.
Hi, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for the time today. Question for Howard. It might be a little bit early to ask this, but from the performance you've been seeing in Orion so far on hardware and software side, do you foresee any notable changes or updates to hardware or software for the Orion spacecraft that will fly Artemis 3 at this point, besides the heat shield, of course? And then the a variety of the photography skills in the days to come? How is that kind of being decided and divvied up at this point? Thanks.
I'll take your first question. I think walking into this meeting, I think, or this mission, and hearing from you here relative to just the software change we're talking about are going to be caution warning for sure. The limits that we put on, we're going to learn a lot from this mission. So there's going to be, I call them software. You probably don't think of them as software, but really data values for limits. So those will be changing for sure. We have not seen any issues with our flight software, the actual code itself. Of course, we'll learn a lot more as we go forward next few days. Hopefully, we'll not find nothing. But we don't. We'll make some adjustments if we need to. For Artemis 3, our software development is still a few months ahead of us in terms of completing it. We've got a lot of the software done already. Of course, we've got a lot of software for Artemis 2. From a hardware perspective, there's a lot of learning. These, I would say, minor issues that we've encountered, and these isolation valves, etc. We're going to go check those out and try to get the root cause. And if we have any things that impact our ability to fly Artemis 3, we'll work that.
Hey, Howard, why don't you also touch on the different camera capabilities to include the mobile phone cameras, etc.
Yeah, so from an image perspective, before maybe Jen talks about who's going to take pictures, if you might or may not know that we have iPhones on board for the crew members, and they're able not only the Nikon D5s and the Z9s that we have on board that we preloaded already, they were able to also take some iPhones as well. That's what Lakeisha's referring to, and so they'll get some great images from all those cameras. And I'll let Judd talk about who gets assigned the best pictures. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably just happenstance that you've seen Reed's pictures. Every one of them are going to be taking pictures, and I'm sure once we get, are able to downlink all the pictures, I think you will see a suite of pictures from all.
Okay, looks like we have one more in the room. Do we have? Okay, we'll go ahead and take one from you, and then we'll head back over here. Thanks.
Hello, Kaya Burgess from the Times of London. With the loss of signal as they go behind the moon, is there any plan in the future to try and overcome that for future missions, to try and use kind of satellites at Lagrange points or wherever it might be, so that in future that communication behind the moon will be possible and you'll never be out of signal in the future? Obviously, it's been possible for Chinese missions that have landed on the far side. And is that something that you will be looking into?
So our mission as part of the administrator's Ignition initiative, he has talked about all kinds of different capabilities that we are going to try to add in a stepped approach to include capabilities on the surface of the moon, as well as communication capabilities. And relay capabilities will be absolutely a part of that for supporting us in the future.
Okay, we have another question right here. Do we have any additional questions after this one? All right, one last question in the room.
Thank you, Rod Pilot at Astro Magazine. Similar question, how long do you expect the blackout to be during the flyby? And given that there's no burn back there, is there any reason to be chewing our pencils? And is there anything to learn from the timing when they come back out and you reacquire a signal? Thank you.
As to your second question, physics takes over, and physics will absolutely get us back to the front side of the moon. Let's see, I don't think I have the timing yet on this for how long we're going to be out of, but I can get you that.
It's about 40 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity.
Yes, it is 40 minutes. All right, well, it looks like that's all the questions we have for today. Thank you so much for joining. We'll see all of you back here again tomorrow at 4:15 for our next mission status briefing. As always, you can keep up with all the latest news and events during the Artemis 2 mission at nasa.gov. Thanks for joining.
right, that's it, folks. What's your thoughts on that?
I haven't said anything significant. I don't think there's anything that we need to think right now. Like they haven't gone anywhere. They're still up there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Do you feel as though the NASA officials answered the questions as best as possible?
I say no because they didn't have any answers to give.
Okay. Would there be any question that you would have wanted to ask?
For me, would it be how many AIs are they using up there in terms of artificial information gathering? I mean, it's the iPhone.
Okay. Yeah, everybody. So we just had listened to the NASA officials at a news conference about the Artemis 2 mission. They've been doing them each day, so there'll probably be another one tomorrow or tonight, honestly. So, yeah, just that's on YouTube, on ABC News. You guys can live stream it whenever. If you just caught on to, the Clubhouse room. But yeah, we just listened to it, and it's definitely interesting. I'm gonna look for something else to play. Hold on. So me personally, I really want to see the cell phone pictures. That's something that is gonna make this real personable for me. I think someone had asked a question about it, but I left the room. If anyone could kind of fill me in on what they had said, that would be amazing. If not, I could just look it up. But
they put it out there kind of early on that they loaded with the best cameras possible in the time. So we're gonna get a slow drip of images unseen before. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I mean, they caught an image that's on my PTR that is really stunning and beautiful. Stunning.
For sure. So I believe that photo was caught on an Nikon.
I'm not sure which camera. I gotta go look it up again. And
yeah, I believe
the commander took this picture.
Yeah, Reed Wiseman. I believe Reed Wiseman took that picture right there, which is beautiful. You see the glow and everything. I'm just interested just to get it from their perspective as full as possible. I love the professional photos, but sometimes we just need to see that nitty gritty, that firsthand experience. Especially with all the doubters that we have, I just feel like that's what's really gonna just set the record straight for any non-believers or doubters of space in general.
They can do all the doubt what they want, but like I said, they're gonna slow drip this stuff. So they're gonna keep hitting us with images we've never seen before. So it's gonna be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And the main images, even though there are already some, but they're gonna get to see it, with human eyes firsthand. The far side. Which will be the new moon phase for us on Earth.
Right, because we've never seen that. We've never seen it before. We only can see the same side. So this is
they're gonna get to see it, and they're gonna get to take photographs of it. So that's gonna be something to look forward to.
Mm-hmm. This is amazing, man. I'm trying something else. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. Hope everybody's good. This is a great time for, science, and a lot of us dreamed of things like this since we were little, so I know this is a great moment for everybody.
Yeah, this is absolutely a historic moment in history, especially for our generation and our times. I tried to warn my flat earth brethren, tried to warn them ahead of time, because they fell for the okey doke, and why can't they go back and this and that? And I'm like, y'all not aware they are in the works to go back, so, but they haven't been paying attention, and they consume a lot of information from content creators instead of the actual source. They would have known this was coming, but yeah, they kind of got egg on their face right now.
Yeah, no, they have a huge egg splash on their face. I've been met with a lot of resistance, and it's not even like I've been disrespectful. It's just me just reporting, and I've been met with so much resistance. It's actually like in awe of how.
Yeah, I mean, it's egg on their face, and it's well deserved, because they sat around for years with the loudest microphones spewing factually incorrect information. So now they got to double down on being factually incorrect while it's happening live for everybody to see. And they still, with all these words, trying to tell people it's fake. And it's not fake at all. Clearly it's not fake.
Clearly it is not. And we have the proof. And, let's say it was flat earth. What was there need to lie? There's no need to lie about it if it was. So, the truth is this is fear. There's no need to lie about the design of, our planet. We learn things every single day.
So it's 9 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, so get to moving around a little bit, get some breakfast and things of that nature. I'm going to take the hand raising off and let people just bring themselves up, but I'll just be listening.
All right, for sure. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock where I am too. I probably got like 30 more minutes. I'm going to actually play, I'm sure you guys may have heard it, but this is just to create more conversation. I'm going to play the Artemis 2 astronauts taking questions, while they're on the Orion. They did like a live stream, and they're being asked questions just about, their voyage so far. So feel free to listen up. If you have anything that you want to, add, just feel free. And I'm about to play it now.
Houston Integrity, we are ready for the event.
This is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is Gio Benitez at ABC News. How do you hear me? Outstanding. We have you loud and clear. How about us? I hear you loud and clear, and I truly cannot believe it. You are quite literally on the way to the moon right now and still speaking with us. Tell me, how do you feel? What's going through your mind? I mean, this must be so incredible, because have you allowed the weight of the moment to really fit in here? Have you allowed that to happen? Well, first and foremost, we all wanted to give a shout out to our families first, because we are pretty far from Earth and we have not gotten to say hi to them yet. But there was a moment about an hour ago where Mission Control Houston reoriented our spacecraft as the sun was setting behind the Earth. And I don't know what we all expected to see at that moment, but you can see the entire globe from pole to pole. You can see Africa, Europe, and if you look really close, you can see the northern lights. It was the most spectacular moment, and it paused all 4 us in our tracks.
What has been most surprising to you about this so far?
Well, I think probably one of the things that surprised all of us is when those solid rocket boosters actually lit and we left the pad. There's just a moment of disbelief, and yeah, the fact that we launched it just totally takes you by surprise, even though you're expecting it, at least for me anyway. And I just had a huge smile across my face.
Did it feel different? Because I can imagine that's such a powerful rocket. That must have felt different for you.
One of the biggest surprises was how smooth riding those solids was. We all expected a really just dynamic ride, a lot of motion. We were prepared to potentially not being able to see telemetry, to maybe even not being able to, touch switches, and it was very smooth. It was a definite difference when they separated and we were just on the main engines, but just a steady rumble and a great ride.
What do you want to tell Americans here at home who are watching this right now? They're quite amazed at the fact that you are speaking to us on the way to the moon right now. What do you want to tell them about this particular mission and why it's so important?
First and foremost, I would just like to say thank you. Your support and trust in us has enabled this, and so many people that have worked for so long to make this possible. But also, we're just getting started. We worked really hard, and even though we were a little surprised to actually launch yesterday, we have a lot of mission left ahead of us. So I really want to tell them, stay tuned and keep tabs on what's going on. NASA's doing a great job of communicating all the things to come.
I can't even tell you how many cheers were there on the ground. I was there watching you all lift off from the Kennedy Space Center, and everyone was so excited, so happy, and that was just incredible. Jeremy, I know this is your first time in space, and you're surrounded by all of these space vets. What's it been like for you that this is your first mission there?
There has been a tremendous amount of disbelief for me. It's just so extraordinary. I just kept saying to them yesterday, I really like it up here. I wish I could have got here sooner. It's just such a tremendous place to be. The views are extraordinary. It's really fun to be floating around, and it just makes me feel like a little kid.
I heard that there was a little bit of an issue with the toilet. Which one of you was the
I'll take that one. I'm the space plumber. I'm proud to call myself the space plumber. I like to say that it is probably the most important piece of equipment on board. So we were all breathing a sigh of relief when it turned out to be just fine. It was just an issue, I think, of sitting for a long time and needing a little time to warm up, a priming issue. But we did originally think that there could have been potentially something fouling up the motor, and luckily we are all systems go.
Oh, well, I'm sure. I can see the faces right there. Y'all are very happy about that. I see that you're very cozy in there. It's tight quarters, but it was also a little chilly, I heard.
It is quite cold, and we're wishing we had the lower temperature sleeping bags with us. But right before this PAO event started, I pulled my knit cap off, and I'm ready to put it back on. But Houston's been working with us to change fan speeds and temperature set points, and we've actually been able to warm it up a lot better in the last half a day or so. Our last nap before TLI, we got a lot more comfortable.
Well, that's a really interesting question. How is it that you take a nap in there? What does sleeping even look like?
Well, let's see. So we've been off the planet for, about 30 hours now, and we've had 2 very short naps. We actually just gathered for our first meal together in space. That is how busy we have been the last day and a half. It has been really an amazing beginning
vehicle, kind of like a bat suspended from our docking tunnel. Victor's been up where Jeremy is right now. He's got a nice little nook wedged in there. And then Jeremy has been stretched out on seat one, and I've been sleeping under the displays just in case anything goes wrong. It's more comfortable than you would think, and it's nice. It's nice to sleep in weightlessness again. Every time I was dozing off last night, I had that image that I was tripping off a curb and I was waking myself up. So my body's getting reacclimated. It's been a few years since I've been up here.
I've heard it's the best sleep up in space. Do you feel the weight of history knowing that you're going to be traveling farther than any other human?
You know, it's a remarkable thing. You would think it would be weighty, but we just feel like we're lifted up by the team that supports us, and you just sort of execute the plan. A lot of people telling us how to work this and manage this vehicle, and a lot of great training, and you just kind of go step by step, which I think is pretty remarkable what this team can do. It really highlights their excellence. And I think I just want to add, we just got done our translator injection burn, and it was pretty tense moments there. For a second. And when we got done that burn, we just kind of looked at each other as a crew. We have been to the moon before in 1968 through 1972. It's been a long time since we've been back. And I got to tell you, there's nothing normal about this. Sending 4 humans 250,000 miles away is a Herculean effort, and we are now just realizing the gravity of that.
Yeah, nothing normal about this. What are you most excited about once you get to the moon?
Having just experienced incredible views of planet Earth and seeing the entire planet out the window in one pane, knowing that we're about to have some similar views of the moon in that same way is definitely getting me more excited for it. I knew that that is what we would see, but there's nothing that prepares you for the breathtaking aspect of seeing your home planet both lit up bright as day and also the moon glow on it at night with the beautiful beam of the sunset, and knowing that we're going to get similar views of the moon. I'm really excited for that. And then of course heading home. Right now we're in our cruise phase outbound, but we'll be turning our sights back on our home planet shortly. Shorter probably, it's going to fly by, but we're just excited for both of those milestones.
As you all know, there is so much division at home right now. What is it that you're feeling? What message do you want to send to the American people about what you're seeing out that window?
Well, the first thing I would say is trust us. You look amazing. You look beautiful. And from up here, you also look like one thing. Homo sapiens is all of us, no matter where you're from or what you look like. We're all one people. And so, this mission, one of the things that's amazing about being around and just being an astronaut, serving our countries at this time is that we get to give ourselves a mission that we can hold on to say, hey, look at what we did for the rest of our lives. We call amazing things that humans do moonshots for a reason, because this brought us together and showed us what we can do when we not just putting our differences aside, when we bring our differences together and use all the strengths to accomplish something great. And so this mission will give we all can remember and hold on to for the rest of our days. And I hope people will tune in and give us a chance.
Integrity, what an honor to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the ABC News portion of the event. Please stand by for a voice check from Fox News.
Okay, great. Wait, were you even listening? You haven't taken a single note this entire meeting? I'm not sure you're listening, but let me check my screen. Do you see this? Everything we're saying is being transcribed in real time. Look, word for word. That's exactly what you just said. What they? So you're not taking any notes because also it's, and I can even use the chat function as well to budget.
related to the top. I'd rather not hear that. But hear what is on the top. Hey Jay, how are you?
What's up? What's up? Oh, you meet up? He's playing the interview from the Artemis trip.
No, that was done. I don't understand because I don't recognize that's for the whole thing. So I heard it and suddenly it was about what, graphics or I don't know what it was, but did you recognize it then? I saw that thing.
It just was voices in the background after a while. I'm doing some stuff.
Oh, okay. No, it's not nothing to do. Not that I noticed. But therefore it was good.
No, that's the interview with the astronauts.
No, not anymore. They were talking about, I don't know, something. I saw the interview yesterday. What? This night? Live. She was a plumber and everything, but what came next, I don't recognize that. But okay, if you think it's okay. Let me see if I have that link. Oh no, it's nothing.
I think what I like about the interview is that you have that long delay before you hear a response. So probably gotten better versus like who that Nixon, like was it Reagan? One of them.
Yeah, Reagan.
It got a lot better from then because that delay was like a minute long.
Oh yeah.
So like at least now the delay is like
a few seconds.
15 seconds.
Yeah.
It's short.
Yeah, that's right. But he didn't hear me. I asked him what he was playing, but I think he didn't hear me. Yeah, start over. I think it's part 2 or at least
A
now.
live look inside the Orion capsule and our 4 Artemis 2 crew members, now 106,000 miles away from Earth. We are standing by for their daily planning conference where teams on the ground will be relaying up information for the crew as they start flight day 3.